All right, good morning. It's 9:01. I'm sorry we're a minute late. We're going to start hearings of the House Judiciary Committee. And first, I'm going to recognize Representative Tur to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Representative Tur. All right. So the first bill we have on for hearing is HB 112, an act relative to tenants' rights to notification prior to the sale of a multifamily home. And I'm going to recognize, do we have the Representative Rock? Is Representative Rock? Reed. I'm okay. I'm sorry. No, Representative Reed, please come if you come up. Oh no, I'm sorry. Representative Reed, Rockingham 10.
Correct.
I read Rock, not Reed. Sorry.
So for the record, my name is Ellen Reed and I represent Newmarket and Newfields, which is Rockingham 10. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee, for hearing me, and in advance for hearing me 4 times today. I apologize. I will be before you all day long. You may get sick of me. So my apologies in advance. Because all 4 of these bills will be pertaining to housing, I'm going to, for just this first one, talk about the housing crisis very briefly. And I won't repeat that through the rest of this. You'll already understand and be familiar, as you probably already are, with the fact that we're in a housing crisis. And I won't have to repeat the reason and rationale for having these bills to begin with. But as you do know, we are, and increasingly so, have been for many years, but increasingly in a severe housing crisis, especially in certain communities like mine of the Seacoast region. And we're really talking about 2 crises at the same time, because another crisis that's been facing New Hampshire, in fact, I would say the housing and the graying of New Hampshire have been the 2 biggest crises of New Hampshire consistently for a number of years. Everybody's smiling. Okay, all right. for a number of years, and they're actually very closely, they're basically the one and the same crisis. We talk a lot, and I've been here for 6 years, and I've heard so many times legislators talk about the graying of New Hampshire, and I've heard proposals such as, well, maybe we should build a water park. As if 20-somethings and 30-somethings would be able to live here if we had a water park. It's just a matter of attraction. It's not. New Hampshire is a wonderfully attractive state to live in. It's incredibly desirable in every way, except for the fact that it's simply unlivable in many places for many, many people. So you deal with the housing crisis, you will automatically deal with the graying of New Hampshire. And the reason it's called a crisis is because it is, in fact, and especially now, an emergency. And I mean an emergency in the highest order of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, emergency. We are pushing people out of their homes. Many people are becoming homeless. It's been increasing. And I'm not talking about whatever stigma of homeless people one might have. I'm talking about people working full time who have up to now had a roof over their head, but just cannot find a place to live now. In the last couple of weeks, 2 people have died of exposure in this state. People are not just being pushed out of their homes, but as I already mentioned, they're being pushed out of their communities, being pushed out of the regions in which they work, which effectively means they're being pushed out of their jobs, and they are, in fact, being pushed out of the state that we want them to live in. Much of this is being pushed by predatory landlord practices. I won't go into that, but because it's not specifically relevant to this bill, but it doesn't have to be this way. In my particular community, rents have gone up because of one particular landlord buying up many of the multifamily homes, have gone up 2.5 to 3 times what they were January 2022, 1 year ago. These tenants have experienced increases of over $1,000 a month. These are the people who, in my town, 3 of them are postal workers. Several work in the local restaurants in my town. They make my food when I go out to dinner. And a lot of them are young professionals working at tech companies. And a number of them are actually retired people, but especially retired veterans. There are 2 retired veterans that were displaced. One had just lost a wife, like 2 days before finding out his rent was going up. Or no, it was the other way. He found out 2 days before she passed. And the other one is battling stage 4 cancer. So these are people. And so when we talk about the housing crisis, and I'll just wrap it up with this, when we talk about the housing crisis, we do talk about workforce housing. We talk about the ability to have people who actually work the jobs that we keep complaining we don't have people to work. Well, if they can't live in those areas, you're not going to find those people to work. And we talk about this in economic terms, workforce housing, how do we have the workers? But it's really a human crisis. It is, for them, not an economic theory. For them, it is, will I be living out of my car next month? For them, it is, how will I take a shower before I go into work? What do I do with my dog while I'm looking for housing? Do I have to pull my kids out of school? It is a real problem, a real visceral crisis that should be taken seriously without smiles. So this particular bill extends a current law that we've had in place for quite some time. That law says that owners of manufactured housing parks shall give 60 days notice to the tenants prior to selling the property, that they will give the information to the tenants about what would be an acceptable offer and other such information, and will consider in good faith any offer that the tenants bring to the landlord, whether an individual tenant or as a group. That law that's already been on the books for quite some time has been wildly successful, because the intent of that law when it was originally passed was to allow tenants the opportunity to be owners of their own community, resident-owned communities. And since that law has passed, we now have 184 resident-owned communities. In other words, co-ops. These manufactured housing parks have gone co-op. And what you're doing when you do that is you're doing everything that we want in a community. You're making tenants into homeowners. When you have higher rates of homeownership, you have more stable communities, more stable workers, more stable consumers for your businesses in that community. You have residents of the community that are more long-term invested in the well-being of the community. Pretty much every single metric improves with increased homeownership rates. When you have half of all your housing as rentals, you have people who don't know whether they're going to be living in that town the following year. You have a lot of instability, a lot of changing of jobs, a lot of fluctuation in the people who are living there and the business's ability to keep afloat. So everything improves. Everything in a town improves when you have increased rates of homeownership. Homeownership right now especially is just not achievable for many people individually. But if they come together, we have proven through these 184 resident-owned communities with the current law in manufactured housing parks, that they can and do successfully come together, buy their properties, become homeowners, and become stable, long-term, well-invested members of their community. The requirement to, as I said, it is an already existing law that we are simply expanding to multifamily housing. It's restricted property, so it has to be, it's not like, one person selling their house with an ADU or two. It's actual multifamily housing. And that requirement, as we've already learned since 1984, when this law was, I believe when this law was first put in place, when the first co-op started, the manufactured housing co-op, it is not an onerous requirement for the landlord to simply say, I'm planning on selling, here's what I'm looking for an offer. That's not an onerous requirement. There's nothing in this and nothing in the current law that says that there's a right of first refusal or they have to accept it under certain terms. They simply have to entertain the offer in good faith. That's all that's required. So with that, because it's been so successful, because we've had people across the state in all 10, by the way, that 184 resident-owned communities are in all 10 counties. So it's not one specific area of the state. It's been successful everywhere. With that, I'll just go ahead and wrap up and ask that you support and take any questions that you have.
All right. Thank you very much, Representative Reed. Questions for Representative Reed? Yes, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I'm kind of torn on this because I hear that co-ops, right, the manufacturing co-ops, there's one in Goffstown, for instance, Medville Co-op, there's like over 100 units there, right? So like, I'm confused because nowhere in here does it say like, you know, if there's a cash offer, say the landlord was never intending on selling, but there's been a cash offer on it. You know, I think like I get texts from realtors all the time, like Goffstown's a hotbed, like everyone wants to move there. Would you like to sell your townhouse or your, you know, and I might have somebody living with me or whatever, but, and there was no intention of selling, but then like,
Right.
you ended up
You
selling.
get offer.
Right. You get an offer and it's a cash offer and you're like, all right, you know, let's do it. I find it's hard to get a cash offer on like a huge 100-unit co-op, right? Like there's some sort of financing or whatever. My question is like, does this kind of hurt like property rights when you have like, you know, somebody that might want to sell a 3-unit house and gets a cash offer on it?
So this doesn't apply to 3-unit.
How many units?
I believe to the current definition
4.
of restricted units is over 4.
Over 4. So,
Right.
But that's still, I mean, 4 compared to like 100,
Sure.
150. That's kind of my question is like, how do we
Right.
do that?
So this doesn't say that a person couldn't accept a cash offer that they weren't expecting. All it says is that they would have to allow 60 days, which if you're familiar with the buying process, like closing takes a long time anyway, but they would have to allow 60 days before they closed on that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Di Lorenzo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Reed. Let me hear me. You know, what I know about the co-ops, particularly the ones in Newmarket, is that when tenants form the co-op, they buy the land and not the units on the land. So there's sort of a difference between, you know, selling individual units and selling a lot of land, because the tenants actually lease the land from the co-op ownership.
And that makes a lot of sense with manufactured housing, but that's certainly not the only way to do it. In fact, I got quite in depth with Community Loan Fund, which does a lot of the lending and helping to organize these communities into co-ops, into resident-owned communities. And there's about 7 or 8 ways to form a co-op. There's like a trust. You can incorporate. There's a bunch of different ways to make those agreements. You can own your particular unit, kind of like a condo, and then be able to sell your part of the co-op, or you can sublease, or there's restrictions on what you may or may not. It all depends on what that group of tenants wants to do. And there's at least 3 organizations, Community Loan Fund chief among them, ready and willing to help guide them in those processes, help them understand what their options are, and help them make those decisions. And that's why we have 184, I think. Yes, 184 successful community or resident-owned communities. So just the concept of co-ops has been taking off across the entire country. There's been numerous articles in the New York Times and Washington Post and out in California about successful co-op communities. Those are multi-family dwellings. They are not what we've been limited to here, which is manufactured housing parks. And the only reason we're limited to them is not because there's anything structurally about a co-op that prohibits multifamily housing. It's only because the law only applies to manufactured housing parks. That's the only reason we've been limited to that. So just extending that would really facilitate people being able to buy their building together.
All right. Other questions? Representative Testerman. Oh,
a question about the tenants, not necessarily good or bad, but are we talking tenants who work in New Hampshire or tenants who work in Massachusetts? Because I've asked this question of some town managers, and they say that a great majority of the homes or the apartments that are filled down in southern New Hampshire are predominantly people who work in Massachusetts. What are we talking about here?
So that's inherently because of the geographic region you just mentioned. If you're close to the border, you will have increasing percentages of people who work across the border. So you don't have people in Coos County, for example, working in Massachusetts. So it has nothing to do, literally nothing to do with whether they're in a co-op or whether they're in an apartment. It has everything to do with how close to the border they are. So having said that, like I mentioned before, 184 successful resident-owned communities already in manufactured housing across all 10 counties across the entire state. So whether you're close to a border and potentially maybe more likely to be working in Massachusetts, or whether you are in the middle of the state and definitely working in New Hampshire, these communities have taken off and have been successful.
Follow up, Representative Chesterman?
That's fine, but you're still not answering the question. You know, where are the majority of the people who don't work in New Hampshire living as far as these kinds of homes?
So I don't see the tie to homes. I see you're asking where the majority of people who work across the border, where do they live? And the answer will always be near the border, right? That's just whether they buy a home, whether they rent a single family house, whether they rent or buy a condo, whether they rent an apartment. It has nothing to do with the type of housing. It has to do with how close they are to work.
Question, just one last question.
One more follow-up.
Those are fine generalities, but do you have any numbers of, you know, the people who live in Derry, for example, people who live in Coos? Do you have the numbers of people who you're talking about here? Talking about people in general is one thing, but talking about them specifically, do you have a real set of numbers that would define what you're saying?
So in terms of the already existing resident-owned communities, I do have the set of numbers for the number of people in these resident-owned communities in each county, if you're talking about what already exists. But it's definitely across relatively evenly by population across the entire state. There's no preference or no, there's no factor of, oh, well, I work in Massachusetts, so that's why I want a resident-owned community. There's no tie there at all. You may work across the border and therefore live near the border, but it has nothing to do with whether or not you want to start a resident-owned community. That's across the entire state.
Other questions? Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming before us today, and looking forward to seeing you 3 more times after today. Why are you just focusing on the restricted properties, the 5+ units, and not looking at the smaller properties when those may actually present greater opportunities for home ownership? And then as a follow-up, I'll go ahead and mention it, and then if you need me to restate it, I will. The term final unconditional acceptance presents very problematic because in all real estate transactions, there's no such thing as final unconditional, because everything is based on whether the financing goes through or acceptable terms here, inspections there. Literally all the way up to the day of closing, there may be a reason why the deal is not finalized. So at what point in time is a final unconditional acceptance until the lien is actually, or the deed is actually turned over?
So that's, it may very well be problematic language, but that is the language that currently exists. I had the language duplicated from the current existing law that's existed for what I understand to be decades for manufactured housing parks. So if it's problematic, it's already problematic in our statute already. Having said that, the first question was why not smaller? Because I was trying to make this as small an ask as possible, but I'm very happy to extend it to other properties as well, if the committee thinks that would be in the best interest of tenants. So I'm asking for a little. If you want to give me more, I'm happy for that as well.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Perez.
Thank you for taking my question. You keep using the term co-op. do you attribute co-ops to being, I live in a co-op. I live in Londonderry. I live in 128 individual homes. The developer chose it to be a co-op as opposed to a condominium, which has been great for us because it keeps but would this apply to our homes? I mean, our homes are,
You already are co-op. So you are already owning.
right, I understand.
Yeah.
But I just wondered if, when you talk about if someone's renting in my area, if this would impact them because they already, because we are an existing co-op. So, I mean, our homes turn over in 2 days,
Right.
and they're mostly cash offers.
So those are individual homes.
Right.
So-
So you're using multifamily, but then again, you're talking about manufactured homes. So I guess I'm confused
Oh.
about that.
Oh, that's because I'm talking about manufactured homes because this law exists already and has for decades for manufactured homes.
Okay.
I'm simply extending that same language in the current statute to multifamily houses as well. So as for your question for your community, you're already co-op. This wouldn't in fact affect anyone. I'm hesitating to ask. I'm holding in the urge to ask how many of people in your Londonderry community work across the border. But,
We're 55 community.
no, it was a fair bit of snark, and I apologize. But my point is that you're already co-op. This doesn't affect you. What this does is allow people who are renting from a landlord that owns a large multifamily structure to have the opportunity, if they so want, to form a co-op, put in an offer, and have that offer fairly considered. That's it. Since you're already co-op, that doesn't apply to you. Those individual units selling all the time, that's one unit. That's not a multifamily housing structure.
All right, other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Mannix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Reed, thank you for taking my questions. I wanted to ask whether you would be willing to supply us or provide for us the RSA that applies to manufactured housing.
I'm happy to do that for you.
Okay. And may I ask a follow-up?
Yes, of course.
The other question I wanted to ask is I was confused and not understanding what the 60 days applies to. Is it the PNS or is it prior to closing? Could you just walk through in more detail how the 60 days works?
So like it currently works for manufactured housing, it's before the final closing. So as was already stated, there could be any number of factors that upset or prevent something that was planned on closing from closing at the last minute. This essentially would become one of those factors, which is that if they had not notified the tenant 60 days prior, they would have to wait for that 60 days to lapse before the final closing.
Yes, follow up?
Thank you. So the existing tenants would only have when would the existing tenants have to put in a counter offer or meet the offer? How much time would they have?
So there's no specific restrictions on the offer. The only restriction is that the landlord in good faith consider the offer. So in theory, if the landlord in good faith, if the tenants put in an offer, if you're trying to get at like an example of if the tenants put in an offer the day of closing, then as long as the landlord had considered the offer in good faith, then he could sign as long as they had the notification 60 days prior. So there's no time lapse from the offer. There's the time lapse from the notification.
All right, Representative Kutab.
So I'm a little bit confused. So does this mean that you want it to be acceptable to take a multifamily, singly owned home and split it up so that it could be owned by multiple different owners? Is that what this is offering?
So a co-op is one entity, but it's an entity kind of like a corporation that has shareholders. So all of those people would own part of their home. Having said that, there's multiple ways to set up a co-op, but it's not going condo, if that's what you mean. It's different from going condo. You have an actual entity that is the owner of the property, the entire property. And the people that go into the agreement for the co-op, they agree on, democratically agree on a set of bylaws to rule them in terms of what's acceptable, what's not, what kind of subletting, when do you sell it, for what can you sell it for, those types of things are all agreed to. But like I said, there's trust, there's a bunch of different methods, but it's not the same as going condo.
Thank you. Representative Tripp, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It seems that this whole concept is predicated upon, say you have a 5-unit multifamily dwelling, that all 5 of the tenants agree to buy it. What would happen if, say, one tenant doesn't want to buy it?
So are you mean like 4 of the 5 units, the residents of 4 of the 5 units, so that those 4 people would create a co-op? So it's being sold, right? Like, that's the idea. It's being sold anyway. So it's either being sold to another landlord who will rent out to them, presumably for more money, because that's usually how that happens, or the co-op buys it. You don't need to have all residents agreeing to a co-op, if that's what you mean. So that resident would essentially be renting from the co-op, the one that's staying. Their new landlord is the co-op instead. Does that make more sense? Instead of a different landlord buying the place and renting it out, their new landlord becomes the co-op, because that's who bought the property.
Right, thank you very much.
Other questions for this? Yes, Representative Turner.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Representative Reed. Quick question, hopefully. Does this state or imply that, and maybe it builds on what Representative Greason was asking in terms of a final offer, can this introduce a negotiation going back to the original buyer, or is it sort of the idea that the original offer is fixed and then this gives the tenants the right to makes a better offer, I guess?
Oh, so like there's nothing in it restricting that normal back and forth that would typically happen in a negotiation. So no, this isn't enough of an offer and then coming back with more, that process.
Yeah, just clarifying. Would the owner be able to go back to the person who made the original offer and say, the tenants are willing to buy it for this? In other words, can it initiate bidding on this property with the original purchaser?
I see what you mean. So I didn't understand what you meant originally by original purchaser, but in the example that was given earlier about somebody coming in and say, hey, you're not selling, but I'm going to offer you this amount of money. Is that what you're saying? So that's the original purchaser is a different landlord.
Yeah, I mean, you have to present the purchase and sale either final or in some status to the tenants 60 days ahead. If the tenants make an offer, can the owner of the property who's going to be selling it go back to that original? Can there a negotiation, or is
the other
it
one
fixing the initial offer, and then the tenants can only build off of that?
Right. So because this is modeled after current law, it's only that initial offer that has the stipulation of having to notify an amount that the seller will consider to be reasonable, or that the seller would consider or sell at, and good faith consideration, right? So that's the initial, that just applies to the initial offer, because that's what's already in the law. I didn't want to reinvent any wheels here. I wanted to just duplicate what we have.
Other questions for this witness? See, I do have a couple of questions. Am I correct in understanding that the scenario you presented of the people wanting, the tenants wanting to form a co-op, nothing in existing law would prevent that from happening? Is that correct?
That is correct. Nothing does prevent that, except for the practice of the fact that landlords don't have to notify their tenants at all until it's done. In fact, in our town, Representative DiLorenzo and I share a town, 61 Dame Road, reached out to me recently because they just found out that their building had been finally closed. Like they didn't know it was up for sale, that it had been closed on, and that they had a new landlord without ever knowing that that process was in the making whatsoever. In fact, the new landlord inspected the entire property by claiming he was an insurance adjuster, so that they were completely unaware of the fact that their building was for sale and that somebody was going to be purchasing it. So because they have no right to that information, which of course impacts their shelter, and for something to impact such a basic need as shelter, you should have the right to information when that's going to impact you. So that's what's preventing it. So it's not law that's currently preventing it. It's the current practice, the
So-
fact that there's no
I
notification.
guess my question though is it really realistic to believe that if tenants have a desire that they might want to purchase a property, that they wouldn't on their own make an inquiry to the owner saying, listen, if you ever decide to sell this property, we might be interested in buying it. So we hope you will consider it. Why wouldn't that happen?
It's extremely realistic because we saw that. We didn't have these manufactured housing parks going co-op until we guaranteed that they had 60 days notice. And then all of a sudden they started going co-op. And now we have 184 successful resident-owned communities who turned from renter to homeowner like every community wants across the entire state, all 10 counties.
So with regard to that, that's a very good, with regard to that, isn't there a fundamental difference between the manufactured housing situation and this, in that in the manufactured housing situation, the very basis for that law was most of the time, I'm not saying always, but most of the time, the person owns the the tenant, quote
Right.
unquote, owns the manufactured home and doesn't, but leases the land. And isn't it a lot, doesn't that put the owner of the manufactured home in terms of the economics of the situation in a much weaker situation vis-a-vis the park owner than a tenant versus a landlord in the non-manufactured home situation?
So I would say that the tenant in a multifamily housing situation is far more vulnerable, far weaker, because at the very minimum, a manufactured home owner who owns the home but not the land underneath it at least still owns something. They own something. There is nothing that the renter owns in this scenario. Now, the idea that it's different in terms of feasibility is absolutely not true, because we've seen multifamily homes go co-op across the entire country very, very successful, and especially recently it's taken off. All this does is allow an extra time frame for them to be notified that it's happening, so they have the opportunity to do that.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Horgan.
I think this is an excellent idea. I have one practical question, and maybe we don't have any data on this, but as a in order to buy a property, you need to be able to raise a large amount of cash. It's usually at the end of the closing process, the seller gets a check for the full value of the property. So how are these tenants who have been paying rent, which is not that much less, or some cases more than the cost of the monthly cost of owning a property, how often are they going to be able to put together the financing in order to buy the property in place of whoever the landlord was planning to sell to, which in most cases would be another landlord. So where are they going to get the capital to buy this?
Right. It's a great question. I touched on it briefly, but it may have been before you entered the room. So you're right. The biggest barrier to home ownership, especially right now, is income and credit for most people to buy a single family home. What going co-op does, and we see this with all those successful manufactured housing co-ops, is allow them to pool their resources together. And we have no fewer than 3, but I think it's actually 4 organizations, but primary, chiefly among them, Community Loan Fund, that's what they do, is they loan to groups of residents that have come together to pool their credit, their income, all of those things. And you're very right, because even it's a very sad state that we're living in. I don't mean the state of New Hampshire, I mean the state of affairs, in that it is almost always the case that your mortgage is less than the rent because there's a landlord intermediary that's taking some money in addition to the mortgage. So because that's always the case, it's almost always cheaper for a person to own. And while they're making rent payments, they could easily afford less in a mortgage payment, and yet they're being denied the ability to buy homes. This allows people to overcome that kind of unfair hurdle.
Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You're already going to give us the RSA number for the tenant,
Mhm.
the
For the manufacturing.
manufactured housing. Could you also provide the RSA that permits co-ops?
So there's that it's the same RSA. It's just one thing. There's nothing permitting anything. It's just simply saying that a landlord selling needs to give 60 days notice to the tenants. And the rest is just them in their own gumption coming together to create a co-op. There's nothing in law that specifically allows co-ops.
Other questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So I'm noting the time, and I note that we have, I think, 7 witnesses who have signed up to testify in this. So I'm going to, and I know some have signed up in support, some in opposition. So in the interest of time, I'm going to ask each of the succeeding witnesses here, please do your best to limit your testimony to 3 minutes. All right. I'm going to call on Jane Hay of Manchester, please.
Good morning. My name's Jane Haig, and I live at 1573 Union Street in Manchester, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you this morning. My husband and I are fortunate enough to own our own home in Manchester's North End, which is, of course, as we all know, a very privileged place to live. Having a place to live brings that inexpressible peace of mind that we have the security that no one's going to kick us out, that the rent isn't going to be raised, although the taxes might be. But seeing homeless people on our streets really gives me a lot of pain. It just pains me in my heart. And we're not really talking about homelessness specifically today. However, with our housing crisis that Representative Reed referenced, many more people are in danger of losing their homes to a variety of, they could be kicked out because their lease is up, because the landlord raises the rent that they can't afford, or they could be evicted because the landlord says they're going to renovate, or they have a relative moving in. And with a less than 0.5% vacancy rate, it could be very difficult for a person that gets kicked out of their house to find a place to live. And this, of course, causes a lot of stress. In our current system, if you're not owning your home, you don't own a condo, and you're a renter, we have a situation that sets up a kind of a contest between a landowner. Of course, the landlord has rights, it's their property, but we also need to recognize tenant rights and to try to level the playing field a little bit so the tenants have a little bit more security. And as Representative Reed said, this bill would enable tenants in a multifamily property to buy a property and set up a co-op to own it. And as she stated, this benefits communities with more people who have made a commitment to live in that community and participate in community affairs. And I just want to say I'm part of a group called Manchester Housing Alliance, and we're trying to set up a land trust that would enable this also by being able to provide the financing for the land, kind of in relation to the bill that she said that enables the manufactured home communities, the land trust could own the land, and then the individual unit owners could together own the building or have rights to their own unit. And that way the amount of money that they would have to come up with to pay for the building, they would own the building, but not necessarily the land. And that would make it more feasible. And we have been talking to the Community Loan Fund and other groups about enabling this. So this could be kind of, we hope, a way to show that this is actually feasible.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. I'm going to next call on Ken Eyring. Mr. Eyring?
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you to all of the representatives here for allowing me to speak today. I have a lot on my mind regarding this. This is a very troubling bill. You know, we have property is one of the foundations of our liberties and freedoms in this country, and this bill will will actually create a separate special class of citizens. Instead of having free market, where a landowner can turn and offer his property up for sale to anyone, including the tenants, who have an opportunity to bid on the property and negotiate in good faith, as well as any other prospective buyer. This limits the ability of a landowner to actually sell his property. Because once he's gone through the arduous, tedious task of negotiating, of first putting the property on the market, there are expenses associated with that, and then finding someone and negotiating and finding someone willing to purchase the property at mutually agreeable terms, then that agreement has to be put on the shelf for a minimum of 60 days until the tenants have an opportunity to then get involved in the process and then have an opportunity to negotiate whether or not they want to purchase the property. And then that time can be extended if they need more time to acquire financing. If the goal of this is to notify tenants so that they have an opportunity to know that the property is on the market, then I'm fine with that. Notifying the tenants, period. And then it's up to the tenants to then turn around and negotiate with the landlord, as well as anybody else who's in the market for buying real estate. I want to point something out. I know that you're short on time, but this is very important. Someone asked about which types of properties this will affect. It'll impact almost every property in the state. So let me explain that. It says no owner of restricted property is defined in RSA 540:1-A, Roman numeral 2, shall make a final unconditional acceptance of any offer for the sale or transfer of the property without first giving 60 days notice to each tenant that the owner intends to sell the property and of the price, terms, and conditions of an acceptable offer. So let's look at what 540:1-A, Roman numeral 2, what that definition is. Restricted property means all property rented for residential purposes, except for the property listed in paragraph 1. So let's look at paragraph 1. Non-restricted property means all real property rented for non-residential purposes, and the following real property rented for residential purposes. A, single-family houses if the owner of such a house does not own more than 3 single-family houses at one time. People go out and they buy.
You know, you're kind of running over your time, Mr.
I'm
Eyring.
sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is very important.
So you're saying
I want to just finish this, please.
all right.
There's a B. Rental units in an owner-occupied building containing a total of 4 dwelling units or fewer. Owner-occupied. And single-family houses acquired by banks or other mortgages. So if it's not owner-occupied and the owner doesn't have 3, and if it's a single-family house and they own more than 3, then every real estate property this impacts, and that's not acceptable.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Eyring. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir.
I'd just like to remind everyone that you swore an oath to the Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution does it allow a bill like this.
Thank you, Mr. Eyring. Next, I'm going to call on Carney. Oh boy, Powry.
Good try.
Thank you.
Not even close, but good try. Carney Picorni from Derry.
Recording, I'm sorry.
You're good. It's a hard name, I understand. I'm just here because as a young person living in this state already, it's so hard to keep your head above water and pay your rent and have enough to pay for all of your expenses already. And when you're kind of just blindsided by, oh, we sold the place and now your rent's going up by $100, that's just not doable. When you're just, maybe for you guys up here, like, yeah, $100 isn't much, it's nothing. But for people like me who are barely
Year's
surviving-
salary.
Huh?
It's a year's salary for us.
I know, but still, you know, you got here for a reason. For someone like me, that's out of my budget. That's unattainable. And when you're not given any notice of, hey, you're going to need an extra $100 on your rent this month, then what are you supposed to do? You didn't budget that in. You had no notice, and now you're getting evicted from your place with I believe Jane mentioned 0% vacancy rate. Now you're trying to find a new place, and it's extremely hard to keep young people in the state. And I think that we've proven that because the young people are fleeing to Massachusetts, to Maine, to states that have more transparency in what's going on in their lives. When you can't even trust how much you're going to be paying for rent here, then how are you supposed to continue on and plan for yourself? I feel like it's just basically giving the respect and transparency to those people that are living in that home that, hey, we are selling it, and hey, your rent may come up, or hey, you may have the opportunity to buy this yourself. And I feel like for many people that isn't really the problem here. It's just the transparency of knowing that that $100 increase or that $50 increase is coming, so that they can plan and be responsible for themselves in coming up with that. And maybe cutting their Netflix or cutting whatever they need to be able to still afford it and stay in that place. But without the transparency of knowing, you're not giving them any room to succeed. So I just wanted to come in and encourage you to support this.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you for taking my question. So would you be comfortable with a bill that said that all renters before a owner sold had to give the renters 60 days notice that they were going to do this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I definitely encourage what the last speaker had said. It's not something that I know enough of to be able to really speak on, but I do agree that there should be options for renters to buy that property as well. But I know for a renter like me, it's more that transparency of knowing what's coming in advance.
Thank you. Representative Manos, did you have a question? All right, any other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
David Klein.
My name is David Klein. I'm a small landlord. I have 40 units in the Seacoast area. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm speaking for myself. I'm going to try and avoid some of the areas that have already been touched upon. But one of the things to note with renters is 1/3 of them move out of an apartment every year. They don't have the foundation or the interest in the apartment building as do mobile home owners. And that the point I think that the chairman made is that the mobile home owners have put down their life savings or a good chunk of their net worth to own these mobile homes. They've been paying for them over the years, have mortgages. It is actually financially devastating if they have to move those mobile homes. Apartment renters do not have that type of interest in the building. And second of all, we have renters that have all sorts of different debt and financial situations and acumen. For instance, I have a building where it's 4 units. It is restricted because it's not owner occupied. And as the other person talked about in 1A, that single family homes can even be restricted if you own more than 3. This one tenant is on disability. One tenant is Section 8 out of 4 units. How are these 2 people going to be able to join in and participate in a mortgage to purchase this property where the units are selling from $150,000 to $200,000 per? So it's an $800,000 to $100,000 unit, and I don't see how they're going to do that. What I'm not against the idea of having co-ops or something like this for the tenants to buy out What I do dislike is the structure of the bill more than anything else. If you look at 205A, which I believe is the section, the statute that you were asking about for mobile homes, which this one is modeled after, there's language in there about New Hampshire Housing being involved, working with the tenants right up front. There's none of that in this particular bill. And keep in mind, with apartment buildings, there's all sorts of issues that we don't have with mobile homes, because you have all of the heating systems, roofs, common area maintenance, snow plowing, things of that nature. So that, in my opinion, when these tenants, if they're going to take it over, they need a structure in place for the management of the buildings. And contrast that to condominiums, where when a developer puts it together, he has to form the condominium association, get the board of directors going, have those bylaws in place. So for this to happen and close within the 60 days or 90 days or whatever the time frame is, that has to be in place. And if nothing else, a bank won't lend you the money if that isn't in place to buy it. So what I'm suggesting is that this bill has good merit, but not the bill itself. It needs more work. I think a suggestion, I don't know if this would work, is that yes, maybe notification, or have New Hampshire Housing reach out to landlords and let them know if you're going to sell, notify us first, have them be the buyer and set up the condominium association, and then sell back to the tenants. And the only other final point is that it says reasonable time to close on the financing. That's a very ambiguous term. If we have an offer, is it 6 months, 8 months? You know, if it's a 100-unit apartment complex, you're talking $20 million. That takes a lot of time to put together financing. How long are we supposed to wait as sellers in order to close? And that's a problem with this bill that I have also.
All right.
Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions for this witness? Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for answering our questions. Does current law permit a new owner to increase the rents in the middle of a lease?
No. Leases carry over to the new owner as long as they're 7 years or less, unless they're recorded.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Next, I'm going to call on Jessica Margison. And, you know, I should say, I'm just to everyone here, whether you've testified already or not, if there's other things that you want to tell us, you can submit your testimony online. I mean, there's a way to do that. So please feel free to do that. Ms. Margison.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Margison. I'm here representing myself, but I am also with Granite State Organizing Project, and I volunteer my time there, and I do a tenant clinic, and I also have Granite State Tenants Association. And through this, I have a lot of clients that I get to meet and a lot of different experiences. With Bill HB 112, I have met many tenants along the way in different areas that would have loved to have this opportunity. I have one tenant in Salem who actually is one of the Westgate tenants. The 12 buildings is much too large for him to buy, but he is in a position to be able to go and purchase a home instead of going through the cycle of having a landlord anymore. If he was in one of these homes, it would be perfect for him. But what I wanted to mention is those who normally live in naturally occurring affordable housing tend to live there 7+ years. I have met many, many families that have lived in these houses. One of them 24 years, Rachel Gagney of Manchester. Her and her husband actually renovated their building before the landlord sold it, and then she got renovation evicted. Insult to injury there. But she would have, if given the opportunity, looked into purchasing that house. Their family had lived there, grown there. It was a home to them. So these families do live there. And I'd like to point out it doesn't stop. I understand it may take a little bit more time to give them that 60 days notice, but the building's still for sale. They're still getting their building sold. It's just giving a family an opportunity that's already set down roots to be able to maintain those roots and carry on. Thank you. I feel that I'll be speaking enough. I won't take up too much of your time.
No, thank you very much, ma'am. Is there any questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Harmon? Nick Norman, sorry. Nick Norman.
Thank you very much. I do have some testimony that I'll pass out.
Okay. Mr. Norman?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I will try to be brief. It's hard to do that on some of these bills.
Well, we're going to try to keep it just 3
I
minutes.
understand.
Okay? Thank you.
So I represent, or I should say I'm an advocate for landlords. I'm the Government Affairs Chair for the Apartment Association of New Hampshire and put out legislative updates to somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,400 different recipients of property owners, landlords across the state of New Hampshire, members of many associations of landlords. So, and a landlord myself for 35 years, so I'm very familiar with the landlording world. I want to make sure that you realize that this is really not talking about 60 days. So it's talking more like 4 months. So you get 60 days notice, but then you get time, reasonable time for financing. That's very vague, as David Klein had mentioned. It would certainly restrict an owner's ability to negotiate a sales price. If the market's fast, you know, what buyer wants to wait 4 months for their purchase as a condition of the purchase and then not know if, you know, there's just too much ambiguousness with that time frame of obtaining financing and so forth. Is it really realistic to think that tenants of a large multifamily who in the first place are often lower income and don't have resources of their own or savings are going to be able to come up with down payments and everything that it needs to happen to purchase the property? If they're going to buy it as a group, then one of the choices might be make it condominiums, make it a trust, make it an LLC. There's no time. You know, that's a difficult, involved process. You know, are the tenants really ready for that? And it takes a lot to be a landlord, an awful lot. So is a group of tenants in a 10-unit or a 100-unit really ready to be a landlord and manage, deal with financing, everything that it takes to get the property up and running and keep it running? This doesn't restrict to smaller properties. You could have a 600-unit complex subject to this. So you're saying we have to give notices to 600 different residents? I'm not sure that tenants in general have really thought out and ready to handle everything it takes to be a landlord. What about a sale of portfolio properties? There are investors that come in and they buy, an investor may own 5, 6, 7, 10 different properties and say, I'm selling my whole portfolio. Someone comes in to buy that portfolio. They take an offer that they've agreed upon, and
Mr.
how
Norman,
is
I'm
the
gonna have
tenant
to
going
ask
to
you
compete with that?
Please finish up, if you would, please.
So just many problems. It restricts the rights of the property owner to a quick sale. It just restricts too many options of the property owner.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Brendan LeMay?
Hey, my name is Brandon LeMay. I am from Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 112. And I myself am a tenant. I'm a tenant organizer with Rights and Democracy. So I want to be really short today because we have a lot of bills to hear and a lot of speakers. But I hope to provide some perspective of tenants here. We've heard a few of the previous speakers talk about what what tenants want to do. But I think it's kind of interesting that we haven't really heard, perspectives that have been tenant focused. And I'm going to give you some of that. So some of the tenants that we work with in our housing work group, we have about 60 to 70 members so far. And it's a common occurrence for folks to say, I didn't even know that my building was on the market. And then 30 days later, I got a rent increase. I think that this bill would help out a lot of middle to lower income tenants who are just trying to budget their way through their lives. And if you don't even know that your building is on the market, how can you prepare? How can you budget? How can you actually plan and make sure that you can keep living in your home. So I think that this is also it's a win for landlords and for tenants. Landlords get justly compensated for their private property, and then tenants get to have control over their own housing. And it turns tenants into indirect taxpayers into direct taxpayers. It's going to give tenants, again, the opportunity. Tenants can say, no, I don't want to be a homeowner. And that's perfectly valid. We're only giving them the option here. And in my opinion, if this law is passed, it would encourage landlords to work with their tenants when they intend to sell their building. If you're thinking, hey, I'm thinking about selling this property, maybe as a landlord, I would want to then work with them to confirm if they even want to become owners of this building. So, and maybe they'll find out that the tenants don't want to, and this is not an issue at all. So I think that this is just it's the right thing to do. At the very least, tenants should be aware that their property, the building that they're living in, and their biggest line item expense, which is housing, could possibly be affected. They should be informed. So that's it, and open up to questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Manos.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Is it your understanding that under this proposed statute, an owner could negotiate with the existing tenants and then move on and accept another offer?
Absolutely. In this case, the landlord might just find the tenants have no interest, and then there's absolutely no delay whatsoever. So again, yeah, it would turn this into selling the building out from under the tenants without any knowledge to then at least being able to figure out ahead of time before they're even going to put it on the market. Does that answer your question? Thank you, Representative.
Yes, Representative Tur.
Yeah, just along those same lines, is it your sort of testimony that it would be maybe more effective to include the time of the listing as the time of the notice, as opposed to just once a purchase and sale has been arranged, to sort of move that process upstream so that the tenants are directly part of the cycle of bids on the property? Is that sort of what? Am I pulling that out of what you had said, or am I overreaching?
No, thank you for that question, Representative. If I understand the question correct, I actually would agree with that. And yeah, just making sure that tenants are involved maybe further up the process and making this easier on everybody. Is that kind of what you're asking there? Thank you, Representative.
Other questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your coming in. Is there anyone else who hasn't testified who desires to testify on HB 112? Right. Seeing no one, I'll close the hearing on HB 112, and I'm going to ask the Vice Chair, Representative. Oh, that's right. Yes, I'm sorry. That's right. Sure. Let's take a 3-minute recess. Yeah, we'll take a 3-minute recess, and then we'll go over to 112. Great. Thank you.
We will now open a hearing for House Bill 117, and we recognize Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Bob Lynn. I'm a representative from Wyndham, and I should note at the outset that I am not a rental property owner. I did actually own some rental property in Concord probably 35 years ago or so, but I am not a rental property owner. I guess I should say, in the interest of full disclosure, I believe that I do have an interest in a nationally owned, a REIT, real estate investment trust that run by Vanguard. But I have some tiny little percentage of the total ownership of that. So I have no particular interest in rental property one way or the other. The intent of this bill is to overrule a case that came to my attention when I was on the New Hampshire Supreme Court. It was decided long before I got there. But when I first heard about it, saw it, it really kind of startled me because it basically says that if you're a landlord, and I should say it applies only to restricted property. So you've heard the definition of restricted property. If it's a single family home and you own more than 3 single family homes, or if it's a rental, if it's a multifamily unit, I believe it's over 4. So it doesn't apply to, your particular house. If you just rent out your house and that's the only house, or you only own 2 or whatever. So I would say it applies to somewhat larger landlords. But basically what this case says is that under the law as it now stands, if you are a landlord and you rent your property to a tenant under a year's lease, the lease is not really for a year. It is potentially in perpetuity. Because you cannot, at the end of the lease, you cannot say as the landlord, I'm terminating this lease. Which when I first read that case, I just found it startling that would be the law, because people have entered into a contract that says you have a lease for 1 year, yet you can't end the lease because the lease is up. To me, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And it's based on an interpretation of the landlord-tenant statute, RSA 540, that says that the mere fact that the lease is up and the contract is ended is not good cause for ending the tenancy. I have to say, I just don't understand the reasoning behind that. And I have to say that in that case, there was a concurring opinion by Justice Netto, and Joe Netto, who was a person I knew for many, many years, a wonderful judge, a Democrat, it's hardly some, sort of right-wing judge, who said this, he concurred in the court's decision because there was a procedural issue that did not allow him to vote to dissent, but he basically said the majority's decision just doesn't make any sense. I want to just take a couple of seconds to talk about the practical implications of the law as it now stands. I think it really reduces the availability of housing to marginal tenants, because think about this. The landlord says to himself, if he says to himself now, or the landlord, let me put it this way: a landlord should be able to say to himself, if there's someone who the landlord maybe has some reservation, is this person going to be a good tenant or not a good tenant, that kind of thing. The landlord should be able to say, well, okay, I'll take a chance on this tenant because this is only a year's lease. And at the end of the year, if the tenant turns out that my worst fears are realized, then I can just end the lease. But under existing law, the landlord can't do that. The landlord has to say, I could have this tenant here for a long time. So the landlord may very well decide, if it's a close call, the landlord may well decide to say, no, I'm not taking a chance on this tenant. And I think it seems to me that, if that kind of thinking is repeated on a number of occasions, that impacts in a negative way the availability of housing to everyone. it should be the law that a lease means what it says. And let me emphasize here, I'm not talking about in any way, discrimination on the basis of race or sex or any other protected class. That obviously is unlawful, and it would remain unlawful under this bill as it is now. I did put in at the suggestion of of Attorney Elliott Perry, who I don't know if he's here today or not, and I don't mean to suggest that he supports the bill. I know he doesn't agree with the bill, but he did have a suggestion which I thought made sense, to limit the bill to circumstances where the lease term is more than 6 months, or if it's less than 6 months, that the lease term has actually the lease has actually existed for 6 months. So if it's a month-to-month lease, but it's actually gone on for 6 months. And my reasoning there was, I think there is a valid point that if you have a very short-term lease of less than 6 months, it probably is the expectation of both sides that this lease is not going to end at the end of a month, even if it is a month-to-month rent. Most people do not enter into those kind of agreements expecting that they're going to leave in a month. So that's why the 6 month limitation was put in there. There is a under the law as it exists now, which would not be changed by this. If you're going to institute eviction proceedings on the basis of for a reason other than non-payment of rent, which this would be. This would be the lease term has ended. The law requires a 30-day notice in order to terminate the lease and evict the tenant. Now, there's been some suggestion that perhaps that provision, that notice provision, should be longer, maybe 60 days. I guess I would say I want to think about that a little bit, but that might make sense. I'm certainly not adamantly opposed to that. I'm not quite sure why 30 days isn't enough, but if there was some particular reason, and again, I guess I would emphasize here. Remember, we're talking about ending the lease at the end of the term. So when the landlord and tenant originally entered into the lease, obviously the tenant knows it's a 1-year lease. But I can see that despite that, if the landlord is intent on not renewing the lease, I can understand the idea of requiring the landlord to give some notice. I would tend to say the 30-day notice that existing law would provide for is okay, but if the committee thinks that it should be something longer than that, I'm certainly open to considering that. I think that's really about all I have to say, and I know we're busy, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When this decision came down, do you have any idea what the rate of available rental housing was as compared with what it is today?
I'm sorry, Representative. I really don't. My suspicion is that the availability of rental housing was greater than it is now. That's my suspicion, because I know we have a serious problem right now in terms of the availability of housing. And this decision was handed down in 2005. My suspicion is that the situation was not as dire as it is now.
Could I follow up with one quick one? So then can you understand how difficult it would be for someone who has a 1-year lease but really expects to stay, having no reason to believe that they're not going to be able to stay, realize how important it is to have as much notice as possible to try to find alternative housing when there's so little available, and therefore why, for example, 60 days is twice as good as 30 days.
No, that's a valid point. I can't dispute that. That's a valid point. You know, can I just make one other point that I neglected to say before? I think it's important that everyone understand this. I'm not here saying that this bill is like, it's critically important. If we don't pass this bill, the sky's going to fall. I'm not here saying that. And the reason I want to emphasize that is, in many respects, this bill is, for lack of a better term, it's sort of a truth in advertising bill, because what this bill really says is a landlord should be able to end a tenancy at the end of its term. That's what the contract says. But suppose you don't pass this bill. Suppose it doesn't. I introduced it last year. I think it got through the House, but it didn't get through the Senate. Suppose you don't pass this bill. Well, does that mean the landlord who wants to get rid of a tenant who's a problem is not going to be able to get rid of the tenant? No. What the landlord will do is raise the rent, or use some other vehicle that the landlord is able to do legally under the law, even where, and in effect, that's sort of an excuse. The landlord really just would not raise the rent, would simply say, the lease is up and I want you to leave. And I think it's not a good thing to put landlords in a position where they need to find some other excuse, which they'll find, and nobody's going to be able to. If the landlord says, I want to raise the rent, the landlord can raise the rent. That's entirely legal. But do you really want to put a landlord in a position where they have to do something like that, where what they're really saying is, I don't, for whatever reason, not a discriminatory reason, but for whatever reason, I don't want to renew the lease with this particular tenant. I don't think you do want to. I don't think the law should encourage that. I think the law should allow, people to act forthrightly with each other. Thank you.
Representative McBeath.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So isn't it, can't, under the current law, once the term of the lease expires, it's just a month-to-month tenancy. So both the landlord and the renter have, alternatives or, to end the lease already. I mean, this would take away really that. I mean, I think the year allows the landlord to recoup their expenses, gives the security to the renter. But if the renter is not, for whatever reason, landlord wants to get rid of them, as you said, they can. But so there are, remedies available under the current law. It's not like the lease continues really forever. It's just this lease to lease, month-to-month extension.
No, I have to respectfully disagree. I think that's exactly what Judge Netto was pointing out in his written opinion. It's not. It's the landlord can't when that lease is extended month to month, the landlord can't end the month to month either, just because the month to month is over. So as Justice Netto pointed out, it perpetually, this is theoretically a perpetual lease. Now, obviously at some point, economic situation is going to be such that the landlord is obviously going to raise the rent at some point. And maybe the tenant wouldn't be able to afford to pay the rent and then would be able to leave. But no, it's not true that once this turns into a month-to-month rent, it can be a month-to-month tenancy. It can be defeated. The tenant, of course, can quit anytime, but the landlord cannot under the reasoning of this case.
Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Representative Lynn. I guess what I'm wondering is it your understanding that essentially if the terms of the offer for the lease change in any way, price or some other provision, that this really wouldn't apply? This really applies more or less in this sort of an implied right of first refusal, I guess I'd call it, that whoever is in the property can continue and essentially, if any of the other terms were to change, like the landlord wants to change the price or place other restrictions or whatever, that essentially they would already be able to do that. This would only apply if they sort of status quo, but they have some other reason why they want that tenant to leave.
Right. No, I think that's a fair point. I mean, that the reasoning of the majority in that case is sort of along the lines of what you're saying. Basically, what the majority said in that case. I think the decision was written by Justice Delanus, for whom I have great respect. She was a great judge. I just disagree with her on this, but I think the rationale of the majority was, well, if you're talking about only restricted property, so the landlords tend to be sort of bigger landlords, and if the landlord isn't trying to change the sort of economic or other conditions of the lease, which the landlord could do, but if the landlord's not trying to do that, then it shouldn't really make any difference to the landlord whether the tenant is tenant X or tenant Y. And I think the problem with that is that it was what I alluded to before. In other words, you may have a situation where a landlord wants to get rid of a tenant because the tenant is a problem tenant. And sure, there are provisions under the law that would allow the landlord to go to court and say, the tenant is disturbing other tenants or hurting the property or whatever. Sure, that's true. But you can have situations, it seems to me, where a landlord doesn't want to do that kind of thing and just wants to be able to know, as I said before, I'm willing to take a risk on this tenant, even though I have questions about whether he or she will be a good tenant, because I only have to do this for a year. And if it turns out my worst fears come to light, I'm just going to end the tenancy at the end of the year, and I won't have to go to court and fight about was the tenant being too noisy, or was the tenant the tenant's pet causing problems. I won't have to do that. I can just say a year's up, you have to leave. But under this case, the landlord can't do that.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Lynn. So, I'm listening to what you had just expressed, and for one, with a bad tenant. No, let me back up a bit. Once the lease has expired and you've given the resident a 30-day notice that they have to move, does not the case still have to go to court for an eviction?
Well, the case would have to go to court, but this decision says you can't evict just because the lease is up. So if you gave a 30-day note under current law now, if you gave a 30-day notice saying the lease is up, I want you to leave, the tenant could say, I'm not leaving, and would prevail.
So, may I follow up? So the tenant would say, I am not leaving, but the landlord still wants the tenant out. At that point, wouldn't a court case begin?
Well, the landlord, I suppose, could still go to court, but under the law, the landlord would lose. So I think that, unless the landlord wanted to sort of waste his time and maybe his money by hiring a lawyer, the landlord presumably would not go forward because the landlord would lose.
Man, follow up. And so why do you think the landlord would lose?
Because this case says that. This case says that if the only reason you're looking to evict a tenant is the term of the lease is up, you can't evict the tenant. That's what the law says.
Thank you.
Representative Perez.
Thank you. I'm going to put this very simply, as I'm one of the few that are not a lawyer here. But so I own a home. Say I own an apartment building, which I do not. And I have a lease coming up at the end of March. And my daughter, for some reason, is moving here from Florida and is staying with me. and I can say to her, well, there's a lease up at the end of March. You can move in the 1st of April. Under the current law, I, as a landlord, cannot do that. Under this law, I would be able to do that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not quite sure if I'm not quite sure I understand your example.
They do
but-
behind you. They're shaking their head. So, okay, so I own an apartment building.
Yeah.
I have a tenant whose lease is going to be up. I want to rent that apartment
Oh,
to my
oh,
daughter.
Yes. No. I'm sorry. I
Under the
didn't.
current law, I can't terminate that lease and give it to my daughter.
Well, no. You know what? I think there may. I'm not positive about this, but I think the answer to that is yes, you could, because I think that there is that probably wanting to rent to a family member.
Okay, let's say I want
would
to rent
be
it to a friend. I'll leave my daughter.
okay.
under. I want to rent it to a friend.
So I think it becomes the friend makes it a closer question, but even there, if you have some particular reason that you want to evict the tenant, beyond there being just the it's the end of the term. If you say, it's a family member, I'm almost positive if it's a family member, there's a provision that allows you to do that. If it's just a friend, I'm not sure, but it might be that a court would say, well, that's a good reason that is good cause. But if you just said the lease is up, I want you out, for you tenant out, that would not be good enough. You would have the tenant would have a right to stay.
May I?
Follow up?
So, but this law would allow me to do that if it was for a friend, a family member, or just a different person. This law would allow me to do that.
Right.
correct?
This law basically says you made a contract. When the contract is over, the contract is over, and that the contract is over, so the tenant has to leave. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Representative Stapleton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You cited a Supreme Court decision of 2005. What is the title, name of that?
Sure.
decision?
Absolutely. I'm sorry. It's called AIMCO, AIMCO Properties versus Dizowitz, DZIEWISZ, and it's reported at 152 New Hampshire 587.
Thank you. Follow up. It sounds like if you want to terminate this lease, you have to have good cause. If you have good cause, then it sounds as though that you've got a good chance of being able to defend and acquire and complete that termination. Without good cause, you're inhibited from just an arbitrary termination of a lease under the law. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, I think you're right. The question is whether the end of the lease term is good cause. And the Supreme Court said in this case, no, it is not good cause. And that's basically what I have a problem with. And the purpose of this bill is to say, normally when a contract is over, the contract is over. And so I would think that would be good cause to evict the tenant if the tenant didn't want to leave.
Any further questions for Representative Lynn? Seeing none, thank you. We now call Representative Staub. And
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for taking my testimony. My name is Kathy Staub. I represent Hillsborough District 25, which is Ward 5 in Manchester. in the city of Manchester, about 50% of the people who live there are renters. My goal today is to give you some information about who will be impacted if this bill were to pass. Currently, the state has just cause eviction, which means you can't evict somebody unless they've violated the terms of the lease, they've not paid rent. You can ask someone to leave if you're going to move into the unit yourself, or you have a family member who's going to move into the unit yourself and themselves. Even with just cause eviction, we have a very serious problem with homelessness in the city of Manchester and in a lot of other cities in the state. A lot of attention gets paid to the people who are living on in tents on the street corners, but there's a lot of hidden homelessness. There's families with children who are living in hotels. I have a new neighbor who, with her husband and 3 children, was living in a hotel for over a year, and she just recently found a place to live. I've also, heard stories and have friends who are elderly who found out their apartment building was being sold and they were told to leave so that they could renovate the building and raise the rent. She ended up couch surfing for a number of years, and this is a woman who was living independently who is now in a nursing home. The other group of people that are impacted by this are young people, usually with low incomes. This is their first place that they're living, and they struggle to pay rent, and they end up living in their cars because they have no place to go. The lucky ones are able to double up. People move in with family members. It's very difficult, and it's hard to keep people who are working in low-income jobs, the people who keep the grocery stores open, the people who are working in the nursing homes, people who are cleaning the hospital. Those are the people who are most likely to be impacted by something like this because they don't have any place to go. You've heard about the low vacancy rates. Currently in New Hampshire, average rent for a single-family apartment is $1,200. For 2-bedroom, it's $1,500 a month. In the Hillsborough County, it's $1,800 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment. In order to get one of those apartments, if you can find it, because the vacancy rate is so low, you have to prove that you have the income to be able to rent that apartment. So, for example, if you're willing to pay 50% of your income for your housing, the landlord won't rent to you. So it's really difficult. It's a really serious situation that we have in the city of Manchester and in other cities around the state. And I don't see how this bill will do anything except exacerbate the problem, because you're going to have more people who are being evicted, more people who can't find housing, and more homelessness. And when that happens, we're a humane society, so we can't abide seeing young families living in cars or on the streets with their children, so we put them up in hotels, and the burden of that falls on all of us in the society. And so I'm opposed to this bill. I hope you don't. I hope you declare it inexpedient to legislate, and I'm happy to take any questions. I will say that New Hampshire Legal Aid is coming forward after me, so questions about the legality might better be answered by them. Thank you.
Questions for this witness?
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Staples.
Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I didn't catch that percentage, but you said if tenant's rent is such a percentage of income, they won't rent to you. What is that percentage again?
Thank you for the question. It's nice to see you again. We sat next to each other on Organization Day. Normally, what like the National Low Income Housing Association says is that you should be paying 30% of your income for your housing. But if you have to pay more than that, landlords can say, "No, I'm not going to rent to you." And there are so many people stacked up for every apartment that they get to choose who's going to live in that apartment. And there just aren't enough.
Yes.
Is there a red line there? Okay, 30% is the standard requirement. But, does the red line occur when it's 40%, 50% higher?
I'm not sure. I think, maybe Legal Aid might be able to answer that question a little bit better. But, there are people who are paying more than more than 30% of their income for housing if the landlord will allow it. But it's difficult to find a landlord who will do that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Nick Norman?
Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak to you. I introduced myself last time. I advocate for landlords across the state with a large readership of around 3,400. I believe that I can be fairly quick on this. I know we're short on time with lots of bills to consider. I want to assure you, as a landlord of 35 years and in contact with thousands of landlords, that there is no landlord that gets pleasure out of evicting tenants or wants to evict tenants. A landlord does not want to evict a tenant. It's bad business. It loses money. It creates hardship for the tenant. We don't want to do that. And it creates hardship for the landlords with more maintenance costs, advertising, showing the property. There's no reason that we want to evict a tenant. However, as one of the previous speakers did say, sometimes there is a tenant that you don't want the tenancy to continue. They may be causing a lot of trouble to the neighboring tenants in the property. There's quite a number of reasons that you may not want to continue a tenancy. So if this bill were to pass, what you would see, I predict, was that the only people that would be affected by this are those bad tenants that are causing problems, or perhaps a friend situation, like was mentioned over here, that might be hard to justify as a good cause. Because the tenants, landlords just don't want to evict. The bill would, as said, create an actual end to a lease, and that's only reasonable. You enter a contract, there should be an end to the contract. There was a question over here about where's the red line. In our company, and I think it's common for landlords, red line would be 50% of income. It's really hard for someone to afford to live and make it work in a long-term situation at 50%. But even in our company, we don't say no at 50%. What we say at that level is, if you want to live here and pay 50% or more of your income, then you need to prove to us that you can do that. Right? You can submit to us a budget, give us your history. Maybe you're the kind of person that is really good on saving and can budget and make it work. Maybe you have made it work. But when I would say a property owner sees more than 40, then that's we're getting iffy here. Can they really do it? And 50 is, most people can't actually. But there's a few that can, so we wouldn't say no there. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. What recourse do you have if other tenants are complaining about a tenant other than to tell them they have to move out at the end of the lease?
It's a very tough situation for a landlord. There's very little recourse at all. So a landlord could attempt to evict the tenant on bad behavior. It's possible. That is legally allowed. But to go to court to evict a tenant for that situation, you would have to prove the bad behavior. And usually, I'm saying almost always, there is nobody in the property that's a neighboring tenant that would testify in court and put themselves at risk in that way. So it's very hard to get rid of a tenant that's causing disturbance or whatever, selling drugs or any of the different bad behaviors that are there. So one other answer to your question is, if you feel like you can't prove the bad behavior in that scenario, an option, and a lot of landlords will take it, is to choose, well, I'm going to renovate this property into a more high-scale apartment. That's a valid reason to evict a tenant, because you want to do a large renovation. And personally, I think that's a really sad situation, because now what you're doing is you're forcing a landlord to take one of those options, that it reduces the affordable housing.
Thank you very much.
Other questions for this witness? Yes. Representative.
Thank you for taking my question. I hear you keep using the term bad tenant, and I want to know what constitutes a bad tenant.
Bad tenants could be someone that has animals that they don't take care of their animals. They're leaving dog poop around the property and over their beds in the apartment that they haven't cleaned up, or strewn throughout the apartment or on the decks. There's an example of a bad tenant. A bad tenant could be someone that's constantly causing noise disturbance and not giving a place of quiet enjoyment to the neighboring tenants. A bad tenant could be someone that's selling drugs and creating a lot of traffic in the building. Many bad tenant could be someone that's busting holes in the walls and creating damage. A bad tenant, these are things that I know of personally from myself or other landlords. A bad tenant could be a tenant that's mad at the landlord for some reason, and they turn on all of their faucets in the apartment and stuff the drains so that the sinks overflow. There's many kinds of bad tenants. Way far more bad tenants than bad landlords.
All right. Further questions for
you.
this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you have a problem tenant that does any number of things that you just described, and the landlord says you're out on the termination of the lease, or if it's serious enough, even before the termination. And he says, and the tenant says, I'm not going. So you have a recourse to take your eviction complaint to the court. How costly and how long does that generally take? Is that a difficult proposition for a landlord? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. There's two answers to the question. The eviction process fairly quickly divides down into two scenarios. One is non-payment of rent. The other is all other sorts of bad behaviors. If it's a non-payment of rent, that's a fairly simple eviction to win for a landlord, actually. And that process usually takes about 6 to 8 weeks if the landlord is diligent at following every step, right after the last step ends, and they haven't made any mistakes, clerical mistakes on the forms. If it's for bad behavior of any of those different things, the process takes an extra 21 days if you can actually prove those situations in court. And usually it's very difficult to prove those types of allegations in court. So it's real likely to actually lose the case after all of that. In terms of costs, the cost of an eviction can run, if you're doing it yourself, anywhere from maybe around $200 to $400 by the time you're done. And there's a lot of factors that change the cost.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
David Klein, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak. My name is David Klein again. I just want to reiterate, turnover costs are very expensive for landlords. We have to go in, clean the apartment, many times repaint it. Sometimes we have to change the flooring. We don't want to be in the eviction business. We want to be in the renting business, and it's very rare we do it. Second of all, under RSA 540:2, which is the landlord-tenant statute dealing with evictions, you have delineated certain things that are grounds for evictions. And the problem is there are times when you hit that spot where it doesn't meet one of those grounds, and this bill gives us an option to get a bad tenant out who's not super bad. I have one of those situations today. I use a management company to run the apartments. tenants are supposed to call the management company. Out of the 40 units I have one who I never gave a phone number to, isn't supposed to call me, got it from an older tenant before we turned it over, and calls me. His next to last phone message starts, "Hi, dumb slumlord." He calls me, threatened to call every day. He hasn't. He's threatened to contact all of my tenants to talk about how bad I am, try and deal with me, making economic threats against me. He's degraded in many of the phone messages our management company. He's a pain, to put it mildly. But he doesn't destroy the property. I can't prove he's making these phone calls from the property, so then I don't have a grounds for eviction that he might be creating or being involved in criminal activity of harassment phone calls. And I really am going to have trouble getting him out. And I need to get him out for my own peace of mind. I finally had to block him sometimes so I could take care of some of my own personal things. And the problem is I don't have a good ground. His lease is coming up. We want to get rid of him. We have to find something. If this bill was in place, I would be able to do it. Another advantage of this bill actually goes to the tenants, that in an eviction process, the first step is serving the tenant with an eviction notice. And in the eviction notice, you have to specify the grounds. Non-payment of rent's easy. But in other cases, we will have to allege, if it's bad behavior, that bad behavior. That document is a public document. Any new landlord can get a hold of it. Any of the reporting services regarding tenants can get a hold of it. And it could make it far harder for that tenant to find other housing in the future. An eviction on a tenant's record is grounds, in my mind, to reject that tenant. So that if we have this in place, lease is up, he knows he has to get out, he doesn't want an eviction, he's gone, helps him, helps me. And I think it's worth it to have this in place. And we don't want to evict. I know we're going to hear that landlords can evict if they would be able to evict if they don't like the tenant, but it's very expensive. It's not something we want to do. And just understand, I lose a month's rent right up front paying the management company to re-rent it if I do that. And many other landlords are in the same position. Or if you do it yourself, you have your time, energy, screening, all that involved. So we're not out to evict people. We don't make money evicting people. We lose money hand over fist.
All right.
Thank you for allowing me to testify.
All right. Thank you, sir. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative McBeath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Klein, for taking my question. I think your testimony said that this bill would allow you to get bad tenants out where they didn't fit currently now. The good causes sections are in 542. Unfortunately, the tenant you're referencing, is a jerk. But jerks have rights, unfortunately. We might not always want them to. And as I think the prime sponsor of this rule said, maybe sometimes landlords should get legal advice, because instead of evicting this jerk, maybe a civil restraining order, which would not cost $200 to $500, would give you peace of a mind, but it still protects. You said he was a good tenant, right? You said he's paying his bills and he's not bothering anyone there. He's just bothering you. So that harassment could be, addressed appropriately through the law and not through trying to evict him.
I looked at 540. First of all, the reference is 540:2 for the grounds for eviction, just to make that clear. Then we have I call it the do's and don'ts of landlord-tenant law, 540-A. He doesn't fit, in my mind, the language of 540A to give me that. And in order to get such a civil restraining order, I'd have to go to Superior Court and get an injunction against him, which gets very expensive. It's not one of these little civil petitions that we can do in 540A. So it's more difficult than you're saying.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Jessica Margison? Yes, Ms. Margison, thank you.
Good morning. Jessica Margison again, and I oppose this bill for quite a few reasons. I also brought up with me, and I would hope everybody would take a look at RSA 540:2, termination of tenancy. There's a myriad of multiple different ways that they can, as they stated, have an eviction. many of the ones I listen to, there are plenty of reasons. And someone asked over here about when they mentioned I would like to close my apartment. I'm renting it out, but I have a relative moving in. Well, whether it's a friend, a relative, whatever it is, that falls under other good cause, a sound business decision. If it's a sound business decision for you, you can evict. And it's a horrible fear that tenants live under every day. So adding another tool to their box to just casually evict someone in the state that we're in right now would be very devastating. Under this one, this bill would be very unhealthy for our state. It'd be very costly, and it creates instability in an already unstable environment. As stated previously multiple times, like Manchester, our vacancy rate's 0.3. Our county, Hillsborough, is 0.4, not much better. It takes my tenants on average 6 months to locate an apartment that they can secure. Those at 30% AMI, area median income, and up to 50% AMI have way less options out there available to them for renting. A lot of them are stuck currently in hotels in our state. We have roughly 72 individuals and families in hotels. Majority of them because they cannot find an apartment. I have some clients with vouchers even. They just can't find an apartment. So we don't want to take a situation as it is where it's already hard to be housed and create something harder when we already have plenty of safety, plenty of reasons in here a landlord could evict, from anything from a safety reason, if the tenant's not safe to be in there either to themselves or others, if they're creating damage, if they won't let them in to do bug remediation. There's a myriad of reasons already, other than the horrible one of other good cause. So I strongly oppose this one. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, because if you look over it, you'll see rent due, damage, failure to comply with lease terms, unsafe behavior, other good cause, removal of dwelling unit, even if they want to just remove the dwelling unit from there. So I've seen many tenants that this would affect extremely adversely, and it would affect a marginalized portion of the society much worse than another, creating strain on other resources available to help them, such as the homelessness that's been spoken about.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. Brendan LeMay?
Hey, it's Brendan LeMay from Manchester, New Hampshire. I am a tenant organizer with Rights and Democracy, but speaking on my own behalf right here. I'm speaking in opposition of Bill 117. And I want to put it shortly here. I think that this bill would make it so more law-abiding and lease-abiding tenants are going to get evicted. And so we've heard some examples here. And again, we're all innocent until we're proven guilty, in a court of law at least. And if you can't prove that a crime is being committed, and you can't prove that a lease term is being broken, then what merit is there at all? Again, these are just like, you can just evict somebody on the suspicion that they might be breaking a law or they might be breaking a lease term. I would need to see something much more concrete in order to justify that. And one thing I wanted to add to, for extra context, somebody asked here about what landlords generally require for income. My landlord requires no more than rent to be 25% of my income. I usually see it's between that and like 1/3 of your income, just to clear that up. So yeah, this bill would essentially would increase evictions at a time when housing is not very available right now. It's virtually a 0% occupancy rate. It should be about 4 to 8%. And I also want to add too, evictions make it harder to find that next apartment. So again, we could be evicting more lease and law-abiding tenants and then affect their ability negatively to get an apartment. Again, all because they followed the law, they paid their rent on time, they picked up after their dog poop, and, for what? And finally, I want us to imagine, what is the least, I don't want to say a bad landlord, but what if my landlord was a Democrat and I am a Republican, and my landlord can look up my registration? Like, could they then? Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Well, sorry. Could I rephrase that?
yes, you may rephrase.
Let's say my landlord has a different political association as me. No?
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, this is about a bill. This is not about anybody's political party preference, and I object to
Could I?
continuing the
Oh,
discussion.
sorry. Okay. What if my landlord is a Jets fan and I'm a Patriots fan, and they want to evict me just for that because of the sports team that I root for? I mean, that could be a grounds for an eviction under this law. So,
If you mean if the term of the lease was up, it could be in a grounds.
oh
for
yes,
eviction.
yes. And also, I want to say too, there's a reference to saying that essentially, as just cause exists right now, leases are in perpetuity, in effect. But I want to say that housing is a human need, and even if my lease is up, I still keep living in perpetuity, hopefully. And I believe this bill would increase homelessness and negatively impact the ability of future folks to rent.
All right. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. You allege that the evictions may go up as a result of this bill because you're having an eviction on your tenancy record. Wouldn't it make more sense for everybody to get along and say, hey, look, the lease is up. We're going to go away individually and separately on our own accord. Then you don't have the eviction. The landlord doesn't have to go through it. And then there's no problems acquiring another property in the future. Doesn't that make more sense?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. I would say in a normal housing market, if we had a vacancy rate of 8%, then in effect, yeah, I believe that could make the most sense for all parties involved. I don't believe that tenants want to stay in a place where the landlord does not want them to be there, but circumstances virtually, dictate that it's very hard to find that next apartment. And if I get an eviction, then, like a previous speaker said, it could take up to 6 months to find a new apartment. So, renters are in a bind right now.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Is there not a difference between an eviction and not renewing your lease? I mean, it seems to me that if I don't renew your lease, I'm not evicting you. I'm just not renewing your lease. And if you are a good tenant and you do all the wonderful things that you're supposed to do and paying and picking up and this and that, and you think it's going to be because you're a Jets fan and I'm a Patriots fan, I think that's going a little deep, because if I'm a landlord, I'm not willing to have to put forward the money that I would have to put forward to find someone new just because you don't like the Patriots.
Yeah. I'm not well, first off, thank you for the question, Representative. So I want to make sure that I answer your question. So are you asking, is it not an eviction if you don't want to renew the lease? So under current definition, that is an eviction. That's also not a good cause right there. And I want to apologize. I don't know if I fully understood the nature of your question there.
I just wanted to know if, what do you think would be the motive of a landlord wanting to not renew your lease if you were all these wonderful, the perfect tenant? I mean, do we not assume that landlord would want to keep you there? The devil you know is better than the devil you don't, or that type of thing?
Okay, yeah, no, thank you for that question, and thank you for clarifying, and I apologize for my confusion there. I would say, yeah, like a rationally acting landlord would conduct in that manner, and I would hope that most landlords in this room would generally agree with that sentiment. Unfortunately, the majority of the landlords, the problem landlords, are not necessarily the most rational actors, in my opinion. There, and sometimes just personal disputes just get in the way of a rational business decision.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for answering our questions. The purpose of a contract is to establish mutually agreed terms, and they protect both parties. It's designed to protect you, the tenant, and the landlord. Both parties are supposed to abide by the terms of the contract. This bill is only dealing with the end of the contract. Okay? So after the contract is up, what obligations does the landlord have to you, the tenant, once that contract is lapsed? Is the landlord is the landlord still required to abide by whatever those terms of the contract are if you aren't?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So the answer is both parties are still like their obligations are still to uphold both ends of the contract. So me as the tenant, I would then have to keep paying my rent. I would have to keep respecting the property. The landlord still provides, a basic quality of housing. I would also say too that I want to emphasize that housing is a human need, and I would argue too it's a public good. So I also want to emphasize too that there are broader implications outside of just this contract, but also in again such a low vacancy rate. I mean, there are negative implications for tenants. There are negative implications for the community at large. And sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
No, I see.
Yeah, hang on. Representative Smith.
Thank you very much. Sir, you tell us that you're representing rights and democracy here. Are you a registered lobbyist?
I believe that I am not registered as a lobbyist right now.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
Kirsten Cornell?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Kirsten Cornell. I'm an attorney with New Hampshire Legal Assistance, and I'm here today in opposition to this bill. I will try my hardest to answer some of the questions regarding eviction process that seem to have come up over the past few minutes we've been discussing this, and my colleague will be passing around a couple of handouts which include the eviction form that landlords can use when they are seeking to evict a tenant. And it lists both the reasons and the time frame that's required, just so that you have an opportunity to look at what they're working with. I want to start by saying that on the face of this bill, it looks pretty benign. I think that if we were living in a time and a place where there was sufficient housing, all landlords were good actors, and landlords and tenants had equal bargaining power, I think that many of us would be hard-pressed to disagree. But we're not living in that time and place. We're living in a time and place when housing prices are at an all-time high. Vacancy is at an all-time low. You've heard the statistics, so I won't go through them again. The one I will add is that over 30,000 households in New Hampshire are spending over half their income on rent. It is harder to get an apartment right now, which makes it easier for a landlord to require a greater income. So let's say a tenant has been renting for the past 5 years. And when they got that apartment, there was a much higher vacancy rate. A healthy housing economy has about a 5% vacancy rate. That's a rate in which people are able to move relatively seamlessly from one place to another without disrupting their lives. As you've heard, we have a 0.5 to a 0.3% vacancy rate in New Hampshire right now. So 4 or 5 years ago, you could get an apartment with having 50% of your income going toward your rent. That's not possible anymore. So a person who was able to get that apartment has been able to make that work, has been paying their rent, has been complying with lease terms, has been a good neighbor. This bill would make it possible for them to be evicted for doing nothing wrong, and then place them in a housing market where they're simply not going to be able to find a place to go. I have clients who have looked for apartments for 6 months to a year and then ended up leaving the state because they couldn't find anything. In the last 3 weeks, I've had 2 clients tell me that they're not going to bother looking because they can't find anything. The good cause law that was passed and that was used in the case that was referenced, and that was the formation of this bill, was meant to balance the risks and the rights of both the interests and harms of both the property owners and the tenants. It was to find a way for tenants to have some rights and some protection, some stability, and also allow property owners the ability to, for good reason, be able to use their property in a way that they desire, which is why good cause exists. Because any legitimate business reason, economic reason, constitutes good cause. If you want to take it off the housing market, you can do that. If you want to rent to your daughter, you can do that. There are very many reasons that you can evict a tenant. This is just making it so that you don't have to give a reason at all.
Ms. Cornell, you're kind of over your time, so can I ask you to sum up, please, if you could?
I sure can. So in an effort not to reiterate what others have said, I'll just say that this bill will essentially create a practice, or could create a practice, of a series of 6-month tenancies that are essentially probationary. A stable housing is not going to become available for folks who are not fortunate enough to own property in this state. And that's detrimental to low-income tenants, and it's detrimental to renters overall. I'm happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Questions for this witness? Representative Kutab.
Under the current law, couldn't a landlord just raise the cost of the rent exponentially to make the tenant leave anyway if they wanted them to leave?
Yes. They have to give 30 days notice for a rental increase as the law currently stands.
Thank you.
Other question, Representative Grease.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for answering our questions. If the landlord wants to raise the rent, when are they allowed to raise the rent?
They're allowed to raise the rent outside of a rental period. So let's say that the termination, say there's a 12-month lease, and that 12-month lease is up in January. So, and this goes to the perpetuity issue as well. So it is true that it's a contract for 12 months. The terms of that contract can be renegotiated at the 12-month mark. So if your 12 months is up in January, you can say to the tenant, if you want to stay, I want you to sign a new lease, and the new lease calls for this amount of rent, and the tenant can say, okay, I'll pay that amount of rent, or any other lease provision you may want to add or change. Or they can say no, and they can move on their way without having to go through the court process.
Follow up, please, sir.
Yes, follow up.
And with that, though, what you've omitted is the fact that if the tenant, you say if the tenant agrees, they can stay, they can sign the new lease, or they could say no and they can move out. But that's the end of the lease agreement. What if the tenant just says, I don't want to sign a new lease, but I don't want to go? And that's what this is dealing with. The landlord does not have any way of saying, I don't want you to stay. I don't want to renew the lease. Why do I have to provide a different reason other than we're at the end of the lease and there are no terms by which I want to sign a new lease?
I mean, I got lost at the end of your question. There's no terms that, so you as the landlord.
I can't raise the rent until the end of the lease.
Yes.
I can't change any of the terms of the lease during the term of the lease.
Correct.
So I have to wait until the end of the lease period to do anything at all. The only thing I can't do is kick you out at the end of the lease period because it's up.
So to be clear, you can evict a tenant for cause
Well, we're
at
not
any
talking
point.
about that.
Okay.
This bill is only dealing with the end of the lease term only. And
Yes,
yet for
it is
some
dealing
reason,
with.
I
But
cannot
you know,
evict the question.
you're talking over each other, so you've asked a question.
I apologize.
Please finish your answer, please.
Okay. So this is about the ending of a lease term. At the end of a lease term, at the end of any contract, you can renegotiate terms. There's a distinction between renegotiating terms and ending the contract. There are reasons that you can end the contract insofar as that are provided in RSA 542. If you want to raise the rent, if you want to renovate, if you want to do any of those economic reasons, you can terminate the contract if the tenant won't agree to the raised rent. The tenant doesn't have to agree to you being able to renovate the property. There are many ways that you have the ability, if you have a valid reason for wanting that tenant out. If you don't have a reason, it's true, because tenants need some rights also. They need to have some protection that if they're doing what they're supposed to do, if they're being a good tenant, as keeps being referred to, they have some protection under the law to ensure that they're going to be able to keep their job, keep their kid in the same school district, live a stable life that everybody, I believe, deserves to have.
Question, Representative Horgan.
You mentioned tenants are moving out of states, rather because of the housing crisis. So where are some of the other places they're going?
I've had tenants telling me that they're moving to Pennsylvania, to Maryland. Many of them are moving to Massachusetts. I've had a couple tell me they're going to Maine. So it's kind of, I think, either where they can find a place or where maybe they have another family member, someone who can help them get a place there.
All right.
So follow up.
Yeah.
So they're so desperate, they're willing to forego the fact we're ranked #1 for freedom, have no income or sales tax, have conveniently located liquor
Is that a question?
Yes. So they're willing to forego all the wonderful things we like to talk about here in New Hampshire in order to live in one of those states.
I would say that they're put in a position where they have to forego, not that they are willing to.
Representative Macbeth, you had a question, I believe.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. I just want to be clear regarding your testimony. The bill would not remove landlord's requirement to find good cause, not only in the 13th month of the end of the lease, but from the 13th month to as long as the tenant was in the building?
That's correct. So any of the enumerated reasons for eviction or good cause has to be given in any circumstance, whether or not there's a lease. The way the law functions now is that if nothing happens at the end of a lease term, then it presumes a month-to-month tenancy thereafter. The same lease terms as were originally agreed to continue to apply, as do the same requirements under the eviction statute.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Turner.
Yeah, and thanks for taking the questions. This has brought up something interesting, I think, in the from what I've heard from previous witnesses. There's been a lot of talk about that this law would basically preclude the need for an eviction, and that there would be no eviction put on record. My understanding, if I read this, is that this is predicated on a tenant that does not want to go voluntarily at the end of their lease term. And so is this creating a new cause for eviction, or is it removing eviction? Because it seems like even if this were in place, you would still need to go through an eviction process because you've still got a tenant that doesn't want to leave. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the way that the eviction law in New Hampshire works is that you can negotiate with the tenant, which I always encourage all of my clients to do, to come to an agreement. If the tenant does not want to leave and the landlord wants them to leave, they have to use the lawful eviction process, which requires a notice of a period of time depending on the reason for the eviction. And then if the tenant has not vacated at the end of that notice period, then the court process begins. And that's when an eviction goes on a tenant's record.
So can I ask one quick follow-up?
Of course.
So in the form that you gave out, which lists the existing reasons for eviction, would there need to be an additional step where this actually gets added as a further cause for this form, so that you could say, all right, these are the other reasons you could evict, and now the new cause is the lease is lapsed or something like that?
So yeah, it would add a cause for eviction at the end of a lease term.
Okay, because I'm not sure that I understand that that's what's in the law.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Elisa I'm not sure if it's Margolis or Margolin. Margolis. Okay. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Alyssa Margolin.
Margolin, I'm sorry.
That's all right. And I serve as Director of Housing Action, New Hampshire. We are opposed to House Bill 117. Our members include many landlords of affordable housing, and we've been very active as an organization in setting up a lot of housing stabilization initiatives, particularly with the pandemic relief funds that have come to the state, ARPA, CARES Act, the December relief package. And we've been able to have a coming together of a lot of landlord and tenant interests to create that stabilization in our state. And so we feel like we've played a role in making sure that the kind of business of being a landlord stayed a very strong business throughout the pandemic, and we avoided that perfect storm or the eviction tsunami that so many experts were predicting. As these programs are starting to wind down now, we urge policymakers to avoid making any policy changes that would exacerbate, as you know, a very fragile housing landscape in our state. I had the opportunity to have a kind of preview of the new housing statewide needs assessment that has been funded. And I will say that all the data here is just the new set of numbers coming out are much worse. The data is very sobering. There's virtually no rental housing available for the typical renter near the job centers. And so we believe that a policy like this, as policymakers kind of putting your finger on this and opening up a new door for evictions, will undoubtedly challenge the New Hampshire's economy and increase homelessness. And has been said many times, you know, RSA 540 already protects a lot of landlords' interests. And I would note that the chairman articulated, you know, a desire to overturn established precedent, and as New Hampshire legal assistants just testified, on its face, there seems to be, it seems to be benign. There seems to be a sense of fairness, a sense of contract law. We entered into this agreement. It came to the end. But as you also noted, Mr. Chair, there are practical implications to this, and we even heard practitioners in the field say that they would use this law to open the door to evicting tenants that they just don't like. And so we don't encourage our policymakers to be making this change, particularly at this time of crisis. You know, inexpedient to legislate is a term of art, but it does seem like now is really not the time to change the law, given the crisis that our state is facing. Thank you. I'll conclude my testimony. Happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. Is there anyone else who desires to testify on HB 117? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on that, and we will turn to the hearing on HB 235. Hang on one second. Let me find that. Give me 1 second. Right, and Representative, you're the sponsor. So. Yeah. All right. Okay.
You'll be nice to her.
Of course we will. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Representative Charlotte DiLorenzo. I am from Newmarket, and I represent Newmarket and Newfields in Rockingham District 10. So the bill that we have before us is to establish a commission to study the expansion of the landlord-tenant mediation program in circuit courts. Now, this bill has come back. It was heard last session, and as formerly SB 216, and it was voted ought to pass on a Senate floor on a voice vote. In House Judiciary Committee, it was voted ITL 11-9. On the House floor, the vote was ITL on a voice vote. Now, this bill would create a commission to study the landlord and tenant mediation pilot program that has been ongoing in the circuit courts. The program was developed by the circuit courts to help landlords and tenants work through issues to avoid an eviction. Mediation is not mandatory, and both the landlord and tenant must agree to mediation. The pilot program has been a great success and has kept 80% of tenants facing eviction in their homes. The study commission would provide the general court and all relevant stakeholders with an appropriate venue to analyze the program, assess what has and has not worked, and recommend changes going forward. The mediation approach is conciliatory rather than punitive and could lead to preservation of tenancy and prevent homelessness. In short, the landlord-tenant mediation program was a temporary circuit court pilot program in conjunction with the Office of Mediation and Arbitration and implemented as an emergency landlord-tenant mediation pilot project in Concord in the Claremont District Courts. Mediation cases in which the tenant filed an appearance were referred to mediation on or before the trial date. The pilot program was very successful and benefited landlords and tenants during the pandemic. Of 36 cases that reached mediation, 79% were settled. Under mediation for non-payment of rent cases, the parties work out a payment agreement to pay the current monthly rent and to pay the arrearage over a limited time period. Tenants eligible for emergency rental assistance are referred to social service agencies, and agency payments are paid directly to the landlord. Due to the success of the pilot program, I would like to see it placed into statute and establish a study committee. Study commission will help with shape out the process. The vote for this bill is for a study committee only. It does not change any statutes at this point. And I'm open for questions.
Right. Questions for Representative DiLorenzo? Representative Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. This pilot program, was this only for evictions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, my friend, for taking my question. So it seems to me like this program, like the pilot program works. I mean, if you're looking 80% like settle, why aren't you putting in a bill just to fund it? Why are we studying it again, number one? And why is it a commission instead of a study committee? I understand that commissions typically cost more money and like, why aren't we just funding it?
Well, I just use the term commission and committee interchangeably, and I may be in error on that. We wanted, the study committee, we wanted to evaluate, what the successes were and what the failures were. So I've actually worked on the initial bill with Senator Perkins Quokka. So this was initially her bill, and it was she and I together that decided we wanted a study commission.
Follow up, do you mind?
No, please go ahead.
Would you be opposed of just doing a legislative study committee on that instead of a commission? I understand it costs more.
Absolutely.
And I know that we're having a committee on commissions and about how there's a lot of unnecessary commissions that the general court passes. So would this be something where, you and I and maybe a couple people could sit down this summer and talk about in the housing area and maybe come up with a solution that way?
Well, I wanted some stakeholders to weigh in because it does involve landlords and property owners, and we want to get their take. It involves legal services community. We'd like to get their take. So we want it to be sort of like an inclusive process. Thank you.
And I completely agree. I think we have landlords, stakeholders, we have the court system in the back.
Yes.
Would you be opposed to changing it just to a committee?
Could you, I don't understand your,
A legislative study committee. That's all.
I don't know, I need to think about that. Thank you.
Representative Smith, do you have a question?
If I could just follow up on Representative Alexander's suggestion, if in fact there was language that indicated that the intention was to include stakeholders in the process of evaluation and deciding where to go from here, would you then feel that you would be able to support that?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. How were people referred to the study, the mediation program? How were they referred to the mediation program? Do you know?
Oh, how would they get referred?
Right. How did these 30 some odd people, 36 cases, how did they get into this?
Through the circuit courts.
Through the circuit courts.
Yes.
So if it was expanded to more circuit courts, you'd see a lot more people coming in.
Sure, it would be part of like a landlord tenant intake during the court process. And the court would offer mediation for the landlord and the tenant at no cost. And there are services available for tenants, like if let's say it's a non-payment of rent issue and perhaps it's they're not receiving child support, then the mediator could refer the tenant to services to get that child support money so they can pay the rent. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Macbeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. We have to look around that speaker. So my question, the expansion, I'm curious if your intentions of expanding it across the state and maybe put a priority in for Rockingham County. I had heard, I was at a CLE last week, and I heard how great this program is, landlords and tenants. And as far as referring, it usually happens that day of the hearing where the people come to court and they're resolving issues right in the lobby. So, so is the expansion you're thinking going to be statewide, and is there a priority for Rockingham County?
I would think for all of the circuit courts.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Horgan?
Thank you. I'll make this quick because it's sort of a would you believe, but would you believe that I'm also a co-sponsor of the bill and that I think the inclusion of the court system and these outside stakeholders improves the bill, and also that this commission is in fact extremely necessary. It's not a commission that's it's not an outmoded commission that hasn't done anything in years, but this is a new commission and it's a very timely topic.
Yes, I believe it.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, Representative DiLorenzo.
Oops.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Representative Wallace.
Yes, thanks for taking my question. The one stakeholder that I see that's absent from this list is any representative of the landlords. Can you speak to that?
I believe that's it.
I see
Oh,
I see 2 senators,
F,
4
a
of the
repres-
House, 1 judge,
Okay.
representative New Hampshire Legal Assistants, representative of the Bar Association, and representative New Hampshire Apartments Association.
That's them.
And they
those are the
represent all the
landlords,
landlords.
yeah.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Yeah. Mr. Klein and Mr. Norman, our
Right.
friends.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, Representative DiLorenzo.
You're welcome.
Next, I'm going to call on Richard Head from the Judicial Branch.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members
morning,
of the
Mr.
committee. My name is Richard Head. I'm the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Judicial Branch, and I have to apologize to Representative DiLorenzo. I did not have a chance to catch up with her before regarding my testimony today. In the grand scheme of things, we enthusiastically support our program. We think it's a great program. We'll tell anybody who's interested in learning about it. So we would be happy to either have a commission, a committee, set up in which we could talk about our program. That said, I do want to give a couple more pieces of information that are recent that may also influence your decision on this bill. One is, this bill is set up, there are two phases to the landlord-tenant mediation. One is a pre-filing process in which the parties are notified of a pre-filing mediation process through various forms that have been created that identify specifically this process. We've reached out, or I'm sorry, in the course of that process in 2020, end of 2021 through calendar year 2022, 729 parties contacted the courts. Of those, 199 went into mediation pre-suit. We don't yet have data on the success or failure of that 199. There's the second part of it is in Concord and in Nashua and Manchester. That's a post-filing mediation program. In that program, there have been 120 mediations in those two courts. 75% of those have settled. So that's more updated. That's calendar year through calendar year 2022. The other aspect of this is that we have retained Resolution Systems Institute to do an evaluation of this program. So they are undertaking a process evaluation of the entire program at this point, and that's new. We're expecting a report for that not until October of 2023, end of October, beginning of November. So that would not inform a committee if it was established. It may be this may be a year too early because this may provide important information. We would, of course, be happy to share that with the legislature as to what the findings are of that. But we are undertaking sort of a detailed process evaluation of our program. It's a program we're very proud of. We want it to continue. The other aspect that is also very recent is we have received additional federal grant funds to continue this. We anticipate that would continue the program for another 2 years. So our existing COVID-related money would expire mid-year this year. And then I think we have another 2 years of funding now available through this new grant that we have obtained. And with that, I'll conclude my comments, but would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Testerman.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out why, with all the activity, we just don't have a program. Why are we continuing to study it when it appears that there is a mechanism? It's reasonably successful, and yet we're trying to keep to study this. Now, is that coming out of your office or what?
So thank you for the question. No, I mean, our office is implementing the existing program. We have a statewide pre-suit, and we have the two courts that are doing the post-suit mediation program. We've implemented that. We're hoping to continue it. We are evaluating it to make sure that we're doing it well, that we don't need to make process changes in our program. So the further study of it is being done internally to make sure that we're doing it properly and that we couldn't, that there are more improvements to be made. We're hoping to learn about that in this process. Whether or not the legislature wants to have its own study, we're obviously proud of it. We're happy to talk about it, but it's not originating from us necessarily.
Yes, Representative Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When it comes to the federal grant funds that are supporting this commission, how is that being spent and how is that being utilized? And you did say it was being, you had funds up until 2024. Is that keeping this going just to utilize those funds, or should we be making, passing this and saying, okay, we have a good set, a very good set implementation of mediation if you already have it in place?
We think we have funding through 2025, so we would get through the current year or mid-year this year with the existing funding, and then the new grant would go another 2 years. In terms of I guess maybe I don't understand fully the
Following up, I'm just wondering how the federal money is being used
Oh, I'm sorry.
to keep it going.
So the federal monies and the current ARPA monies are being used in 2 ways. One is we fully fund the mediators themselves. So the cost of the mediators is being funded through the program. And then we also have a court staff who coordinates the mediations and scheduling and making sure parties are aware of it, and also doing outreach and making sure the availability of this mediation program is known.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Head, for taking my question. So it seems to me, so you're funded through 2025 through federal grant funding, and you're already studying it through the judicial branch, is already doing their internal investigation on that. Based on your current, the way you see this program already, would you come back maybe in 2025, request to fully fund this program based on its success initially?
So that's at least a possibility. It would depend on whether or not additional funding is available through grants, through federal grants. We would probably continue to apply for federal grants, but it may also become a future budget request.
Representative Manos.
Mr. Chair. In the, excuse me, in the post-suit mediation program, does the court retain jurisdiction to enforce the parties' agreement?
So thank you for the question. Any sort of agreement is itself sort of a contract. So those, by their nature, settlement agreements are executed and ultimately become an enforceable agreement between the parties.
But does the court schedule a follow-up? How does the court retain jurisdiction, or is it necessary for the landlord to come back, for example, or the tenant, if the agreement isn't followed?
So thank you. So no, the mediation would conclude that open case. And that would be, the settlement would be the end of that case. And if there's any further proceedings, a new case would get filed.
Other questions for this? Yes, Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for providing the insight from within your branch. I guess what I'm wondering is, in what you've said recently, would you clarify whether or not you think this is in some way redundant to the work that you're doing internally already to study and evaluate the program? This looks like it brings together a variety of different stakeholders and parties. And I understand the interest in sort of understanding what parts of the program are working well and what parts maybe aren't. Is this duplicative or interfering, or do you feel it adds to what you're working on?
So thank you for the question. I would not, it wouldn't necessarily be duplicative. The evaluation we're doing now is entirely internal. Just in terms of how it's working internally. To the extent a committee or a commission were formed that had additional parties brought in, that would be a different process than what we're currently undertaking.
Other questions for this witness? I guess I just have one, Representative, Mr. Head. Is am I understanding correctly that both the pre-suit and the post-suit mediation are entirely voluntary? In other words, both sides have to agree?
Absolutely. It's entirely voluntary.
So I guess I have to sort of follow up on, I think, on Representative Alexander's question, and I completely understand and applaud Representative DiLorenzo for the sort of go slow, be careful approach. I think that's entirely appropriate. But I'm wondering if this is completely voluntary, and if nobody, and I haven't seen anybody here from the landlord community, for example, or the tenant community coming saying that this is a bad idea, I'm sort of wondering, putting the funding issue aside for the moment, I'm sort of wondering why we need any study, whether it's legislative or broader. Why don't we just, why don't we just say, let's expand this program? I'm, again, subject to, finance, is cursing down on me maybe, but why don't, in terms of the policy issue, it sounds like to me, nobody sees a problem. Why don't we just do it?
So thank you for the question. One is, I agree. The feedback we get is positive from both sides. So landlords and tenants have provided positive feedback on the process. It's a way of resolving disputes. As to making it permanent or expanding it, we are interested in doing that. We want to do it efficiently. So we'll look at what we're doing. We started this to make sure we've expanded the pre to statewide. And then the post is primarily in those two courts. And the goal ultimately is to expand it. Let's make sure through this internal evaluation, we're doing it right. And then look to expand it to the other courts. I may have gotten a text that tells me one thing, and I apologize for that. I did not. Never mind.
Right. No, that's a good point. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes,
I'm done.
You're done. Okay. All right. Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for answering our questions. The current program for the 2 years was $733,490.58. What is the new funding? According to what I'm assuming that's the appropriate. I don't know.
It could.
Information that we
I
have.
don't know the answer to actually how much the current.
Whatever that was. How much is the current funding for the next 2 years? And does that seem like a reasonable amount going forward so that if we were to expand it permanently, we wouldn't get the ticking time bomb of it costing 10 times as much?
So thank you for the question. The next grant is roughly, and don't hold me specifically to this number, somewhere in the $500,000 to $600,000 range, I think. Whether, and that includes statewide in the pre and more restricted in the post filing, sort of what the cost is statewide. I don't have an answer to that, but it is something that, given the experience we have, I think we would have the ability to provide a pretty accurate estimate of the cost to go statewide if we go there. And again, if there are additional grant funds available, we would seek those out also.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, Mr. Head. Appreciate
you.
your testimony. Elise Margolin, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Alyssa Margolin, and I serve as Director
I'm sorry.
of Housing.
First I butchered your last name this time or your first name.
Sorry.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
I serve as Director of Housing Action New Hampshire, and we're in support of this proposal. I mentioned earlier when I was testifying about House Bill 117 that our organization has been active in the housing stabilization efforts during and coming out of the pandemic. And this is one of those gems, one of the silver linings. And so we too have heard really good feedback on the program. If you feel the legislature should have a commission that brings in interested parties or a committee that invites interested parties to testify, it's also really good to learn that there's a formal evaluation. If you feel that the legislature has a role in formalizing that review, to establish some education before hopefully, a budgetary item is proposed next budget cycle to support sustaining such a successful program. I would say we're flexible and appreciate your consideration.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 235? I'm seeing none. I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 235. All right, I'm going to turn then, and I know we're behind. I'm going to turn to House Bill 261. And hang on one second. Find it. authorizing residential tenants to terminate their lease in instances of domestic violence or following a disability, a disabling illness or accident. And I will turn to Representative Reed for the prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair and honorable members. 50% through after this with me. So this is pretty straightforward. It's allowing victims of domestic violence as well as stalking to be able to leave situations that are a danger to them by releasing them from their lease obligations. It also is saying that if a tenant develops a new disability that makes the enjoyment of the property impossible. So, for example, if someone's living in a third floor walk up and then loses their legs in a tragic accident, that they would also be able to leave their lease without penalty. So there are real world examples for both of these. Both are, well, it's modeled, I originally put it in, modeled after a Tennessee law that passed. I'm originally from Tennessee and I'm friends with a couple of Tennessee legislators that had worked on this. And you know, when I heard that they had said that, I wanted to figure out if this was already happening in New Hampshire, and if not, put it in. After I put it in, not just a constituent, but actually a neighbor of mine who lives in the apartment complex I live in, did in fact acquire a new disability, the loss of her legs. She is on the third floor of the building next to me. And she's been working with legal assistance to try to get out of that situation, but she's essentially homebound. So these are based on real world situations. And by the way, in the bill, there requires documentation for both. You don't just say that you're a victim. You have to have police reports or a order of protection from a judge that has declared after a hearing that you are in fact a victim of stalking or domestic violence. And obviously medical documentation in the case of a new disability that you've acquired since signing the lease. So that's the basics of the bill. I have struggled internally about presenting this bill in terms of how much do I say, because I have a story to tell, but I haven't been public in terms of my life at the State House in the last 6 years about it. I am from Tennessee. I grew up in South Memphis, a very poor neighborhood, and I was pretty isolated and not really socialized into what red flags would be for a relationship. And so at the age of 17, when a boy took interest in me and I just thought the world of him, I got involved in my first serious relationship. He turned out to be extremely abusive, had multiple warrants in other states. He held me captive for 3 days. He hit me with a car. The FBI got involved at one point when, after I got out, he continued to stalk me for 16 years and send death threats across state lines. He finally stopped in 2016 when he committed suicide, the year I got elected. When I escaped from him, I had nowhere to go and was forced into a series of kind of like shacking up with different friends and relatives and things. I'm glad that I wasn't on the lease, the original lease, because I would have had an impossible time finally finding rental housing, which I was able to find because I didn't have a history of an eviction on my record. But if I had been on that lease, I would have been forced into an impossible situation. I would have been forced to stay with my captor or have an eviction on my, or have a, essentially be evicted or have the non-payment on my history and be unable to find a place to live. So that's my piece of the story, and why when I found out that my Tennessee legislator friends had put it in, I really wanted to make sure this got in. But as I said, it's pretty straightforward. You have to have legal documentation of either the domestic violence or stalking or the medical documentation of a new disability. And it just lets you leave without penalty so that you're not forced into, essentially into a situation, a relationship that can lead to you dying. I don't think we should penalize people for surviving. And that's what I have. And I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for this witness, Representative Page.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for sharing your stories, as hard as it might be. I have a question that relates to, and my knowledge of the federal laws in this area are minimal at best, so bear with me, you're probably much more expert than I am.
I doubt it.
So my understanding is a federal similar law that applies to public housing situations that has a lower standard than this bill would propose in terms of providing documentation or reason. I think it's self-attestation. So my question is, could you, if you know about that, what that would look like, self-attestation, in terms of making sure there's a unanimity across private and public housing situations for these the same
Sure.
situations. So what would that look like for private leases? And then second to that, on the protective order piece that this bill requires, could you describe how that might implicate the landlord? Would the landlord be a witness to this? That sort of thing. So do you see my point, I think, in terms of the two-tier kind of idea? of the system?
Yes, I do. And
Thanks.
let me try to address those in reverse order. So no, in fact, the reason the bill is a little bit longer than you would expect is because there's a piece of privacy that the landlord's not able once a tenant says, this is the reason I have to leave my lease, you can't penalize me. They give that documentation, but the landlord then basically has to hold that as confidential. So the landlord doesn't enter into the picture. I mean, unless for other reasons that you would, right? Like if there's some reason, if the landlord happened to be present and witnessed something, then anyway, regardless of this bill, you might want to call them in as a witness. But there's no reason that with this bill that the landlord enters the picture before the order of protection, either the emergency order of protection or the hearing. So that it's not part, you would get that order of protection first and then give it to the landlord. For the other piece, so like I said, I modeled this after the Tennessee law, and the Tennessee law is probably a little bit less aggressive in terms of protecting tenants than maybe the federal standard. So me wanting to just get something passed, I went with what I thought would be the easier thing to pass. But it does make sense to match the public housing piece. So if the committee were so inclined to match that level. In terms of attestation, I understand it as something along the lines of an affidavit. So I'm telling you, that this is a legally true statement that I have been a victim of domestic violence, for example. So yeah. So is a lower bar. If this committee were so inclined, we could go to that and make it uniform between public housing and private. But what is before you right now is the easier ask, once again.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you for taking my question. While Representative Page was speaking, I was distracted a little bit because someone sent me a text. But I wanted to know if you are aware that the Violence Against Women Act applies to any housing with federal funds.
So I think that's probably similar to what was just brought up. But again,
Okay.
housing with federal funds is different than all rentals in this state. So this is again modeling after Tennessee and other states that have passed this would apply to all housing in this state.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Representative Reed. I just wanted to draw out sort of underlying purpose. It seems as though, like with the examples and such, I wasn't totally clear. Is one of the underlying causes for something like this the ability to remove the knowledge of that person's address from sort of the abuser's awareness? So basically, the breaking your lease essentially because just having knowledge of where you live is a danger to you.
For the stalking piece.
For the stalking piece,
Right.
correct, yes.
Right.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
David Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is David Klein. I'm not against, I'm speaking against the bill, but it's more of a structural issue than anything else. as a practical matter, if we have a tenant that is in a situation of the type that are alluded to, that they're being stalked, they're a victim, and they can't live there, those problems will permeate through the whole building. Incidents may happen. It's in our interest as a landlord for them to go also perfectly willing to work with them. And what I do like about the way the bill is worked now, set up now in the first section, is that it's clear documentation. We have a 173B action where a judge rules that there is a problem, or you have a real police department report where criminal action may be brought against the stalker or the perpetrator of the abuse, so that we have some protections from the landlord so we know that this tenant is real. Where I'm having problems is the second half of the bill with the dealing with the person who's disabled. If you look at it, it doesn't say medical provider, it just says documentation. It's very unclear as to what's going on or what they need. And also the standard, the rental property is no longer enjoyable for use of the tenant. I don't know what that term is supposed to mean, and I think that term has to be rewritten and thought out. Does it mean they don't like the color of the bathroom paint, so it's no longer enjoyable? And obviously, if someone is disabled and not working and cannot afford the apartment, the best is for everybody for this person to leave, avoid any of the eviction process, don't even have to deal with mediation, although that's not mandatory, but you know, this is the type of thing that would work out in mediation. So what I'm suggesting to the committee is that have the second half of this bill rewritten, make it so that there are some real standards that we can hang our hat on and understand that this person is disabled, not just someone coming in and saying, hey, I got in a car accident, I can't walk, and no doctor is opining on it. And get some medical and get some real reasons that there's a causal connection between the injury and the inability to use the apartment. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this bill.
Thank you, sir. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Porter?
I'm thinking of the case of a friend of mine, a fellow rep who moved to one of the large rental communities out on the Heights, and I don't think she had any problems working things out with her landlord, but her disability became worse over the several years as she was living there, and in the last as she was in that case, the apartment had some handicapped accessible units, and they placed her in one. So like would this bill make it easier for a tenant whose landlord has handicapped accessible units to have higher priority for moving into one of those when if he or she becomes disabled while living there?
I don't think the bill does. I mean, because the option for the tenant is to terminate if you know, once we set up the standards of what it is. Now, if the landlord has an apartment and offers it, of course, it's up to negotiation between the landlord and tenant. But the only thing in the bill is termination. That's the only option that's given.
Yes, I think Representative DiLorenzo was next, and then I'll get to you, Representative Page. Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Klein. You mentioned sort of verification of disability for a tenant who wants a change, right? So there is a federal reasonable accommodation form that's used for housing, and that would be in the HUD handbook, or you could get it online. But that has the right questions to ask and the right standards, and it goes to a person's healthcare professional, generally a doctor or a nurse or whatever. Thank you.
All right. Representative Page, I think you had a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I have a question related to the verification. It's the question that I was asking Representative Reed earlier on the federal standard, which seems to be a lower standard. Let me just, and bear with me. And that required for cases of sexual violence and domestic abuse, it required basically the person to sign an affidavit. And you had mentioned that you thought that the strength of the bill was that verification requirement. I'm wondering if you would agree with me that the chances are probably low that someone would sign an affidavit on their own claiming to be victims of sexual violence or domestic abuse in order to get out of a lease. Would that be fair?
No, I disagree with you. And
Thank you for taking my
All
question.
all right. Other
I-
questions?
Can I
Whoop.
expand on that, Mr. Chairman? Just
Briefly,
two sentences.
very briefly.
I did I'm retired now, but I did represent a number of people in divorce actions when I was practicing law. And there were a number of instances where to gain advantage on custody and things like that, people would sign affidavits, even though it was perjury, to get that advantage. So I can see somebody who wants out of a lease just doing that
All right.
very easily.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir. All right. Pamela Kiley and Rachel Duffy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Pamela Kylig, and I am the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. The coalition is the umbrella organization for our 12 community-based crisis centers who provide free and confidential services to nearly 15,000 survivors of sexual and domestic violence annually. I'm here to speak in support of HB 261, but have some recommendations for some amendments that we would like the committee to consider. And I'm also here with my colleague, Rachel Duffy, who is the Coalition's Housing and Economic Justice Manager, who can provide some educational background in terms of housing rights for survivors and protections for survivors. So again, we support the overall intent of this legislation, but similar to some of the points that have already been brought up by the committee, we just want to make sure that the standard is the same regardless of the type of housing that a survivor lives in, and so that we're not having a two-tiered system when it comes to those rights, regardless of whether someone is in public or private housing. And so I think just briefly, and then I'll let my colleagues speak, we feel that we feel that the threshold is really high right now, and again goes against the standard on the federal level. We're worried about potential confidentiality or safety risks that could come with this policy as written, and there's a couple tweaks for the definition section that we feel need to be addressed just to make sure everything is aligned with current statute.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time today. I am Rachel Duffy, the Housing and Economic Justice Manager for the Coalition. And the Coalition has a particular interest in HB 261 as we interact with housing survivors in multiple capacities. The Coalition has a HUD-funded rapid rehousing program, as well as a Victim of Crime Act's Housing First program, which is administered at our 12-member programs. And we also provide support to sheltering services for our member programs. And oftentimes advocates are supporting those sheltered clients in entering a variety of different housing programs, whether that be public or private housing. Everyday crisis center advocates across the state work with survivors and support who are fleeing domestic violence or trying to create safety in their own homes. And advocates know and understand that when housing survivors, there are exceptional considerations that need to be made, including safety and confidentiality. So as previously mentioned, there are some current federal housing protections in place, specifically for those who are in public housing, and that is VAWA. And I'd like to speak a little bit more to how VAWA is structured. So currently, survivors of domestic and sexual violence who reside in housing programs have protections through VAWA, such as bifurcation of lease. They are able to break their lease and request essentially a transfer to a different apartment through the public housing agency. As mentioned too, there's also the ability to provide a self-attestation. So within this this particular bill, it is requesting for a police report or potential restraining order. And many survivor situations don't actually rise to the situation where a protective order may be granted. and so we just feel that that threshold is quite high. VAWA really is the standard of housing practice, and it was created through the extensive input and collaboration between victim advocate community, survivors, housing advocates, as well as government agencies such as HUD. So we really do feel that there should be an alignment between the state and federal policy. Additionally, I would like to talk about it's
Just,
sorry.
we're,
Yep.
no, go ahead, but just bear in mind, we're kind of getting close on time. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
I think to summarize, we also, to the point, part 2, section B, just on the amount of time that it takes, or sorry, the amount of time that a survivor has to provide notice. It's 60 days that the crime had to have occurred within this bill. And a lot of times survivors just need a lot more time to accumulate evidence, and they need to seek additional services before that they can move forward to go through this process. And HB 261 doesn't clearly define confidentiality policies to the extent that VAWA does, and so we would ask that that be taken into consideration.
All right.
And I'll hand
Great.
back.
I'm sorry, just something else you
Yeah,
wanted
just
to say?
one more thing. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Just again, just to speak to those definitions, we're concerned that the definition of household isn't broad enough to consider roommate or cohabitation situations. If in cases of stalking by a neighbor, where only one roommate, the victim, would be eligible to break the lease, and that could cause housing jeopardy. And then additionally, we just ask that the committee consider using the definitions that's already in statute under RSA 540 when referring to domestic violence. In RSA 173B, there is actually no definition for victim of domestic abuse. They're defining the crime of domestic violence. So we just want to make sure that everything is in alignment. Thank you so much.
Question, Representative Page.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. This relates to the affidavit or self-attestation requirement. In your experience, and I'm assuming you have experience with the federal law, to what extent or what degree or what percentage would you say when a person is coming to you and willing to sign a affidavit indicating they're a victim of domestic abuse or sexual assault, what percentage of those do you believe are truly cases that sexual assault or domestic violence?
Well, I would say just from the coalition's perspective, we always believe survivors. We work, the advocates that work directly with survivors. We take their word, and we oftentimes work with them to develop different types of evidence that they can put forward, such as a letter of support from a domestic violence agency or a medical provider or a therapist, for example. So it's if it's not exactly a police report or a restraining order, there are other forms of self-attestation. But yeah, we come from the perspective of belief.
Thank you, Representative Smith.
Thank you. Do you think it would be possible before the end of the week for you to provide this committee with specific language that you believe would put this legislation in line in such a way as to answer your concerns?
I believe that we could do that, and we are able to submit some documentation just around VAWA and also what the self-attestation of VAWA looks like, just so that we can have some structure.
Other questions for this witness? I'm sorry, did I? No. So I do have a couple of questions. I wonder if could you tell us anything about your knowledge of, it strikes me, I could be wrong, but it strikes me particularly given the housing situation right now where a landlord is not going to have any trouble finding a new tenant because there's such a... Can you give me some indication of how often does it happen that a tenant wants to break a lease for domestic violence and the landlord says no?
Yeah, so I think it's something that the state currently does have those protections that, you know, once provided a restraining order. I don't know that I can provide specific statistics on like for the survivors that may not be able to provide that proof, but I will say that we work with thousands of survivors a year that are needing to move and break leases, and we're needing to navigate that.
Right, but you know what? I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Are you saying that even with private housing, there is something in the law now that says if you provide some proof of domestic violence, you can break your lease?
From my understanding, I believe it needs to be a protective order or a police report of some
But
capacity.
does that apply to private housing? If you have a protective order, you can break your lease from private housing.
Right now, I believe that with a restraining order or a police report provided to the landlord, right now in private housing, that's the case. But
Yeah, I know in statute there is a provision around evictions, specifically in domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking, but we can definitely circle back with the committee to make sure that any new provisions would be in line with state law. We believe this is a gap currently in state law.
Okay, because I mean, I have to say, I was not aware of that for private housing, and I guess the other question then that raises is, you say there's a gap, but I'm not. If the law now is that if you're the victim of domestic violence, you can break your lease even with private housing, then I'm kind of questioning what do we need this for?
Yeah, no, I think I apologize for the miscommunication. I know, in fact, that the RSA 540 refers to eviction protections for domestic violence survivors in eviction cases. I do not believe it's currently in statute. So we apologize for the confusion around that.
Okay. All right, and then I just have one final question. The other question I'm not clear on, or I guess I have a question about, is to the extent you're trying to draw an analogy between what the law is with regard to public housing and private housing, I guess I have a question about whether that analogy really sort of should hold, because if it's one thing to say the public as a landlord should bear the cost of someone who has to break a lease because of domestic violence, it's another thing to say that a private landlord should have to bear that cost. And particularly, I mean, the landlord presumably is not at fault any more than the victim is at fault. So I guess my question, why should the landlord bear that risk? And should we provide some public funding for that when the landlord has to lose money because of a lease being broken? We all should pay for it as opposed to just the landlord.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that question. And I think that's a really good question to unpack. Our position is just that that the policy be standard across, so that survivors, regardless of their situation, have the same rights afforded to them. But we'd be more than happy to discuss that exact issue. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Thank you both very much. Nick Norman, please.
Thank you again for providing me the opportunity to speak. I will attempt to be brief. I know our time is short. David Klein already mentioned several things that are our concerns. I want to point out that there's two sections in this bill. One is for victims of domestic abuse and stalking and violence and so forth. And the other one is disabling illnesses or accidents. And the provisions in those two sections are different. If you notice that in the disabling illness or accident section, a tenant could give as little as 1 day's notice and satisfy the condition there. We think that's, completely unreasonable. And I agree exactly with you, Mr. Chairman, that we don't see why it is that the landlord should pay the cost for providing, for this situation. And if there is a cost, we do think that there should be some kind of public funding to support that. We are very sympathetic to victims of domestic violence and stalking and all these other situations. I just don't feel like it should fall necessarily on the landlord to pay the costs. There are certain costs that a property owner incurs, like paying for a management fee to place a tenant, turnover cost to get the apartment ready, and those need to be amortized over a year. At least we should be saying that the tenant should be required to cover the vacancy. Or if the tenant can't cover the vacancy, then have the public housing or city or some other agency cover that. There's the tremendous ambiguity about what's enjoyable. I think that's, how can you have something like that in a law? I do absolutely believe that we have to be very careful that we don't put into law situations that give tenants rights to abuse the situation. And you will see, unquestionably, tenants take the law and abuse it for their own purpose. I think that was asked over here. We definitely see that. So I wouldn't want to set up a system that so lax the tenant just hands in a document to the landlord and then their lease is terminated, essentially. You know, right now, if someone wants to break their lease for any reason, they can just leave. They leave. There's nothing really a landlord can do about that. In fact, if they leave, then there is a small provision for abandonment, which maybe they could take the apartment back and re-rent it. But small claims and going after a person, if they just break their lease and leave, we call it a midnight move out. There's practically no consequence for that on the tenant side. So I guess I would, there's a couple questions. No, I guess we covered it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for this witness? I'm sorry, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Norman. So, when a tenant abandons an apartment, wouldn't you use the security deposit to cover some of the vacancy?
You can use the security deposit, but it's far below the cost. When a tenant abandons an apartment, you're likely to have turnover cost, repainting, maybe replacing some flooring, freshening that apartment up. You may have to start an eviction on a vacant apartment just to get legal control over it, because the state does not give us any method for retaking an apartment that's been abandoned, except for this tiny little window of conditions that's fairly hard to meet. So very likely you'd start an eviction. So there's the eviction cost. That also probably means 2 months vacancy. So it's a large loss that the landlord bears when a tenant just does a midnight move out.
Thank you.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We heard prior testimony that in situations like that involve domestic abuse or sexual survivor systems, there's a cost to the landlord when that situation remains in the building or the
That's
tenancy.
true.
Is that correct?
That is true.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, it's in the interest of the landlord usually to work with that tenant to find a way to make it work. And that's usually what happens. Someone says, I've got domestic violence situation come on, and so the landlord says, how can we make this work? Let's work out a deal. You cover the cost. Let's have you leave. We'll start searching for a new tenant. You know, that would be usually the case. There would be, I can't imagine any landlord saying, no, I want you to stay in that violent situation. It's not going to happen.
Other questions? Yes.
But can I say that, do many victims of domestic violence have to leave immediately?
Are you asking, do they have to leave immediately?
Have you, yes, faced that situation where you've had a person that has been in that situation and they had to leave immediately?
Yes. Yeah, I've been managing for 35 years. I've seen a lot.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir. Carney,
Again, I got
I
it.
know.
I'm talking one more time, so I'll say
No,
it.
that's fine.
Kearney Picorni from Derry.
Picorni.
And I hadn't originally planned on speaking on this one, but I saw it when I arrived this morning and just felt like it was needed to humanize this a little bit. Where when you find yourself in a situation where you're in abuse and you finally have the bravery to say, okay, I need to get out. First, that takes so much bravery to say, okay, I need to leave, because a lot of the time in these situations, the person that is being affected, there's the psychological manipulation of that, no, you're worthless, no, you can't do it without me, no, you can't. And just understanding that, I know you say that landlords, of course, want to help, but there's a difference between the empathy of understanding this person's at their last string. They've decided, okay, it's gone too far, I really need to get out right now. And having the ability to do so, I think it's our responsibility as a state and as a society to say we're going to limit the red tape around how they do that. And the cost to landlords shouldn't trump the safety and protection of the people that are being faced with this problem. And I find it kind of laughable that you're saying the empty apartment is more so important than the safety of a woman's life or a man's life or a child's life. I think the limiting the red tape that is needed to be able to get yourself out of that situation, I think it's our responsibility to do everything that we can to make that as easy as possible for them. I'll keep it short. I just wanted to kind of humanize this a little bit. These are people's lives, and these are people who, one, it takes a shit ton of, it takes a ton of bravery to get to the point where you're saying, okay, I need to leave. And having the state be on your side in that, I think is vital, and not having to worry, oh, I'm going to have an eviction on my notice, or I'm going to have this legal cutback if I do decide to leave. Just having that even on your mind could be that one step that prevents you from getting yourself out of that situation and your kids out of that situation. So I just hope you keep that in mind, and I'm in support of this.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Brendan LeMay, please.
Yes, my name is Brandon LeMay from Manchester, New Hampshire, representing myself. And I'm just here speaking in favor of House Bill 261. I'm going to be really brief. I think a lot of others have already gone over a lot of great points, particularly from the coalition. So I just want to reiterate what they said, or just kind of acknowledge that, you know, the concerns that they have are very similar concerns as to what I have. I just wanted to point out two quick things. One is that when we're talking about what I like to call ma and pa landlords, I feel like the landlords that we've heard speak today are the type that, you know, look their tenants in the eyes and have real conversations with people. But I also want to mind that we have an increasing number of corporate landlords that are very much by the book and are not able to really give much leeway when it comes to things like this. They're going to want to follow the lease. They're going to want to follow the law. They're not going to want to make many exceptions. So I just kind of want to emphasize that, like, somebody renting from, again, a big corporation, I've rented from a place like Colonial Village, and there's just not a lot of leeway that you can do when it comes to smaller landlords. The second point I want to make too, I just really want to emphasize the following disability, illness, or accident. I feel like that's really important. We are all at risk of becoming disabled if we're not already, either through birth, I believe it's birth, accident, or age. So I've particularly worked with a tenant who had a stroke a couple years ago, and he was on a third floor walk-up, and a walk-up just means there's no elevator. And it was really difficult for him to be able to navigate his situation there. He was told that the fire department could pick him up 3 flights of stairs every time he wants to go back into his house. And thankfully, after a little bit more stress than what was necessary, he was able to work something out with his landlord. But again, if he was renting from a corporate landlord, they might not have been able to give the exception that he needs in order to get out of that lease. Thankfully, he had a good landlord, but I like to think of tenants who may not have, you know, I think, you know, compassionate people as landlords or people, actually. So I'll keep that short, and I'll open up to any questions.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Jody Newark. Or Newark. Newark, I guess. Sorry.
Representative Jody Newell, actually.
Newell. All right. I'm sorry.
No, I need to improve my handwriting. We'll put it that way. I think I'm last. I like going last because everyone else, I get to cross off my entire checklist of points that I wanted to make. So I'll keep it very, very brief. I just want to echo the difficulty and the importance of reducing barriers for people leaving domestic violence situations, and how easy someone can fall into a financial tailspin. I work at a transitional housing shelter, and there are a lot of people who come in there who are dealing with domestic violence situations, and people who have become handicapped and can no longer work. So I just think it's important to remember that on a human level, people fall into this very quickly, and as much as we can do to reduce barriers to people being able to make that move when they need to, as soon as they need to, I think is really important. And I echo everyone else before me.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who desires to testify on House Bill 261? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on that bill. And the next bill up is 283, which is scheduled for 1 o'clock. I'm going to, in order to give members of the committee an opportunity to get some lunch, I'm going to postpone that hearing until 1:15 p.m. And that should give everybody at least some reasonable time to get lunch. Thank you all very much. We're recessed. All right, it's 1:17. I said we were going to start at 1:15, so we're going to start. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 283 and recognize Representative Reed, the prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you again,
Welcome
Mr.
again.
Chair and honorable members. We're 75% through my bills for today. Anyway, so this is a super simple bill. There was a bill last year that was more complex and objectionable, but this simply limits. And there's an extra piece that I will speak to, but this limits the application fees that landlords charge for prospective tenants to $35 or the cost of running the background check, whichever is less. 15, at least 15, I think there might be more now. Other states have passed similar laws ranging from like 10% or $25 to like $55. So 35 was really a good in between. There's some states that absolutely prohibit application fees. The reason that this is a problem now is because of the situation, the housing crisis once again. There's really no real reason that someone even has to rent out their property at this point, because there are application fees that are going into the hundreds of dollars. And if you have some pretty pictures of a property up online, you can just sit back and take in those application fees and be happy as a clam without ever having to worry about a tenant or anything else. And in fact, there's anecdotal stories of this very thing happening. So really simple, just limit it at 35 or the cost of the background check. A lot of other states have limited it to cost as well. So I just did an either or situation to kind of get right in the middle of what other states are doing. Then there was a last minute addition because, and I think we'll have testimony speaking to this, but I became aware of a phenomenon that's been happening recently of holding fees. So holding fees are in addition to the application fee and can be, from what I understand, north of even $1,000. And talk about not having to rent out your property at all. So the holding fees are not only exorbitant and increasingly so, but also not refundable. So what I said is that any additional fee, so whether you call it holding fee or whatever other fee you might call it, any additional fee is capped at $250 and has to be refundable, but the actual application fee is not refundable. That's a major difference between my bill and the previous bill. Having said that, short, simple, sweet, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for this Representative Alexander?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. I'm looking at, so I know the $35 are cost of conducting a background check. Does the background check have to be conducted at all, or
No.
could you just, so with that in mind, could you just, have 20 people, I'm thinking 20 times $35, that's $700 a month. That wouldn't necessarily solve the problem of
There's nowhere going for 700, at least not my neck of woods.
okay.
You would be hard pressed to find a place going for twice that right now. So, yeah, 35 is pretty reasonable, but I mean, pretty safe to prevent that problem that I was describing, but 250 is not. So if you had 10 people apply a month for your place, you would have $2,500 a month and never have to do a single thing.
Other questions for this witness?
Oh, this was the easy
So,
one.
I just
Oh,
have
okay.
one question.
Ah, it's
just-
so close.
Yeah, very close, very close. My only question was this: in the scenario you sort of posited about a landlord who decides that they don't really care about renting the property, they're just going to sort of propose like they want to rent it and then collect all these fees. If a landlord were actually to do that, couldn't they be sued for fraud? You've said you want to rent this property, but you really don't.
Oh, I imagine that they could be sued for fraud, but I mean, again, you have to realize that those types of legal recourses are available to people who usually aren't renting anyway. They're homeowners that never encounter this sort of thing. If you're in the rental market, if you're trying to find housing by renting, first of all, that's a lot of bandwidth that you're already expending. You're not looking into. Secondly, how would you ever know that they didn't rent it out? Like you're not continuing to pursue that place. You're actively looking for a place to live. And if you're not getting accepted there, you're looking elsewhere. And once you get a place to live, you're no longer looking anymore. So you would be very unlikely to be able to prove that they intentionally were, not renting the place out. And then thirdly, then you'd have to go get and hire a lawyer. And then you'd have to prove some sort of standing of like, well, how did this actually hurt you just because you didn't get this place? So it is, I would say, a fairly safe practice, although probably illegal or maybe subjected to civil action. It's still pretty safe for landlords to be able to get away with something like that.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Representative Perez.
Thank you. Do you have any idea what the fees that the actual landlord would incur if he was, if you had people, say, we have a management company. So if I'm a landlord with management company, what are the fees that they would incur? I mean, $35. I mean, I just had a background check for Second Amendment stuff, and it was $43 for the background check. So that could be separate. And then I had to fill out some paperwork that was additional money. So do we know how much the landlords are paying each time someone applies for an apartment?
So I'm not sure about the kinds of like maybe federal level or multi-level background checks that maybe gun stores might require. Or if they're charging an additional administrative fee, if they're charging that fee onto you. But in general, anyone can kind of use a number of online services, and they usually range between $10 and $15 online, in my experience. However, people who are in the business of having to run frequent background checks usually have a subscription to a service, which makes it cheaper per person.
Well, other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. That's quite something that you mentioned, a new phenomenon of holding fees. I suppose there could be option fees. The phenomenon of fees today is they pop up with all kinds of nice names. And I see from your text of your bill, you say any other fee charged by the landlord as part of the rental application process shall be refundable. So any other fees could be anything of fee nature other than security deposit or first month's rent or so. Is that right?
Right. I don't know how that got turned off. So that's the thing, is that this whole new phenomenon of holding fees just kind of crept up, it may have existed in some limited form in the past, but it's become, again, was 0% vacancy. All of the power is in the hands of the people who own the property and not the people trying to secure a roof over their head. And because of that, they're able to kind of take advantage of any number of schemes like a holding fee and charge hundreds. And like I said, in some instances, it sounds like over $1,000. So the whole point is that, yes, you can charge an extra fee if there's a reasonable, reason to need to do that, but it needs to be beyond the actual background check and credit check. It needs to be refundable. So we're not trying to remove anything, everything from landlords, but we after some discussion, we decided that there's really probably no situation where $250 wouldn't cover whatever they might need to have in terms of a holding fee or any other fee. But yeah, the idea is that it's any other fee because we understand that they can name things whatever they want to name.
Yes, Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Representative Reed. Quick question on the fixed dollar amounts. It just always sort of worries me to have fixed dollar amounts and things that hopefully will stay on the books for a long time. And what are your thoughts on that versus like a percentage? And I guess that would also, in my mind, open the door to, if this was a very high dollar you know, unit that was being rented, could they potentially charge more because maybe there's a higher process involved in vetting? So I guess I'm saying, you know,
Or more
thoughts about
risk.
percentage versus this fixed dollar amount.
I mean,
percentage to the
I'm
rent.
fine with the percentage if that's what this committee would prefer. Like I said, I looked at the 15 states, and there are probably more now, that had already passed something, and this seemed to be right in the middle of the span of what they were doing. Some states do a percentage. I would suggest something like 5% in our current housing market. That sounds about right. But there are percentages. There are some states that ban the application fee altogether. There are states that have $25. There are states that have $35, $55. And then there are states that just say the cost. You cannot charge more than what it costs. So I wanted to kind of be in the middle and cover all my bases. So that's why, because I also hesitate to do fixed dollar amounts or fixed numbers at all in any of my legislation for the very reasons that you suggested. I like formulas better. So that's why I said, or the cost of actually doing the background check.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Andrus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have a link that you could send the whole committee so that we could look how different states go out?
I'm very happy to send that along. In fact, I do think that you already, from one of my co-sponsors, sent along that information to the committee already with a comprehensive list of, and there are also a bunch of cities across the country that also do this. If home rule states where the cities are allowed to do it, that have already, that do similar things. But just for the 15 states that I mentioned, that list is already, should be in your testimony already. Yeah.
Other question, Representative Horgan.
Yes, thank you. You testified that the actual cost is much less than $35 in most cases, and I've seen ads to that effect. But do you feel that perhaps this 35 is actually more than the cost, so that should be a reasonably inflation-proof price, at least for the next few years? Obviously, if inflation goes one was too low, then at some point this legislation will have to raise a fee, which of course is virtually very, very difficult to do, but does happen sometimes. But you think in the short run, this is a reasonable amount to set as the limit?
Indeed, I do, especially not only can you find a number of services right now just by Googling that provide it for a very low cost, much less than 35. You could triple that number over inflation and still be capped at that 35 and still have the cost covered.
Other questions for this witness?
I'll just add to that, at some point, there is a cost of doing business for every industry, right? There's just costs of doing business. And while fine, you want to make sure you recoup those costs, but sometimes you can't recoup it, one for one. You just have to absorb it in the overall business that you're conducting. So.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carney, and I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, but we thank you for being
care
here.
about your knee, so Kearney.
Kearney. All right, Kearney.
Kearney Picorni from Derry. And again, I'm just coming at this as a young person that's trying to survive in this state. And as someone who's personally gone through trying to find an apartment in this state, and it's nearly impossible, guys. Like, you really, for the cost of living that we're at, and the amount of savings that you have to do just to get that first month, second month security deposit, and then if you have to put in for 10, 11, 15 different apartments, and the cost to put in these fees are $50, it's just not doable for someone my age. Like, singly trying to find a place, we're just not making it attainable for young people to stay in this state. And last time I checked, you guys were elected by the voters of the state and not the landlords. And it seems like you're protecting the landlord's rights more than your constituents. And when 50% of the youth are still living at their parents' home because they can't afford a place to live, and we question why the raising rates of age in the state is going up and up and up, where are we going to be in 15 years when we've pushed out every young person that wants to stay in this state? I was raised here. I love this state more than anything. And I've worked my butt off to try to stay here because I do love it. But it's the legislation that we have in now is not protecting people like me. It's protecting landlords. It's protecting the business. It's not protecting your constituents. And frankly, I'm getting a little tired of it because it just, at the cost of living we're at now, with the vacancy rates that we're at now, you're not just applying to one place. It's not one $50 application fee. It's 15. And when you're getting a profit from that, it just doesn't seem fair. And for me, it feels like what you guys' job is to make sure that you're protecting your constituents from misuse, from corporations, and that's not being done right now. It seems like your interest is in protecting the landlords, and I just really hope that this does pass, because I really do feel like this is something that's really preventing young people from having a fair shot at finding a place, especially with the vacancy rates that they're at now. I mean, I live with my mom and my 31-year-old sister lives there. My 39-year-old brother lives there because we can't find a place to live. And I've been looking for the last 2 years, and over the last 2 years, I've put in over 25 applications. That really does add up. And when you're barely keeping your head above water, I worked 3 jobs, guys, 3 jobs, and I cannot afford a place to live in this state. That's not right. It's not right. So I just, honestly, I beg of you, we got to put in more legislation that's supporting the working people of the state, because right now, there's no protections. So thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Nick Norman?
Thank you very much again for an opportunity to speak. And the landlord community, probably not surprising to you, would be against this bill. The testimony that I just handed out looks to me like there's a cut and paste error in there. So I just want to highlight that in the second paragraph, it starts out saying this bill is clearly a restraint on seller's right to sell property. That's got to be about a different bill. I don't know how it ended up in there. So the $35 appears to be an arbitrary number. It doesn't reflect necessarily actual cost. It could be actual cost in some cases, but it certainly would not take into account the amount of time, effort spent on processing an application. A landlord can easily spend a few hours processing an application. And besides the credit report, the landlord would also get a landlord-tenant report. Some landlords get a criminal report, which is far more money. Some landlords hire professional service, realtors that might property manage for them, and that cost could be greater. There's only a portion of the applications that could get denied. So personally, I don't see what you're hearing being testified in terms of this gigantic wave of people applying for apartments, people standing in lines. I don't see that in my company at all. We manage 48 units. I do see that the market is strong. I do see that there's greater demand than there is supply. But I would say it's unusual that I have more than 1 or 2 people applying for an apartment. When we do have someone applying for an apartment, we process that application within 1 day. And one of those people gets the apartment. It would be really rare for us to deny an application or to deny multiple applications unless the tenant is actually falsifying the application. And that does happen. It happens quite frequently. And so I certainly would not want to put in a law that says the tenant that's falsifying their application, once the landlord discovers that, then gets their money back. And this says additional fees would be returned. And there could be certainly additional fees for discovering all of that and verifying what's false and what's true. The term background check is very ambiguous. We're not sure what that means. There's a portion in there that talks about penalties. The penalties are completely unreasonable for what we're talking about. We're talking about application fees that could range from what I commonly see certainly below $50. And we're talking about penalties of $1,000 and court costs and attorney's fees. It's just totally unreasonable. I think that covers the bulk of what I wanted to say. Let me just look. You know, if a tenant is having trouble with losing application fees, they can talk to the landlord they're applying for and go over their situation, find out the landlord's criteria, and see if they're a match before they apply. There should be no reason to be wasting application fees. We usually do that
All right.
with our applicants.
Thank
I'd
you,
be
sir.
really happy to take questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Klein, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is David Klein. Couple of points. I do reiterate what Nick said about the actual cost. The $35 is arbitrarily picked because other states are doing it. It really does cost more to do it, depending upon the reports, and the time of staff to confirm employment and confirm prior landlords. We have had, in our instances, people who put down employments, they've never worked there, landlords they've never lived with. I do have a real problem with this not being indexed for inflation. Any of us who lived through the Jerry Ford, Jimmy Carter years know how hard that inflation got. We have this horrendous situation in Ukraine. We don't know what the future is going to be. To lock us down to a number now that may take years to change, if at all, would be impossible. We've tried to change the $15 fee for service of the demand for rents and eviction notices. No one's, the tennis groups yell and scream. The $15 doesn't cover the cost of the labor, just preparing the forms anymore, given what labor costs are. This statute, because it's part of 540A, violations of 540A become violations of the Consumer Protection Statute. I apologize, I don't have the number for it. It's in the 300s.
358.
358, thank you. Carries
358A, I guess I should say.
I think you're right, Mr. Chairman. It carries a minimum penalty of $1,000 up to $3,000 and attorney's fees, so that if a small landlord doesn't know that this is in effect, and that happens a lot, and that's one of the reasons why landlords try to band together. You make a $5 error, you could be stuck with a $3,000 fine and plus the attorney's fees. That's worse than if you shoplifted the $5, except for you don't have to face jail time. So the penalties are pretty severe for what this is, and I think that they should be toned down at least. Maybe just make it a flat $500 fee if you're going to do that. But I think that incorporating in the Consumer Protection Statute is way above board. Also, that same statute, if you have these holding fees and you're taking them fraudulently, a prospective tenant could probably use that and get their attorney's fees from the landlord who did that, because I don't know what holding fees are. I mean, our practice was a deposit toward the security deposit, and all of it we paid over to the security deposit. Now, the management company is just taking the security deposit in advance. Finally, Mr. Carney, I have trouble with this name also. He said something that I just want to correct. We are prohibited from taking anything in terms of rent and security deposit more than 1 month's rent and 1 month's security deposit in the RSAs. He talked about taking 2 months' rent. I don't know where he came up with that, but that is not a legal practice in the state of New Hampshire. I'm open for any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next, Viola Katsamine. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I got it right?
You got that right.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I'm here representing the Grand State Organizing Project. We are a grassroots organization that's based in Manchester, and we bring people together to work towards social justice and economic justice. I'm here to express our support for HB 283. And the reason why we're supporting this bill is that GSOP opened up a tenant clinic after the pandemic hit, and we've been helping tenants on a daily basis deal with renovation evictions, which is the bill that's going to come up later. But I just wanted to share that we hear stories on a daily basis from people whose application fees range from $35 to $95. And these are people that are already struggling to pull together money for rent. They already have housing costs that include moving, and also like struggling to meet basic needs. So I'm here to share that that amount is pretty high for a lot of the tenants that deal with. And if you are going through the application process, this money is required before the application process even has already gone through. So you have to pay the money before it's processed. And in most cases, some of them do get rejected because of the income qualifications, and that triggers them to apply to another place, which requires another application fee. So at the end of the day, it adds up for families and for renters, with the high cost of rent that we've had all day today, with the cost of moving and just the basic living costs in New Hampshire. I think this is a right thing to do to protect tenants, and also to make sure that the landlords get covered for the cost that they have to incur, but also basically tenants are not charged excessive fees. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for the opportunity.
Are there questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are application fees in other states generally prohibited?
I'm not quite sure about what other states are, but I believe the previous speaker, who's the Reverend, sorry, Representative Ellen Reid, I don't know why I call you Reverend, but she spoke a little bit about that, and she has some information to provide. So I can't speak to that matter.
Okay, maybe we could get some information sent to us on that matter. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jessica Margison, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Margison. I'm a tenant organizer with Granite State Organizing Project. I am here on my own behalf, though, to speak out on this bill. I am completely for it. A lot of my tenants that come in the tenant clinic, they are faced with having to apply for multiple apartments. As we know about the word just slipped my mind. We know about the tenancy rate being low. When it concerns an apartment that's under 1,600, when you're looking at affordable, what I hear from real estate agents or landlords is that they get multiple calls, multiple applications. It's normally the apartments that are much more expensive, that are out of that realm of being able to afford for low income. They get fewer applications, they get through the process a little better. But when you have a few hundred people applying for only a few apartments, it can get up there. I've had to teach my clients to, when they're looking on Zillow or these other sites, to scroll down and take a look at how many applications have been put in on that one apartment. You'll commonly see, you can see some zeros, but you'll see 15, 17, and sometimes up to 100. So when you're charging an application fee on one apartment, you got one spot, and you take in 100 applications, you start making money on this part of the application process when it becomes an amount. Sometimes us tenants feel that these apartments are just there to generate income on applications because the numbers climb so high. When you're faced with having to do 5 to 10 applications in 1 month, that takes away from money that you're going to be able to move with. Honestly, we wish that there was some type of process you could go through and get your verification done, and then you could take that from place to place and use it. Someday, hopefully, that bill will come along. But one thing that should be added into this bill is clarification on time of the return of the deposit. The $250 that was mentioned as a max, and it would be applied to the deposit or refunded. Clarification on that time needs to be in there so that both sides have an understanding of when to expect that money and when to return it by.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Brandon LeMay, please.
Hello, my name is Brandon LeMay from Manchester, and I am here speaking in favor of HB 283. I just want to clarify a question that was brought up earlier about other rental application fee laws in the country. In Massachusetts, it's actually illegal to charge an application fee. However, a landlord could not rent you the apartment under the basis of wanting to submit a background check first. So the way that I see this is that application fees could be avoided altogether if this included language saying that, hey, a tenant might have to pay for a background check once they're approved for the apartment, pending, certain terms. So yeah, I just want to emphasize that there are other New England states that do regulate what you can actually charge, or can you charge an application fee at all. The second thing, and my final point here, is I work with a lot of low to middle income tenants. There's one tenant who's actually unfortunately at work today. I wish I could have brought her up. But back in 2021, she had to apply for no fewer than 12 apartments and had over $300 in application fees. And it's really demoralizing when you have to shell up money that you probably don't have to get a place that you might not even be able to live in. So it's really prohibitive, and you have to selectively apply to apartments, especially when the vacancy rate is so low. So I think that there's a huge problem, and there have been other stories of landlords who show empty apartments for the prospect of charging them application fees. So in my belief, I believe that perhaps there should be some sort of fee maybe after you've been accepted, pending any sort of serious like things on the record or previous evictions. But I feel like this is a reasonable bill. $35 is a reasonable amount to pay for an application fee that can get you most of a background check and a credit score check. So I don't find this to be completely out there. So I hope that you vote ought to pass, and I'll take any questions.
All right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
That's the last card I have. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on HB 283? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. Did you? Okay. Well, why don't you can testify, and then would you just submit a card after you're done? Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hello. This is really uncomfortable for me, so I'm going to read my testimony. I hope you don't mind. But
take it.
I feel very strongly about this, so I'm here and willing to testify. My name is Julie Smiley. I'm a housing advocate and a property manager with the Front Door Agency in Nashua, New Hampshire. I also serve on an advocacy committee that the agency has. So we assist individuals and families who are struggling with housing stability, most of them on the brink of homelessness. We provide financial assistance, some case management, and run a transitional housing program for young single mothers, all to help prevent homelessness. In the past few years, we have seen this housing crisis skyrocket. When people talk about it, a housing crisis, it's no joke. In a typical month, our agency receives about 10 applications for assistance. In December this year, we received 45, and so far in January, we've received over 35. Both the number of applicants and the level of crisis we see is worsening significantly. Those on fixed incomes are hardest hit, especially those forced from their homes due to a property sale. People are facing multiple barriers in securing housing, one of those being application fees and/or hold fees that are not always refundable. I've received reports from clients of fees up to $250. Generally, we do not have the capacity to assist with those fees, so I contacted Rep. Ellen Reed and requested some help on the legislative front. And you can imagine that with a 0.06% vacancy rate for rentals, property managers are receiving upwards of 20 applications per apartment. We work with landlords all of the time, and they're frequently telling us they are absolutely inundated with applications for every single unit they're renting. So they can make quite the income from fees that they charge, while it's just another one of many significant barriers for our low-income neighbours. We're regularly seeing people in New Hampshire forced into homelessness through no fault of their own, but for the rising costs of property. Shelters are full, funds for hotels are limited, and people are being evicted from encampments. Passing HB 283 would allow property managers to recoup some of their costs for doing business with minimal negative impact, while it would have a significant positive impact on one of the barriers to housing stability. I do want to mention that Reparee did email you all info on fees in other states. Many states do not charge fees, many limit them. And I can attest to the fact that many people are prohibited just from applying for an apartment simply because they can't afford the fees, never mind the rent. So happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Katab.
So you stated that this bill would still allow landlords to recoup some of their fees, but I'm a little bit confused because the way that I'm reading this is that these fees have to be refundable. So how are they recouping the fees if they have to give them all back?
So the background check fees are not refundable. It would be hold fees, I believe. I don't have a copy of it. It's the hold fees are refundable. The application fee for the background check, which is at $35, or the cost of the background check, is not refundable according to this bill.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Why are these people, when they apply and they do not obtain the apartment, are they told why they didn't qualify for the apartment?
Not necessarily, no. Not when landlords are receiving upwards of 20 applications. They don't even reach out to them. Like if you apply for a job, you don't always get a reason why you were turned down. It's the same with when you apply for an apartment. So it's basically there's one apartment and there's multiple applicants, with the vacancy rate being at virtually zero right now.
So it's not that they're not able to get the apartment or afford the apartment, they're just lost in line.
Yeah, so you've got one apartment, 20, 30, 40 applicants, and only one person is going to get that apartment.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Oh, Representative Devine, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When a landlord, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. When a landlord is receiving maybe up to 10 applications with a $35 fee, and they start to run through it, this person qualifies, this person qualifies, this person qualifies, do they just stop? Do they stop at the first one and then go through the process, or do they go through all 10 applications with the $35 fee and then, take that and then do they give the money back if they decide on one person to take the apartment?
Sure. So I think that probably varies from landlord to landlord as to how much time and effort they want to invest in vetting their various applicants. But the fees can be upwards of $35. Sometimes it's $50. So this bill is it's trying to put a limit on what the limit on the fee is. Was there a second part to your question?
Well, I would move to change that, I'm thinking about this $35 fee, and I'm thinking that, the landlord is taking in this income. They're offering a rental property. If they do vet the person, shouldn't they be doing their due diligence to kind of look through the applications first before they use the $35 to pay for, something that maybe a potential renter cannot afford? And there just seems like this I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. I'm thinking take away the whole $35, take away the cost, put the cost onto the landlord for that fee, because they're offering a service to the community. And to me, that bill might work a little bit better.
So you're suggesting no fees?
No fees at all.
So we were trying to appease, I believe, landlords and allow them to recoup some of their costs, but I would be in favor of no fees, and I believe other states such as Vermont do not, and possibly Massachusetts, do not charge fees at all for this reason. So,
And then the last part would be, as an alternative to landlords, they would have to be, if you kept the bill in place as it was, the landlord would have to have some sort of accountability as to how many applications they would be seeing and viewing and using that $35 or more, whatever they're charging. There has to be some accountability, and this bill here does not demonstrate that, in my opinion.
I think there's definitely room for amendments in the bill.
Other, other
Yep.
questions for this witness? So I guess I just have a question. Do you have any concern that to the extent this bill limits the ability of a landlord to charge fees for rental applications, to the extent landlords feel as a result of that, they feel less secure in who they get for tenants, that the way they will account for that insecurity is that they'll just raise the rents. The rents will just be, you can't charge more than $35 for a rental application, and the landlord says, well, now I feel less secure in who I'm going to have for tenants, so the rent goes up.
I'm not sure that I understand that the cost of the application equates to a quality of the applicant. They would be able to submit a background check, and the cost for the background check, whatever that is covered in the bill. And there's always a cost to doing business. And right now, landlords have their pick of applicants and are generally taking the people with the highest incomes. And so those people on lower incomes, people who are receiving housing vouchers, are effectively blocked from renting on the market quite frequently. And then this application fee that's charged on top of that is another barrier. And the bill covers $35 or the cost of a background check. So I think that should give the landlord
The bill says whichever is less. So $35 is the cap.
Okay. I think that covers the general cost of a background check. We serve as property managers ourselves. I manage 8 affordable housing units. And we pay $25 for a background check. And I would also like to mention that HUD has recently issued guidance that background checks they're recommending people don't do background checks, which seems a little bizarre to us as property managers, but that seems like the way things are going. And that was their guidance at a recent training. So I think there's plenty of opportunities for landlords to properly vet their applicants, and given the vacancy rate, they are most certainly doing that very well.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for answering our questions, ma'am. Would it be acceptable that if no fees may be charged unless an application has been accepted for review, and then the lease would be tentative to awaiting the results of that background check, which can include a credit check, criminal background check, their tenancy record. Then collection of those fees would occur at lease signing, and then the landlord would have to disclose the amount of those fees prior to receipt of an application. So the tenant is going to know going in, it's going to cost me X number of dollars to apply. I'm going to have to pay for it at some point in time. So they decide, I'm going to fill out the application, I'm going to submit the application, the landlord takes the application, does the background checks, and now they can charge that fee.
So they would charge not only the person they're renting to, but whoever they might consider, the people whose application they accept.
Nope.
Only the person
you
they
can
rent
only
to.
collect a fee from the person who you've accepted the application from and are going to lease the unit to. So if somebody goes out and puts out 1,000 applications, they're only going to pay one fee to wherever they sign the lease.
I think from as somebody that represents tenants, that would be favorable. As a property manager, we may want to not incur the cost of a background check on 3 or 4 applicants.
Wow, it's one or the other, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's one or the other, isn't it?
Let's not turn this, let's not.
I'm
turn
not
this into a
debating, I'm
debate.
just, it's one or the other. It's either the landlords or the tenants.
Representative Horgan, did you have a question?
Yes. I guess based on, since your experience on both sides of the landlord-tenant divide, also renting out of affordable apartments, which are probably still not all that affordable, but still, obviously less than what the market rate apartments. Do you find this difficult to cover all the various overhead charges that are, part of your business, or do you find that you're able to pay for it fairly easily out of the rent? And
We receive various grants and funding. So the rents that we charge, which are minimal, and they're usually monitored by HUD under the home program, so they're very closely regulated. But yes, we would be happy with a very nominal fee charged. I'm concerned that landlords will oppose this bill in force if they are prohibited from receiving any recompense for the fees they incur. But there has to be something done because there are so many barriers right now to people finding housing. This crisis, I've spoken to 3 people in the 3 hours I was in my office this morning that was sleeping in their car. Today it's snowing and there's no room in the shelters and they can't afford a hotel. And if whatever we can do to ameliorate this crisis needs to be done, and whatever it is, it's a little too late at this point. I speak to people daily who are in tears, and it's really frustrating that as a state we're seeing this level of crisis, and we need to do whatever is in our power to help alleviate the crisis. There's real people today sleeping in their cars who have jobs and who are working and have lost their housing. So I would just ask that we do something to make this process a little easier. What the specifics are, like being put on the spot at the very minute, I'd need some time to really kind of consider it. I don't write legislation, so I don't know the legal specifics of it. But happy to answer any more questions because this is a really, really, really important issue right now.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, and you're going to give us the pink card, right? Thank you. Anyone else who desires to testify on HB 283? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 283 and open the hearing on HB 340. And, all right. Adjutant, okay, 340. And hang on. Let me just pull it up here. All right. And I'm going to call on Representative Adjutant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rep. Josh Adjutant. I represent the town of Enfield in the New Hampshire House, and I'm here today excited to bring you HB 340, a bill that I have dubbed the Save Our Homes Act. And I'd like to explain the bill on a cosmic level by reading from an op-ed that I submitted to New Hampshire Business Review about it last fall. On June 11th, 2021.
We can read the editorial if you want to. I'm not sure that it's productive to have.
It's not word for word.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
On June 11th, 2021, the Fox News YouTube channel posted a clip of their host, Tucker Carlson, talking about a little-known but very impactful corporation, BlackRock. Tucker, a man I disagree with 99% of the time, spoke about how BlackRock is slowly but surely gobbling up homes in many parts of America by outbidding families looking to buy them. Why would a venture capital firm offer $200,000 over the asking price for homes, guaranteeing they win the bid? Once they own the home, they can rent it forever, making far more in profits, and they do. According to an article posted in The Atlantic, A quarter of all single-family homes went to landlords, aspiring Airbnb tycoons, and other types of investors. All told, nearly a third of American house sales last year went to people who had no intention of living in them. This type of manufactured scarcity and consolidation drives up the cost of owning a home. Inflating selling prices leads other home sellers to raise their prices to pull in more money. And who wouldn't want an extra $200,000 when selling their home? But there's something else that we're giving away by allowing these massive corporate conglomerates to buy up all of America's homes and rent them to the end of time. It's the American dream. For the last several generations, Americans have relied on single-family homes to build a nest egg for retirement, and nowadays I wouldn't count on a Social Security check, given what a fit Congress threw about veterans' benefits last year. They allow you to build equity. They're a place to raise a family. They allow your kids to stay in the same community long enough to make friends, get involved with their local community center, and save them the experience of moving every year, as often has to happen with apartments. They provide family stability. Homes build communities. If you're hearing this, ask your kids if they or people they think, or people their age think that homeownership will ever be in their grasp. And the answer you're probably going to get is no. This is a tragedy in the wealthiest nation in the world where we are blessed by abundance and opportunity. But it's our responsibility to defend that opportunity. That's why I've brought this bill before you today. The bill is simple. Real estate on which single-family housing, including single-family housing with one or more accessory dwelling units on the same parcel of land or multifamily housing is located, may only be acquired in whole or in part by natural persons subject to the following exceptions. In basic terms, the bill will require single-family homes to be sold to a real, living, breathing person. Not a venture capital firm, not a venture capital firm putting on the Groucho Marx disguise and pretending to be an LLC. Nothing. There's a grandfathering exception provided that the next buyer is a natural person. There's a development exception provided that the property is sold to a natural person within 2 years. And there's a clarification that this will have no impact on mortgages or trusts. I and the other co-sponsors believe it is important to keep family homes for families. We believe that passing this law will help reduce and eliminate homelessness in our time. We will not allow soulless conglomerate corporations to deny anybody the American dream. We feel now is the time to do this, for if there were to be another 2008-style housing crash, banks would be desperate to make up their money, making it extremely convenient for companies like BlackRock to swoop in, overbid, take the homes, and rent them forever. When New Hampshire makes the Save Our Homes Act of 2023 the law of the land, we will be saying loudly and firmly that we prioritize real people over corporations, and we believe in a New Hampshire and in America where homeownership is a reality, and that the American dream may so endure for another generation. So that is this legislation on a cosmic level. I would encourage the committee to move it to the House floor out to pass, or with an amendment if you see fit, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? I don't see any. I guess I have only one question, sir. Have you given any thought to the issue of whether, if we were to pass this, it would be constitutional to say basically corporations who are citizens can't own property?
I would struggle to argue constitutional merits with the chair, given your background. But what I would say to that is, as I've thought of that, when making constitutional arguments, you are able to call on whether or not something is a public policy priority. And I would say, like, based on the scope of the issue that we're dealing with, which I believe is, in essence, the American dream, that a court would find it constitutional based on those kind of broader public concerns.
All right. Thank you. Other questions? Representative Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When you're referring to like Airbnb properties, like you have a house, it has, maybe 3 bedrooms, it has bunk beds in one room, it's all set up for somebody to come and rent, especially up in, say, the lakes region of this, or by the ocean somewhere. How do you think this bill is going to affect that? You had mentioned Airbnb, and I'm not sure I followed you on that. So, please elaborate.
I didn't want to break the quote in that article. So that's the only reason why those words were in there. Because the quote from the article is, all told, nearly, yada, 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 a quarter of single-family household sales went to landlords. Really, I could have cut it off there, but I just wrote the rest of that in there. Aspiring Airbnb tycoons and other types of investors, all told, nearly a third of American house sales last year. So that was the only reason why that little snippet was in there, just to get that whole Atlantic article into quote without having to break that. But it doesn't really apply to this.
Okay, I have a follow-up?
absolutely.
So how would this affect, like, property management companies who are taking care of maybe secondhand homes that are being rented out in this state? How would this bill affect that?
Property management companies, well, if they're only maintaining it, they're not owning it, then that would be a separate distinction.
Well, if they do own it.
Well, then, I mean, if it's ownership, then if they're currently owning it, it's grandfathered provided that the next buyer of that home is a natural person. But the point here, and this bill was a long formula process. There were a bunch of us that met last year in order to try to find a way around this. And the problem that we ran into with situations like that is why I have in here, the LLC, or the conglomerate pretending to be an LLC. Like, if you really try to narrow cast exceptions that far down, then you're going to create more opportunities where the bill is essentially Swiss cheese. Like, there are so many holes in it that it doesn't really match up. So that's that issue there.
Other questions for this witness?
Yeah,
Yes, Representative Tripp. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get to you next, Representative Tripp. Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. The bill is basically to prevent corporations from buying up homes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is an aspiring short-term rental tycoon, it's probably a family? Are they corporation?
Is a family a corporation?
Yeah.
No.
So would this bill prevent a family from buying 2 or 3 houses for
No, because they would be
short-term rental?
they would be considered a natural persons under the definition. I think I'm confused by the question.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify, what is, if a family is looking to build a company, by buying up homes and
Right.
renting them out, does that qualify them as a company or as a family?
If they did it under an LLC, then yes. Mr. Chair, while I have the opportunity, can I provide a little context as to where some of this language came from?
Sure.
So there was legislation that this is largely modeled off of that came out of Iowa that intended to stop international corporate entities from purchasing homes. You have a lot of problems in cities like New York and San Francisco and other high real estate areas where foreign nationals are just buying up property and they're not owned by Americans. They're not owned by American entities. So that's where a lot of this language came from. This wasn't just us kind of freewheeling it. We did pull it from there with some obvious changes, but that's sort of the background here. Natural persons was defined in that statute, and we would be looking to carry that over here.
All right. Representative Turner, you had a question.
I do. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking questions. I guess my question relates to sort of the presence of the home versus the sort of livability of the home. In my town, we have Route 125, which is, rapidly becoming a highway, but is also has many residential homes, and many of those that are on that road are, have an old home on it that's clearly not being used anymore, and someone is holding that property waiting for, conditions to be right to develop it, most likely as, retail or some sort of corporate space. What would this do in the case of a property that has a home on it, but that home is really not livable or occupied any longer?
I'm not sure that, well, if it's no longer occupiable, I'm not sure that they would be able to sell it. I'm trying to find where in the legislation. I mean, as far as it pertains to development, we do have one of the exceptions in here being a development clause. So companies would be able to purchase those provided that they register with the Secretary of State and that they're sold within 2 years. But as far as just a random property, could you paint me a little bit of a picture as far as it's like a property on the backyard?
No, this is a property along a busy highway, what's now I consider a highway, you know, and it used to obviously be a much smaller road that has, you know, single family home sitting on it. That home is no longer occupied or occupiable, I guess. And someone is holding that property probably for more than 2 years, waiting for conditions to be right to develop it into something. This seems like it might preclude that, and I'm not sure in that situation whether the goal of sort of preserving the transfer of housing or development of property, I wasn't sure how it would affect that, because I think there might be a number of properties around the state that look like that.
Yeah, I hadn't considered a situation like that. I could get back to you on that.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Horrigan.
Yes, so how does this, you said this bill protects trust, so how does it protect individuals and families who have their real estate in, you know, irrevocable or irrevocable trust?
I'm looking where in here we wrote the line that says nothing in the section is to be construed to alter trust in any way.
Okay.
That was about the language, but I'm trying to find this specific
I
line.
think I saw that, yeah.
Should be under exceptions.
Yeah,
It's
in
in
the last section, I think. In the
Okay.
last
Last
section?
section, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see, yep.
Yep.
And a follow-up question, and maybe this is an unavoidable consequence of it, but, well, here in New Hampshire, we're often making tax policy that attracts rich people from out of state. One of the things rich people like to do is, you know, put their property, you know, under an anonymous entity, so you don't know exactly who owns the property. So,
Is there a question here?
yes, so is that still possible, or is that actually or is that something that's forbidden by the language of the bill, and perhaps deliberately?
I don't think it really was deliberate. I'd like to recenter the conversation a little bit and just say, like, the overarching goal of this legislation was to stop consolidation within the housing market under a few corporate conglomerates. There have been a lot of stories over the last couple of years of 25%, 30%, 45% of communities, especially in the trailer home market, just being owned by the same company. And when you talk about an issue like inflation, yes, there's the monetary side of inflation, but there are also specific points in the market where inflation is worse, and one of those is housing. So it's an effort to go after that. It's an effort to make sure that, you know, the next generation of Americans have the opportunity to own a home and build that kind of equity. So that's really the overarching purpose of this. And I'm open to any amendments that the committee may deem necessary in order to make that work. But I would hope that on that higher level, that's an agreeable position.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Brendan LeMay, please.
Hello, my name is Brandon LeMay from Manchester, New Hampshire, representing myself here. And I'm here to speak in favor of 340 here. And I just want to say that in my experience working with low and middle income tenants, some of the most problematic landlords that we've had have been corporate landlords from out of state. Particularly, they are going after multifamily homes as a means because they tend to have a lot of potential rental income. And these corporate landlords are pushing out the more ma and pa landlords who have to look their tenants in the face every single day. And this is irreversibly changing the character of the neighborhoods in Manchester, because we are having corporations buy these buildings and they're not owned by real people. And as a result, we have tenants that stay for only 2 years at a time. So it's my opinion that House Bill 340 would be able to make sure that low and middle income tenants aren't competing with out-of-state corporations to buy property for their own one day. I'll keep it really short, but I'll open up to questions.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Alexandria Murray, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for welcoming me today. My name is Representative Alessandra Murray. I represent Manchester Ward 9. I actually just wanted to share a little bit about like my personal experience with this. In 2019, the landlord that for the apartment that my fiance and I were living in let us know that he was going to be renovating and we needed to move out. And rent is so high in Manchester that it's about the same as paying a mortgage. So my fiance and I were like, we should look for a house. We spent months looking for a house in Manchester. He's lived there his entire life. I've lived there my entire adult life. We are literally the example of like a young couple trying to stay in the area that we grew up and lived in and couldn't find a house that could meet our needs because we kept getting outbid by out-of-state corporations. There was one instance where we put an offer on a house and we were outbid by $100,000 when we had already bid $20,000 over the asking price. And within a week, that house was up on Craigslist available for rent. So it's extremely discouraging to be a young person that is trying to stay in my home state, in my hometown, and feel like we're not wanted, like there isn't space for the people that are already here. And I think at this point, when our housing crisis in New Hampshire is so bad, that it makes sense to pass legislation like this because we frankly don't have housing to spare to give to corporations for them to, just garner more profits. We need to be able to house the people that already live here in the state and have been here for a long time. But I just wanted to share my personal experience. I'm not a co-sponsor on this bill, but, it touches my circumstances. So I'm open to questions if there are any.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Norwood, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chris Norwood. I am the 2023 chair of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors Public Policy Committee, and I'm a real estate broker and practitioner in the state of New Hampshire. The realtors are opposed to House Bill 340. Specifically, the two components of this bill are prohibiting corporations from purchasing single-family homes and multifamily homes. I will say that there are cases, albeit rare, when an individual would request to purchase a home, be it a primary home or a secondary residence, within an LLC, be it for liability or tax reasons, and I would defer to their accountant and their attorney as to why that exception may and should exist in this as perhaps a carve-out. The other broader piece is I don't disagree with some of the challenges in the market currently. I think the realtors broadly would say we need more supply by artificially prohibiting the transfer of property. I do think that that's going to do more to damage the real estate market. Specifically in the multifamily development arena, a lot of the larger complexes, whether or not we want to see them in our communities, but these larger complexes that are doing a lot of good in terms of adding supply are only feasible to have a large corporation do that, be that an in-state corporation or an out-of-state corporation. A lot of times the way that those get done is there's a conglomerate of individuals that are put together by either an LLC or some sort of syndicate where there's a lot of equity being raised. And to put that on the burden of one person as an individual to create a 10, 20, or $30 million 80-unit apartment building I don't believe is feasible. And I understand the carve-out on development where it says, yes, you can raise all that capital and have a corporation, but then there's a window by which that property has to be transferred to an individual. And I just don't think that that is practical in the market to say that individuals are the only entities that can own multifamily housing. It's just the nature of the beast that you need to have cash and equity from a number of different sources to undertake these larger developments. So the only other piece that I'd like to offer that's a little bit of a different piece of testimony here is the National Association of Realtors does have a survey where they took a look at specifically institutional buyers of residential homes. So this is on the single family side in 2021. And I'll share this with everybody. Out of all 50 states, Vermont did not, for whatever reason, did not register any data. So let's take it out of 49 states. New Hampshire had 4% of all their residential home purchases as a institutional buyer. And I think where a lot of the data is coming from is from the South, particularly Texas, where the transactions of institutional buyers exceed 20%. I know New England, the worst state, if I recall, is Rhode Island. But again, we are very, very low in terms of having the so-called institutional buyers coming in and buying our inventory. And I'll leave this map with you, Representative, if you could hand that out. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Norwood.
Thank you, Representative.
Kate Horgan from the New Hampshire Association of Counties.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kate Horgan, and I represent the New Hampshire Association of Counties, who is opposed to this bill. I don't spend a lot of time in front of this committee, so just to give you an opportunity to learn about the association, all 10 counties are members of the association, and that includes your commissioners, your county attorneys, register of deeds, and all of your appointed and elected officials. So we did review this bill. We do have major concerns, one being that the chairman already pointed out about the constitutional ability of this bill, and what our review says is that this will not pass the constitutional test. Also, there are very big concerns from your Register of Deeds offices about the confusion and delays that this could cause at the deeds office, specifically around RSA 647:46(2) that allows the 2-year period for a non-natural developer to relinquish property unless they prove that they have the property for sale and on the market for the preceding 12-month period. That could cause major delays at your Register of Deeds office, and your registers of deeds did reach out to me to highlight that. I am happy to take any questions, but overall, the association feels that this is going to hinder the housing market in New Hampshire and not increase it.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nick Norman, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for another opportunity to speak. Again, I advocate for landlord property owners, and we are against this bill. To me, it doesn't make any sense. First of all, a natural person is not defined anywhere in this bill, to my knowledge. It's been the situation that for many, many reasons, you may want to have a corporation or an LLC or some kind of a partnership, a general partnership, or a limited partnership, many different forms of ownerships, corporations, C corporations, S corporations, to own property. If you're making something this large, it doesn't make any sense for an individual person in this day and time to be taking on personal liability and signing for personal guarantees on loans for a large development of multifamily housing. And we don't need to discourage investors from creating more housing. That's exactly what we don't need. So this bill would discourage investors from investing in New Hampshire. I'm very concerned about that. I mean, who would invest in a large way in New Hampshire if they can't set up the legal structures that are common to own real estate, not only for owning the real estate and protecting the asset, but just even for the estate planning, right? You have an LLC that has individual members and a manager, and it's common, in my situation, and in many's, that you have a family LLC where the ownership interest of the individual members are passed down to the children over the years, and then that does not end up in transfer probate.
Probate court.
Probate. And so now you've saved all of those probate fees and inheritance fees and so forth and so on. There's many, many reasons, and whatever it is, a couple hundred years of history of setting up corporate structures, LLC structures, and all the various reasons that that whole thing exists. And just to throw it out doesn't make any sense to me at all.
All right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. And David Klein, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I know I'm one of the last speakers, and a lot of what I was going to say, other people have covered, and I'm going to try and skip it very quickly. But I find this bill the most anti-development bill that I've seen this legislative session. We all have heard how bad the shortage of housing is. We need more built. We need big projects. We met with my son and I met with a contractor to convert a third floor of a building we have that's 4 units, add 2 more units. He told us construction costs, not land, $300 per square foot. At 850 square feet per apartment, which is not a big apartment, that's going to be $25 million to build. Individuals do not have, in general, $25 million. As the person from the real estate person talked about earlier, that you need multiple investors, you will need a corporate structure, an LLC structure to put this together, to put together a consortium to do that. This legislature has recognized over the years that we should have corporations. We have corporate bills, we have limited partnership bills, we have an LLC bill, and those were put in to attract businesses of all types to the state. This bill goes exactly against that. In addition, I have questions on the constitutionality of the bill too, both under the Commerce Clause and other clauses. And if you look at the fiscal note, the judicial branch even talks about potential litigation running up the costs of this bill, although they put indeterminate. So the people who helped with the fiscal note realized that there was going to be a lot of litigation. I also look at the penalties. They're pretty severe if someone doesn't follow it. And I think it's a taking without just compensation, which raises another constitutional issue. Finally, from my point of view, you want to work around this bill and make it useless? Have a straw. And I know the chairman knows what I'm referring to. You find an individual who will be very happy for a certain sum a year to hold the real estate in his or her name, have all sorts of documents that are not recorded, deeds, whatever, to transfer it out of that person's name, have all management in the hands of some other person, separate the beneficial interest from the ownership interest, which is what trust documents do, and you can negate the effects of the bill. The bill is basically, it's unconstitutional and useless in my mind. And I would really say to the committee, let's work on things to increase supply of housing. We're not going to get out of this by decreasing it. We've got to increase it and put our efforts there and not on a bill like this that won't help us.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Is there
Chairman.
anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 340? Right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 340. And before we turn to HB 379, I'm going to take a 7th inning stretch for about 5 minutes, if that.
Perfect.
I know. What it meant. I'll look it up.
No.
Yeah.
Just
I guess we want to take a short break.
get a sip of water. This thing is the most
This chair, nodding his head. Question is between Republican and Democrat.
I just don't want to be the wrong information. Excuse me, Senator.
Problem is, we don't go out. No, me either. Noah's gonna come wait for us. Did you get your charger too?
Thank you for reminding me. It's still over there. I should plug in just a minute and then take it to my seat.
I didn't want you forgetting it.
Thank you very much. That's a
Well, you told me
great,
to.
great reminder.
I just thought of it seeing you on the computer.
Yeah.
I know a friend of yours would have it. He didn't get reminded like me.
I have a good history of forgetting important things. Fortunately, I have a history of remembering it soon and going back to the location before someone snagged it. Two more, David.
What are you talking about?
Credit check, background
I
check.
don't care at all. I didn't touch that. Oh, yeah, you know, fill out the application. If you take over part of it out, you know, you can do it incremental. I don't even touch that. I don't even see it.
So if I have multiple people applying, I'll tell them, this is how much you leave. I will do everything that I can that's free without creating the reports, right? And then I can return to you if you don't get it, right?
How many times? Our business model is a little bit different. Oh my God. Couple of business things we've done. It's a single family homes. Be selected as a No, not presently.
That was from this morning.
So you own rental property?
Yes, a mixture of commercial and residential, but all single-family homes or residential. And it's Braveheart Realty.
Braveheart Realty.
Danville, but I own in Hillsborough County. But I do something. I should have sat right here and told my son. When you came over, that film. That's right.
Yes.
Because I was removed from my own home by the sheriff in Essex County, but my tenants were able to remain there afterwards. I couldn't pay them. Children. I couldn't pay my mortgage.
You needed the end of lease clause.
In Massachusetts, we got it. Not happening. So, anyway, so my kids were 2 years old. Risk. But here I am, right? 30 years later. And I'll be
That's $100 more than you got. And we don't get mileage.
You guys can.
I was at a meeting a few years ago, and there was 2 meetings happening. We were in the basement, and the other meeting was upstairs. People coming out. Are they going to the meeting upstairs and for something a little more posh? And the people coming, how do you know they're landlords now? I can tell. Look, they're dressed forwardly. That's a landlord. These people go upstairs. They look really wow.
Brought a lunch.
Right. Right.
'79, and Representative Reed, the prime sponsor. We'll hear from you, please.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. And this is it for me and today with you. I know that is exciting news. This is the last one. For the record, my name again is Ellen Reed, and I represent Rockingham 10, Newmarket, and Newfields. So this bill creates a bucket into which we have placed $1 that sort of, kind of, but not exactly mimics the criminal defense system that we have in place, that most everywhere in the country has in place, which is to say that indigent, in this case tenants, instead of people accused of crimes, indigent tenants who cannot afford legal representation in eviction proceedings would be able to get attorneys. I've never before put in a bill that had a significant appropriation, and so I was very hesitant and considered greatly this issue when I was putting it in. However, spoiler alert, I was going to save this for the end, but I'm going to tell you right now, we very, very, very likely, my constituent is Maggie Hassan, she's in my district, we very likely have $3 million from federal money for this. I have already met with the Maggie Hassan's aides. They're very excited. Maggie Hassan has indicated her desire to want to get federal funds for this program. And I have a meeting this upcoming Monday, another meeting with them as well. So when we're creating the bucket, it's an empty bucket, but it's the idea that we actually will likely be receiving, hopefully be receiving federal funds for this program. But I want to talk about the reason why we have to have the bucket to begin with. So as it currently stands, when there is an eviction proceeding, there are two sides. One is the landlord, who frequently has to show up to these eviction proceedings, very frequently will have a lawyer that he or she works with on a frequent basis. They're very familiar, even beyond having a lawyer, they are very familiar with the process by which evictions happen. They're familiar with the laws. They're familiar with the court system. They know this from experience. They are prepared. The tenant, on the other hand, has very frequently never stepped foot into an eviction court proceeding, doesn't understand, doesn't know any of the players, doesn't know the law, doesn't understand what the motions can be. And so what we've heard, and the reason I put this in as requested by New Hampshire Legal Assistance, excuse me, is very many tenants, judges have told New Hampshire Legal Assistance repeatedly that they really, really wanted to find for the tenant, but the tenant was just lacking the magic words in court, didn't know the right motion, didn't know the right thing to say or do. But it was very clear to the judge in those cases that the tenant had merit to their argument, but they just were not saying or doing the thing that needed to be done in that moment for what they needed. So they need, like anybody going through a court proceeding, legal representation. So we've provided a right, a conditional right to legal representation. It's conditioned upon having money in the bucket. The bucket can be filled by federal funds, as I already mentioned, are hopefully coming should we pass this, but the bucket can also be filled by donations, or if we ever have a general court that is so inclined, through general funds. So that's the basic gist. While I was hesitant to put this in when I didn't realize we might have money coming, I understood the need for it. And I knew that the argument would be, but the money. You know, and just so you know, I crunched the numbers with New Hampshire Legal Assistance, and we think it would cost for all of the evictions, the percentage of evictions that are challenged in court, I guess, would be the term. And then the complexity of those cases, having broken those numbers down with New Hampshire Legal Assistance, we estimated the fiscal notes maybe a tad high. We thought it was closer to $1 million a year. The fiscal note says 1.5 million. That was our high figure. Our low figure was much lower than that. So when I was talking with Maggie Hassan's legal aides, I asked for $1 million a year, and they said, absolutely, it's completely doable. It's a drop in the bucket for federal numbers. So that's kind of the gist of why and the genesis of this. But when I was considering putting it in, I thought that the main argument would be the money. it would be really hard for me to imagine someone coming before you and saying, but I don't want the other side in court having a lawyer like I have access to. That seems like a really bad argument to me. You very well may hear that argument. I don't know. But it's an interesting, like, how can you be against people having the ability to have a lawyer like the opposition does in court? That seems to go against the general fairness. I will say that I believe the Judicial Council is here in favor. We've talked about them wanting some extra specifics. When I was putting the bill together, I consulted them and I said, how will this be easiest on the court for appointing lawyers to people? The method that I have here takes some of the extra labor out because we put a 200% threshold, 200% of poverty line threshold on it. So automatically any tenant that's under the 200% of poverty would qualify, should we have funds, for a lawyer who's if they're experiencing eviction. Anybody over that, then you go through the normal process as we currently have with criminal representation of a judge determining their ability to pay and whether or not they qualify for free representation. So that kind of cuts down on some of the labor involved there. But I am in conversations with them. They want a few more specifics in the bill about exactly where the pool of lawyers would come from, probably an expansion of New Hampshire legal assistance, and some other details, which I'm happy to work with them on and happy to nail those details down as much as they would like to feel good about the bill. But so that's kind of everything I think I have to say about this, and I'm happy to take questions.
All right. Questions for this witness? Representative Horgan.
Yes, in the fiscal note, they figure $355 per case times 4,499 landlord-tenant cases. So is that, which comes out to a little less than $1.6 million. Is that, well, it's rounded up to 4,500. Is that the number of evictions that were filed in New Hampshire in 2021?
Yeah, we when I was working with New Hampshire legal assistance, we used the number of 5,000, and then we used the percentages that we knew were challenged versus not challenged, complicated versus simple, based on what New Hampshire legal assistance experience has been.
Yeah, and if I understood what he said, that not all of those individuals are going to qualify for this program anyway.
Exactly. Although you can imagine if you're being evicted, most evictions happen for non-payment. Most of the people who can't pay are lower income. So there would be a high rate of people who qualify, but you're right, absolutely right. Not everybody would.
Representative Smith, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Representative Reed. As you well know, this committee is dealing with the policy, not with the funding.
Sure.
But when we say it's not the money, it's always the money.
It's always the money.
And with all due respects to the senator, is there any indication that the governor and the executive council would accept the money? And is there any indication that the finance committee would agree to put this in this budget? Because otherwise we're talking about 2 years from now.
I appreciate the question, Representative. So no, I don't have promises from the governor or the Senate or anybody else in the process of legislating. But free money is usually a good thing. We are a donor state. We send out more federal tax dollars than we get back. And so it's kind of like, well, what do you want for nothing, right? You get it for free. So, and again, the language of the bill is self-limiting. So if we don't have those funds, then this is not a program. When we have the funds, we do. Why not have it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question, Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks. You brought up the issue that I was going to ask about, which is the term indigent versus 200% of poverty, terms I sort of work with in my other world a lot. I know it goes at the heart of the naming of the fund itself. I'm wondering whether you feel like indigent is the right term, or 200%, which is, we typically use the term low income for up to 200% of federal poverty, whereas indigent sort of implies poverty and unable to meet basic basic needs. So I didn't know whether taking out indigent from the language and just leaving it at a low income to 100% of poverty, or if you think the other way, or if you can reconcile those.
It's because that's the precedent in current statute for criminal defense. So this very closely, but not exactly, as I already mentioned, mirrors how we do criminal defense in the public defender's office. So that term is understood in the legal realm for our statute to mean inability to pay. And inability to pay, you can be well over poverty, you can be making basic needs, but still be unable to afford a lawyer, which is very expensive. So whilst, I mean, I had actually, I can tell you personally, when I was going through this bill with the lawyer at OLS, I kind of associated the term indigent with people who were unhoused. And so I was like, there was a lot of confusion. I'm like, no, not indigent, just unable to pay. And the lawyer had to explain to me, well, no, legally speaking, in our current statute, that's exactly what it means.
Can I ask one quick follow-up? I don't know if I don't have the reference to the other legislation. That might be helpful, but does it reference 200% of poverty?
No, so that's the way I changed it. So that's a shortcut. That's a labor saving move that I made, a change that I made to this specifically. So currently, if you're accused of a crime and you say, I need an attorney, I can't afford one, a judge has to determine your ability to pay before you get that attorney assigned. I didn't want to overburden the judiciary clerks in having to go through all that and have all the judges having to determine, say, 4,000 cases and whether or not they were able to pay. So I gave a shortcut. If they are under 200%, boom, they can't afford to pay already. It doesn't have to go before a judge. If they're over 200%, a judge will still make that determination.
Sorry, one last follow-up, if you would. I'm wondering whether or not cleaning up one or the other would be, because I feel like it is mixing two different definitions in the same.
So indigent contains anyone under 200%, but it's not. So everyone who is under 200% is indigent, period. If you're under 200% of the poverty line, you're indigent. You are, for lack of a better word, poor. You cannot afford an attorney if you're at or under 200% of poverty line. If you're over it, you may still be indigent, but that's going to be up to a judge to determine. But you're definitely.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you want to.
I was just going to say, but you're definitely indigent if you're under 200%. So there was no reason to put the judges through all of those cases. Most of the people applying for this will be under 200%.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Perez. Okay.
Thank you. You just say if you're under 200%, you are indigent. Where did that definition come from? Is that the definition as opposed to as proposed here?
Yes, that's
so it's proposed here.
Yes, the idea is, so in the current criminal defense world, indigent means unable to pay for a lawyer. You cannot afford a lawyer. We're saying in this bill, if you're under 200% of the poverty line, and just to be really clear, the poverty line is something like 25,000 for a family. So if you're 50,000 for a family, you can't pay, you cannot afford a lawyer. A lawyer is very expensive. So that's what we're saying.
Man?
Yes.
And you're saying the tenant, but you're talking about a family as opposed to a tenant. That's different. Who's on the lease may be you and not your family. Who is this?
So you qualify for where you are on the poverty line is based on whether or not you live alone or with a household.
Okay.
So that's kind of separate, and this is well understood in
I understand.
very public and also private institutions for calculating if somebody qualifies. For example, my local hospital provides financial assistance for medical bills if you're 250% of poverty or under. So it's understood to be if you live alone, I believe the number is 12,500. I could be wrong. It's somewhere in that ballpark though. And if you are in a family, it's something like 25,000.
Other questions for this witness? So I guess I do have a question, and I'm really not. Actually, I have two questions, and I'm not sure. You if I'm understanding correctly, you said that there's federal money available to pay for counsel.
a good promise of federal money. Very specifically, Maggie Hassan is very interested in kind of prioritizing housing, and her team
Okay, so
has
my-
said this is something we want to do. And I have a second meeting with them that they reached out to make about
Okay.
this.
So I guess what the thing that I'm not clear on though, if that's the case, I'm not clear why we need this bill, because I don't fault you for this at all, but you should understand that a person has the right to an attorney in almost any judicial proceeding.
Right.
So the question, when we use the right to counsel, when we talk about the right to counsel in this bill, you're talking the right to have counsel paid for by the government. And so what I'm really asking is, if the government has got this money for the federal government has got this money that it's willing to pay for counsel for people to be represented when they're being evicted, they can just give that money to legal aid, and legal aid can come in and say, when somebody is being evicted, legal aid can come in and say, we'll pay the bill for this attorney, and the judge would have no choice but to appoint counsel for them, because they have a right. The judge doesn't get to ask who's paying for the bill unless it's the state that's paying. So why do we? I guess I'm really asking, why do we need this? Why can't Senator Hassan just get the money appropriated and it gets sent to legal aid in New Hampshire or whatever the lawyer groups are, and they provide legal representation?
Thank you. There is no like with all federal funds that come to the state, we are in charge of administering it. So while you're suggesting that they just go through a private nonprofit legal assistance, I suppose that's possible. But in terms of giving it to the government, because that's what they're allocating it to New Hampshire. Then New Hampshire has to decide what to do with it. All of that is administrative. So we need that structure in place in order to provide those systems. If they just hand us money, we don't know what to do with it, and we have to decide what to do with it, and we need those systems
Couldn't
in
they
place.
just, as they do, as I understand it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, the federal government gives money to nonprofits for all kinds of things. Why couldn't they just give money for this representation to legal assistance, New Hampshire legal assistance, and other, and if there are other groups that provide this assistance without the state being involved at all?
I suppose, yes, you're right. They could do that, as I already said. But I think in terms of having a structure whereby we guarantee a right to counsel, and if you cannot afford counsel, we provide one, which is what we want to achieve. That it requires an administrative structure.
Well, I guess okay. I'm not gonna argue with you about that. But I guess what I was trying to say before was, there is a right to counsel that a court, if somebody can pay for a lawyer, a court can't say no, you can't have a lawyer. Unless the lawyer.
I understand.
So that's what I'm really.
There was the second part that I emphasized, but I'll emphasize it again. As we all hear in like every cop show since forever, you have a right to an attorney, and if you cannot afford one will be provided to you. We want that kind of assurance, so long as there are funds for it. We want that kind of assurance for tenants experiencing eviction, because housing is necessary for life.
All right. Other questions for Representative Smith?
It's not actually a question, but I do want to clarify the difference between a civil and a criminal proceeding in court. And watching LA Law or whatever you're watching, that's criminal.
No, I'm very well aware.
That guarantee does not exist in civil.
That's why you have the bill.
Exactly.
I'm exactly aware of that. That's why I keep saying we have this for criminal. We want to have something like this for people's ability to live. That's the point. And while I'm not going to say that you just have to guarantee it like we do with the criminal side, we guarantee it and we just put money behind it, and then you have overburdened public defenders and all that. What I'm saying is we're guaranteeing it as long as we have the money. The empty bucket is made. If the bucket is full, we're going to provide that same guarantee that we provide people. I would argue, while I think that the right to an attorney and to be provided an attorney if you cannot afford one is absolutely necessary for our criminal system, that we should absolutely guarantee that. On a whole other level, these are people, accused of crimes versus people who need a place to live, a roof over their head. And then on some level, that is more basic. That is more basic. So yes, the whole point of the bill, as I tried to answer with the chair's question and trying to answer with your question, is to have a mirror, more or less a mirror, of what we do for assurances for people charged with crimes, but experiencing possible homelessness. Yes.
Richard Head is here. I'm not sure if there's someone else. Let me see.
Well, I was told.
Hang on. After legal assistance.
He called me this morning and told me.
No, I do not see anyone here from the Judicial Council. Richard Head is here, but no one from the Judicial Council. No, legal assistance. Someone is here from New Hampshire Legal Assistance. Yes. Yep. So I guess in light of the interplay between you and Representative Smith, I have one other question. Is the way this bill is worded, it doesn't seem to make the right to counsel that you create by the bill contingent upon there being federal funding. And so my question is, would you have any objection if there was an amendment that said essentially the right established in paragraph 3A, parenthesis A, comes into effect only if there's federal money to pay for it?
I'm almost positive I put that in the bill. In fact, I am positive I put it in the bill, and this may be an error on OLS's part that it didn't make it into, through some redraft, if it is in fact not there. But I very specifically had exactly what you're referring to, which is there is a right to counsel, a right to paid counsel for indigent tenants experiencing eviction, but it is contingent upon there being money in those funds.
Okay.
I can keep looking for it.
Yeah,
but
I didn't see that as I looked at it, but I looked quickly too, so I could be wrong.
Line 13.
913.
The Judicial Council shall administer the fund and shall, to the extent of available federal, state, or private funds, pay the costs of counsel and investigative experts or other services, la, la, la.
Okay. Right. I mean, it's right. It's not only federal, but I mean, you would interpret that to mean that that's a limit. If there's no federal money, then they don't have to do it.
I do interpret that to mean that, but I very specifically remember a different section that we put in that the right to an attorney paid for, asterisk, as the chair has rightly pointed out, was in fact contingent on money in the funds. So I'll need a second to look over the bill, but if in fact it didn't make its way into this particular version, I'm happy to put it in.
All right, great. Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Testerman.
We keep hearing in here that this is not real money. This is,
Representative Testerman, could you just get closer to the microphone, please? Thank you.
we keep hearing that this isn't real money. This is federal money.
I consider federal money real money.
But this paragraph or sentence that they talk about in here says federal, state, or private funds. I don't care about private funds. I really care about private and federal and state. To me, if I go down to appropriations, it brings appropriations back up to that one. If I don't have federal money, I'm going to pull this out of the state thing. And I think this is crazy. It's crazy money to begin with, to think that, oh, this is free money. But to say that there's not some state pile of money right behind this whole thing is just wrong.
So a couple points there. And I mean, I presume you'll say, don't you agree? Because that wasn't a question. But a couple points. So first of all, it's not made up money or federal money or, that's, whatever money. It's our money. It is the taxpayers' money of this state that pay taxes in their paychecks going to the federal government. We are a donor state, which means we pay out more than we get back in. So for us to get our money back is a good thing. Secondly, there's nothing in this bill that says if we don't get federal money, it automatically is going to come out of the general funds. Absolutely not. It is a $1 bucket. If you want, I will give you $1 right now. and it just creates the bucket. That's all there is. So if it's unfunded because we don't get federal funds or whatever other funds, then it just sits empty.
I disagree with you completely, but
Well, that's not the process.
All right, other questions for this? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking our questions. In thinking about future funding for this, if it were to come into existence, because once something comes in, it never goes away. And so eventually we as a state will be on the hook for paying for this program at some point down the line. So would there be a possibility of establishing an indigent tenant fee that could be charged to tenants at the signing of a lease collected by the landlord that would be sent in to the Treasury, and that would help to pay for however much that dollar amount would be? We could have figured that out, but based on 4,500 cases at $100 a piece, there's $450,000. But at least the tenant now has skin in the game. They're at least contributing toward their own defense. They're at least providing some means, so it's not completely on taxpayers in general, but they are actually contributing part of that themselves.
So first of all, they are taxpayers. That is their money coming back to them. Secondly, we're not on the hook. If it's an empty bucket, it's an empty bucket. We're not obligated to fill the bucket. Thirdly, while I am very open to a whole host of creative ways to fund this bucket, I would caution against saying that indigent tenants, by their definition, they are low to maybe moderate income, don't have skin in the game already. It's the roof over their head they are fighting for. They definitely have skin in the game, and they've already paid for it through their federal taxes. So they have skin in the game. The idea of charging an indigent person even more money for a program that we're trying to help them with doesn't seem to make sense to me, but I'm open to different ideas. I appreciate the creative thinking, and I'm open to having that discussion and having more ideas about how to fund this in the future. Thank you.
All right, Representative Horrigan.
First of all, I point out that the idea we just heard from the member from Wentworth is a new fee. So, but if for some reason there's a lot of this program is such a success, it's so popular, it benefits not just the tenants themselves, but use the whole such a way that perhaps we're tempted to keep it going, even if the federal funding draws away. Is that necessarily a bad thing if we decide that's a good thing to spend $1.6 million a year of our limited state funding on?
It's as is every biennium when we pass a budget. It is the truest reflection. Our budget is the truest reflection of our values as a legislative body. We determine what we are willing to fund based on our priorities, based on our value system. If we have a general court at some point in the future that determines that this has been so successful with federal funds that it's worth continuing with state funds, and that's up to that legislative body in that term. As is every other budget decision. I will say that this does, in the long run, very frequently help landlords too, because what frequently happens when you have legal counsel for both sides is a mediation process so that you can avoid the expensive eviction proceedings.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's it for me. Thank you.
Eric Gallagher, please. What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Hi, so I'm Eric Gallagher, the representative for Concord Ward 6, which is Merrimack County District 20, and I am a co-sponsor on this bill here speaking in support of it. So the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantees a right to counsel, and the U.S. Supreme Court upheld that right in Gideon versus Wainwright for criminal cases. So, yeah, Representative Smith was bringing up the criminal versus civil distinction before. This extends it to civil cases where a tenant is being evicted, which I think tenants would very much appreciate. A bit more about the criminal civil distinction. So even though that might exist in the court's part, from the tenant's point of view, so police will still come to evict you if you're getting evicted. That was something where our county sheriff here in Merrimack County, David Croft, has made news for trying to do that in a more humane way of, connecting evicted people with services and whatnot. But still, the fact is that it's the police who do it. So from the tenant's point of view, the criminal civil distinction might not really be that visible to them. It often will feel like you're getting criminalized when you're getting evicted. So that's one of the reasons why I think it's important for tenants to have counsel. And then also to address a point about federal funding, so about why the money can't just go to New Hampshire legal aid specifically. So I'm not entirely sure about process here, since the federal government changes their budgeting procedure every term, it seems like. But to me, it sounds like that would be what's referred to as earmarks, which, or to use the fancy terminology that congressional offices will sometimes put out, I think they use the term constituent directed funding request. And whether or not earmarks are allowed is something that keeps changing depending on what the Federal Rules Committee decides, and they're only just getting organized now after some confusion as to how exactly this term's federal Congress is going to be organized. So whether or not it is actually possible for the money to go directly to New Hampshire legal aid, I don't think that's a question that we have a certain answer to yet. But it is true that there is supposed to be federal support for this general principle. I haven't spoken to Senator Hassan's office myself about this, but I have seen just from the news that the Biden administration recently announced a set of principles for renters that included a right to counsel in eviction proceedings among them. So that's a sign that the federal government would back us up on this. But the reason why I think we should do this through state level legislation rather than just depending on the federal rulemaking is because, federal executive branch rulemaking isn't quite as permanent. It can change with administrations. And I think just showing that we have that same commitment to that principle on the at the state level here too would just give tenants in this state a greater sense of security and would be helpful for them. That's why, that's what I have to say about this bill, and I'll take any questions now.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Brendan LeMay.
There we go. Hi, Brennan LeMay from Manchester, New Hampshire, speaking in support of House Bill 379. Yeah, I just want to be really brief once again here, because you are going to hear me for one more bill today. I see this bill as primarily defending those that are of the lowest income. Think of those who are disabled, think of those who are elderly, those who are working multiple jobs with children, and then throw them an eviction notice and expect them to understand what a discovery period is. Ask them to know what is and isn't okay to say in front of a judge. It's just not something that the average person can really comprehend without many years of law school behind them. So I see this bill as just leveling the playing field. And it's making sure that regular people are protected through a very complicated process, which is landlord-tenant law. I have been an advocate for low and middle income renters for 2 years now, almost 3. And I can tell you, I still don't understand many of the legal nuances that go into an eviction hearing. And when we consider just how important housing is, I believe that adding the right to defend yourself in front of a judge and to have qualified legal representation is paramount to being able to be in a functional member of society, quite frankly. So I'll keep this short and I'll open up to any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Reed, could I just ask, I think we don't have a pink card on this bill. When you get to it, that'll be fine. Next, I'm going to call on Sophia Hyatt, New Hampshire Legal Assistance.
Hi, my name's Sophia Hyatt. I'm a housing attorney at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. I'm here to talk about NHLA supporting this bill as a concept. I'm mostly here to talk about the fact that I, among other NHLA advocates, have been working in the courts the last couple of years, not for the courts, but at the courthouses in Manchester and Nashua, doing eviction clinics. I think I've done about 75 myself, where we show up and meet tenants for the first time, look at their files, talk to them about what's happening, and talk them through, what their legal defenses might be. But we also help them reach agreements with their landlords. So a lot of times, the landlord and the tenant, in the situations that we see, I'm not saying this is always the case, but are frustrated with one another, aren't able to communicate effectively, don't want to listen to one another. And it really helps to have someone step in and be able to calmly talk through things in a rational way, explain to the tenant what their rights are, explain what the law is, help them try and negotiate with their landlord. Oftentimes, we're able to get an agreement reached before an eviction judgment is issued against a tenant. Yes, an eviction being filed in the court still shows up in the landlord reporting system, but there's no judgment on the person's record if they reach an agreement and submit that through the courts and follow it. So NHLA does support the concept of right to counsel. I just realized I didn't hand out, but I have letters from the National Coalition for Civil Right to Counsel that they support the right to counsel in eviction proceedings as well. I'm happy to answer questions about kind of what it's like and how it helps having someone there at an eviction case and working through that process with a tenant and a landlord.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jessica Margison, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Margison, again with Granite State Organizing Project. I am here and I support this bill. My work, as I've stated before, and I'll state for clarification now, I have a tenant clinic that I run weekly. I'm missing it to be here today. It's normally Wednesdays from 1 to 4. And during this, I get to be that person in the middle of the tenants and NHLA, because when they come into the clinic, I help them find some rental assistance they may need. I help them learn their rights, and I also help direct them to free legal assistance, teach them how to sign up and go about that. What I do run into, unfortunately, and why this bill is so important, is NHLA is the only free legal help we have in our state currently. They are busy, very, very busy. And due to that, sometimes people want questions right away, or they'll fall through a crack. But one big thing that happens is a conflict of interest. Because they're the only organization that does this, sometimes a conflict of interest will exist in there, to where that tenant can then not get free legal assistance. So there are a portion of tenants in our state that would benefit from this who couldn't benefit from the way it is. So if they had representation and they were able to get it elsewhere, they could still then be covered. I don't know why certain ones exist, but it's something within the company. And the majority of the ones I do help with are able to get assistance, luckily. Another reason is why it's so needed is there is no safety net. A lot of times people assume there's a safety net for those who are either elderly or disabled, and there is no universal safety net, as I'm sure you've seen, sir. For instance, Michelle Marr, who I watched NHLA defend in court and keep housed, had recently had brain surgery, and her head was still healing as I watched in court as she sat in her wheelchair, and the other lawyer tried so hard to get her unhoused. So luckily she was able to stay housed because of those services. Like I said, no safety net. Doris Bombo, who I was able to connect with them also because of no safety net. He had limited capacity. So for him to understand what was going on and make his way through that, the judge doesn't have time to sit there and say, well, you don't seem to understand what's going on. Let's do this instead. That's not his role then. So having NHLA there to be able to help them is huge. So this bill is big. And one thing I did notice on it when reading through the paperwork is page 3, well, it's labeled page 2, but line 1 and 2. Authorized to draw a warrant from said sum out of any money in the treasury not otherwise appropriated. Would this then be similar to how city welfare operates, that when their bucket runs dry, it can be replenished? And I had a question on that.
All right. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
I have a question. Would anybody be opposed to, since it appears there seems to be 2 or even more mediation groups out there working, would anybody be opposed perhaps to adding into this if mediation is not able to be worked? Because it appears we have a bill that mediation is working. We also had testimony that other mediation is working. Would anybody be opposed to having part of this say that if mediation is not able to be reached, so that people
Yeah,
aren't
it's a good
just,
idea.
so that people aren't just saying, well, I don't want to go through mediation, I can get a lawyer? Just a thought.
It is a good idea because mediation is a choice. You don't have to go through. So if both parties don't want to go, so say the tenant did want to go to mediation, which would be a cost saver, and the landlord says absolutely not. That would be another reason it would be good for it. Another thing too, I almost didn't mention, is that in the state of New Hampshire, it's a discrimination. Women and women with children are more likely than men or men with children to be given evictions. So that's another big reason, because of that discrepancy existing. And mediation, like as she said, the communication sometimes breaks down between landlords and tenants over arguing, and sometimes they do need that person there just to start the communication again. Putting some money into keeping people housed also is another way to save money, because if we don't keep them housed, we're going to have to pay for them to be housed. And it's a lot more expensive monthly. Like at the hotels right now, it's $5,000 a month to house someone in a hotel, where we could put them in an apartment for $1,200 to $1,600 rent. So keeping them housed saves us money down the road. So if we have a little bit of money to throw to this, it will save us money.
All right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard Head, please. Thank you, Mr. Head.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Richard Head. I'm the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Judicial Branch. In general, we support anything that can help any party, whether it be a filing party or defendant, have legal representation. But the reality is, in landlord-tenant, as in family, as in a lot of the areas that we see in the circuit courts, there are a lot of unrepresented parties. We do and we have taken a lot of steps to make courts more accessible to unrepresented parties, but it is clearly a more efficient system if there are attorneys in the system. One of the areas and Representative Reed had mentioned it. I did talk with her this morning. There are a number of new members on the committee. I do want to clarify one thing that's a common source of confusion. The Judicial Council is unrelated to the Judicial Branch. The Judicial Council is an executive branch agency that is the funding, the source or receives the funding that ultimately is used to pay for indigent criminal defense attorneys. That is not managed through the judicial branch. What this bill would require is that for anyone who meets the definition of indigent in this bill, whether it be in other bills, low income, it's called indigent in this bill. The concern is what I think Representative Reed said she was hoping to have created in this bill, which is a lack of structure. So if we take the criminal world, we have a robust structure around criminal defense lawyers. We have a public defender system that is throughout the state. When the court says that somebody is entitled to representation in the criminal world, we do not pick the lawyer. It is done through the public defender's office. Public defender then assigns that lawyer to the case, and a lawyer is then representing that defendant. This doesn't have that structure associated with it, so we would appoint a lawyer, unclear as to who that lawyer will be, where that lawyer is coming from, who's managing, who's going to assign what lawyer to that case. If it is New Hampshire legal assistance, they're going to need a much more robust system than what they have currently. Because just the sheer number of potential appointments of attorneys that would be required through this bill. So the sort of the lack of underlying structure that this bill does not fill creates a significant vacuum in terms of what would happen once a court appoints an attorney, because there's not then a system to pick that up and say, Attorney Smith, you're now assigned to this case. The other aspect of this that again comes to the structure of it is landlord-tenant cases happen very, very quickly. They have very short deadlines from the date the case is filed to the date that there has to be a hearing. I think, although don't hold me to this, is 10 days. So what has to happen in that time when that tenant files the appearance, files the financial records, is in very short order. A lawyer has to be not only assigned, but has to appear, has to show up, and has to sort of become involved. Legal assistance is very good at that for their clients, but they don't have sort of this system in place to do it throughout the state for, I don't know how many thousands of individuals who would go through it. So as written, the bill doesn't provide any of that substance, and we have a great deal of concern about that. In talking with Representative Reed this morning, we're obviously happy to assist in any way we can in terms of the legislation, but as written, we think that it really wouldn't be able to be implemented just as a mechanics of getting lawyers appointed, getting a lawyer assigned to a case, and getting the lawyer to appear and then show up in a courtroom within a very short window of time. With that, I would conclude my comments, but would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Head, would the administrative system also include the system for payment to council once the work is done?
So payment to council in this bill would be through the judicial council, not the judicial branch, which is why the judicial council put in the fiscal note that has the dollars, not the judicial branch.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Head.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time today.
David Klein, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is David Klein. I know you're probably sick of hearing from me. Just want to start off with, if opposing counsel appears in an eviction, and I've had it happen a couple of times, I have no problem with it. The comment that we don't want them represented is not true. Those cases actually go through easier because someone does explain to the defendant where the defendant doesn't know what they're talking about, and that happens a lot in landlord-tenant cases. Just briefly, all evictions in New Hampshire have to be done exactly according to RSA 540. There are deadlines, time limits, all of those have to be followed. Every eviction I've ever been involved with in circuit court, the judge makes sure that all of those deadlines are met properly. If you don't serve, if it's a 30-day eviction and you serve 29 days, you're thrown out. 7 days and you don't have the full 7 days, you're thrown out. And many of the judges are actually pushing us to go to agreements. I had the last eviction I had, the judge basically said, why don't you go outside and talk about it? It was clear, and she indicated that I was all right, but there is a discretionary stay right now in the law of up to 2 months, and she wanted us to use part of it and also not give judgment to the tenant if the tenant was willing to move out, in order so that she wouldn't have an eviction on her record, just the filing, not the judgment. Most evictions are, as was testified before, they're not for non-payment of rent. There isn't any real defense to most of those cases. There are a few, but most of them, people just don't have the money. So now it's down to how long they're going to be there. And that becomes the appointed attorney will basically be negotiating a move-out date, which the judges are pushing for a negotiated settlement. That same thing, incidentally, happens in mediation. The mediator will sit down and talk about the rights, and we already have that program in existence. And in fact, we had a bill earlier to have the study committee. So my opinion is the Indigent Defense Council will not be that helpful to the defendant now if we expand the mediation program. And the funding issues, I don't have the quality to speak to, but I do want to start that it feels like this bill starts a slippery slope. Currently, only indigent defendants in criminal actions, when there's possibility of going to jail and incarceration, are entitled to appointed counsel. But this bill, for the first time, is going to appoint counsel in a civil case. And then the question is, what's next? Do we appoint counsel for first offense driving under the influence? There's no jail time, so they're not entitled to it now. But you get one of those, you can lose your job, you can lose your housing, you can lose your marriage. It's also devastating. What about plaintiffs or defendants in domestic violence cases? As we heard earlier this morning, someone can get badly hurt. Is the victim entitled to appointed counsel there? So how much do we want to spend? How far do we want to go? Where do we draw the line? I'm just going to propose and throw it out to the committee to discuss when you're executing. Are we better off funding more mediation with these federal funds if we can get them, or are we better off with indigent counsel? I think mediation would be a better option. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Nick Norman?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. I don't think there's much more for me to say that hasn't already been said. We think that this is very redundant to legal aid services that are already in place. Tenants already get legal aid services. So I agree with whatever was said earlier from the front assistant chair or chair that said we could just have federal monies go to legal aid. We don't need a different structure. Most cases definitely, overwhelmingly, are for non-payment. There's nothing to defend in a non-payment case. Did you pay the rent or not? So, I mean, why would we be paying for the expense of an attorney for something like that? I heard something about discrimination of favoring. I heard something about discrimination of favoring, and I don't know which way it was.
You know, excuse me,
Men-
sir. You need to be in the back. Okay. Thank you.
Men or women in eviction cases. I'm definitely in touch with many landlords across the state. I have never heard of such a thing. I don't know where that's coming from at all. I don't see any discrimination of men or women with children, one over the other. So I don't really have any other new comments. I would happily take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else who desires to testify on House Bill 379? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 379 and open the hearing on House Bill 401 and recognize Representative Kinney, yes.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chairman. My name is Representative Kenny. I represent Stratford County District 10. Of course, that includes the University of New Hampshire. I apologize for not being here earlier. Wednesdays and Mondays, I'm trying to juggle classes at law school and committee, but I'm happy to be here now to present House Bill 401. So I'll briefly walk through the bill with you all. It's regarding standards on an owner's intent to renovate or remove property from the residential market. So it adds a second section to RSA 540. I will begin by pointing out that page 1, line 5 offers an exception, talking about section F. That section regards lead exposure. So in those situations, this bill is not relevant. Page 1, line 5 through 9 offers 2 elements that an eviction notice must have when there is an intent to renovate. The first is 60 days notice to vacate. And second is to specify the work and time frame of the renovations. Some questions you may have is why 60 days? It takes time to find a spot, so we doubled from what is current law, which is 30 days. I know there's been comments from the committee that reasonableness is an aggravating term. I'm in law school, I know, but it is in the realm of reasonableness in my opinion. Then I'll move to page 1, line, 11 through 18, which offers 3 elements that an owner must establish to prevail at the hearing. That's 1, that the work cannot happen while the unit is occupied. 2, that the work will take more than 30 days. And 3rd, that the tenant is offered a dwelling with the same number of bedrooms that doesn't exceed the rent. So why 30 days? It's using the under current law RSA 130A, which provides 30 days in situations due to lead hazards. So that's where that number came from, just trying to keep it applicable to current law. Lines, still page 1, 17 and 18, offers a when this shall not apply. And it's basically when the owner can show that they made a good faith effort to find the unit at the hearing, or that the evictions are justified under the sections A through G. And again, the language about shall not apply was again borrowed from the lead statute. So starting on line 19, evictions based on intent to remove dwellings from the market. 21 through 26 offers the elements. 1, that the eviction notice shall provide tenant 60 days at least, and B, a sworn affidavit that it will not be on the market for a year. And then it gets into the penalty, even if it's sold to a new owner. So the amount of the penalty, the justification behind that, it's a low ball for what a landlord may accrue in a year for rent. So that was kind of the mindset there. But we need some sort of accountability for the potential of bad actors who may try to find a loophole in that regard. Briefly, page 2, line 3 through 6 regards court having the authority to grant discretionary stays up to 6 months. The current law, I believe, is 90 days. But if granted, question that you may have, the rent will still be paid during the stay. The only consequence would be the potential delay. And again, I believe 6 months is reasonable. So I'm a renter. Looking at current law with 30 days, putting myself in that situation, I don't quite know what I would do. I moved 2 hours away from my family. Unless my fellow reps from Durham, Rep Smith or Horgan, wanted a roommate, I don't know what I would do. So I'd have to figure that out. So that's basically all I have. I am happy to take questions. And I will just note that New Hampshire legal assistants will also be testifying, and they may be better at answering some questions, but I'll always give my best effort.
All right, questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you. Representative Kenny, if you need a place to rest your head, you know where to go. But on a more relevant question, so why do we need this bill? You've explained very carefully what the bill does, and now I want you to tell me why.
Well, because I believe that, if there's going to be a renovation, a tenant, in my opinion, housing is a human right, and there needs to be adequate notice no matter what if someone is going to be deprived of their housing. And there are situations where 30 days just isn't enough time after you find out about renovations to secure housing. So I think it's necessary. I will say that it's a newer issue after talking to some people from New Hampshire legal assistance, but an issue nonetheless.
Yes, of course.
Follow up. Do you have reason to believe that there exists at all circumstances in which an owner indicates his or her intention to renovate a unit really with not a strong commitment to renovate, but a desire to empty the apartments so that the rent could change?
Good question. I believe right now it's in the realm of possibilities, and I'm sure people have experienced that based on conversations that I've had.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Yes, Representative Tur.
Yeah, hopefully quick question. This again, sort of like one of the bills we heard earlier, talks about eviction versus the notification prior to what I'm guessing is the end of a lease. So does this apply only in the case where the tenant refuses to leave, even though the owner wishes to, or if they give 60 days notice before the end of the lease is up, can they simply say, I'm not going to renew? It's sort of add on to what we talked about earlier in that regard of whether or not the end of your lease means eviction or not.
I think I understand your question. I'll give it a shot. What I can say is that current law regarding an owner's intent to renovate requires 30 days, and that just isn't enough time in my opinion. So in situations, this is just trying to up the time.
Other questions? Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, my friend, for taking my question. There's quite a bit of concerns I have with this bill, but my biggest concern question is line 15 on page 1. Tenant's been offered a dwelling unit with the same number of bedrooms as are in the unit, which he or she is being evicted, at a rent that just does not exceed tenant's current rent. So is that just for, like, say you have an apartment complex, like a large apartment complex, and they offer a similar one to that? Or is this saying that now the landlord has to go shop around and find a suitable replacement when they're being evicted, when their tenant's being evicted. So now it's the landlord's problem to like find them another place to stay.
Well, what I'll say is I think your first example would qualify. Regarding your second question, the tenant wouldn't have done anything wrong, and 30-day notice isn't enough time. So, is it the landlord's responsibility per se to shop around, as you worded it? I think it's the landlord's responsibility to ensure that a tenant has adequate housing if they plan to renovate.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Perez.
Thank you for taking my question. Line 2526, does that limit the owner's ability to sell? What if I want to renovate and then turn around and sell? Do I have to say to the person, well, I'm going to sell it to you, but you can't rent it out for a year? I just wondered if we're limiting the ability to sell in this. Thank you.
You are correct. That's the language. So if it's going to be brought off the market, then even if it is sold, because there has to be some form of accountability, in situations where per se there are workarounds without that sort of accountability. Sell it to a landlord who, you may be allies with or whatnot.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Kenny. I wanted to ask, I wasn't clear on your explanation about the relationship between the 6-month stay and the obligation to continue to pay rent. Could you clarify that, please?
Could you say that one more time?
I believe you said earlier that that during a stay, there was an obligation to continue to pay rent. That's what I understood. Maybe I misunderstood you, but I was wondering if you could just clarify.
Talking about the discretionary stay?
Yes.
So to my understanding that if the court was to order a discretionary stay, that the landlord would still be receiving rent through that stay. The only consequence would be pushing off the renovation.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jessica Margison, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Margison, still, with Granite State Organizing Project, and I am wanting to let you guys know I do fully, I love Bill 401. This is something I've looked forward to being created over the past couple of years and watching what I've seen. As I explained, my tenant clinic started as an eviction clinic because of the mass amounts of renovation evictions that we were seeing. After about 6 months, we were able to transition it into a tenant clinic to meet any tenancy needs. But the renovation evictions were so high. Tenants would commonly say the house to my left and the house to my right is up for sale. Everywhere I look is up for sale. So things I've seen this be misused by. 360 Dubuque Street in Manchester. I've mentioned this place before. The tenants called me when they got their renovation eviction. As we were going through the process, they decided to go ahead and move out in time. Their landlord was intimidating them a lot. So on the day that the first floor tenant was moving out, she called me because she was scared to go in and get the last bit of her stuff because the new person was already moving in. They didn't even have time to sweep the floors. No renovation happened there, but it was used. Last year when we had SB 217 here, and we were all here to a lot of us were here to testify on that. We got to hear Nick Norman testify that commonly when they use another form of eviction and it doesn't go through or it doesn't work, the renovation eviction is the one they turn to because it goes right through. May not be the exact every single word used, but that was the full implication, and luckily he's here to explain that. But it is something commonly, as we learned that day, used by landlords when all else fails. Just use the renovation eviction, it goes right through. This also, the renovation evictions are a no-fault eviction for the tenants. We should be doing anything possible and applying any protection we can put in place to make sure it remains a no-fault eviction and they don't suffer consequences that happen. So the 6 months is great to add into there, giving them that time. As we've all heard, it takes about that time. It gives a family time to plan, save up the money, change the schools, do all that. They never intended to move. This is a no-fault eviction. So because of protections needing to be in place for stuff like that, when you're in court and you're listening to the landlord, what will happen is this side will say, well, I don't think they're going to do a lot of renovations. The landlord or the attorney will say, well, we have this list plan, and they'll shoot off a couple lines, but that doesn't really explain anything to the other side. If you list 10 things, that sounds like you're going to be busy. It's believed and put through. So having something like that set in place where it encourages them to do the work with the tenant in there, or sets parameters to where they have to actually be doing the work required to have a tenant move out, is very needed because of the rampant misuse of this eviction procedure. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Kathy Staub, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. I know it's been a long day, and I truly appreciate the fact that you're still here to hear my testimony. You've heard a lot of bills today, and almost all of them have been focused on trying to keep people in their homes. And maintaining a workforce for businesses and the quality of life for New Hampshire residents is really important. It's why we're here. And all we have is a systemic housing problem, and the problem keeps shifting. I signed onto this bill because I am very concerned about the issues of rent eviction, which Ms. Margerson just told you about. But I'm going to I am not a law student, and I wasn't really involved in writing this bill, but so I'm going to focus on the problem that this legislation will help to solve. The issue is that there are renters who have never missed a payment. They can be evicted by the owner if they plan to renovate a unit. This bill would give people a 60-day notice. That is nowhere near enough time for the people who are being displaced to find another place to live. So you're creating a homelessness issue there. And it is a significant number of people who are being displaced by these renovation evictions. This bill would help define the parameters of a renovation project that would warrant an eviction. As Ms. Margerson just told you, sometimes they didn't even have time to sweep the floors before they put somebody in there after they evicted somebody claiming that they were going to renovate the property. Obviously, we want landlords to maintain their properties, but there needs to be a balance. And, I do know some very good landlords. The good landlords will wait till a unit is empty, and then they will go in, and then they will do the necessary renovations, and then they'll turn it around and rent it out again. And I really, truly admire that. But generally what has been happening is that people have been in their home for a number of years, and the property is sold. The new owner wants to upgrade the unit or just significantly increase the rent. And longtime tenants who've lived in a unit for 20 or 30 years, often older people on fixed incomes, they've never missed a rent payment. They find themselves being evicted, and there is no place for them to go. This happens in individual rental properties and in large complexes. One thing that we obviously we need to watch out for is that if you're old like me, you remember when there were incentives to build workforce housing. And so developers were given incentives to build these properties with the agreement that they would keep them affordable for a certain length of time. And what happens is that expires, and then the property is sold to a new owner, and they're not obligated to maintain any of that affordability or to take Section 8 vouchers as the previous owner was doing. This happened in a large development in Manchester. I know that there was a development in Concord where this happened, and there was one up in Lebanon where where they were able to, the local housing authority was able to buy the building and keep people in these affordable units. But, you know, there's the potential of thousands of people who could get evicted from their affordable properties, these low-income developments, workforce housing, and put out on the street with no place for them to go. And I think that that's the critical thing about this, is that there is no place for people to go when they get evicted. You know, as policymakers, I think we can use the power of legislation to help mitigate the impacts of these things on our constituents. And I think that, you know, looking at this situation, I mean, it's a systemic problem that we have in the state of New Hampshire. And I really appreciate the fact that you have spent the whole day listening to the various aspects of this problem and how it is impacting our constituents. And I hope that you will look at ways to help keep people in their homes. And I appreciate your listening to me. And I'm happy to take any questions from anyone.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt Bacon, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. My name is Matt Bacon. I'm a real estate agent with SVN Masiello Group in Bedford. I'm also a member of the New Hampshire Association and the Commercial Investment Board of Realtors Public Policy Committees. And I'm here today representing the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. We're opposed to House Bill 401, although we do understand the reason for which it was crafted and that the sponsors put this forward, and we sympathize with them. It appears that this legislation was crafted to deal with the current and very real housing shortage that we're facing across the state. Vacancy rates in most communities are currently around or 1% or less at this time. So finding an apartment is an enormous challenge which causes significant strain on families, workers, and the overall economy. As you consider the bill, I want to make a few things clear. First, any tenant with a signed lease, whatever the term may be, cannot be evicted during that time frame stipulated in the lease, even if it's for a repair or renovation, or if the landlord wants to take the unit off the market. So if you have a contract, both the landlord and tenant must adhere to those terms. And those terms are willingly agreed to by the two parties evidenced by signing the lease. The tenant is clearly aware of the length of that lease and no guarantees are made beyond that date. Second, if a tenant is on a month-to-month basis, that means either the tenant or the landlord may give the other 30 days notice to end the lease. Many tenants find the ability to leave their tenancy quickly without a penalty to be desirable. House Bill 401 extends the notice period to 60 days, and I believe that 60 days would be the longest notice imposed by any New England state. At the very least, the same time frame should be mandated on the tenant to notify the landlord prior to leaving in a month-to-month arrangement, effectively changing it to a bi-month tenancy, and misaligning it with other statutes already in place which already have a 30-day standard in our current law. Keep in mind, currently a landlord must provide a 30-day notice to evict. The court hearing is another 30 days typically, so we effectively have 60 days of procedure already in place. Judges are then permitted and routinely do allow tenants to stay an additional 30 to 90 days. So currently tenants often receive anywhere from 90 to 150 days from initial notice until they need to vacate. An argument that there are no existing statutory protections for tenants is not accurate. Evictions are not inexpensive for a landlord. I'm not a lawyer, but the legislation appears to place further burden on the landlord to demonstrate to a court that the repairs are necessary. Most tenants fail to pay the rent owed to a landlord once evicted. And I was just quoted $1,500 for an easy eviction by an attorney merely for the legal fees. Add to that the utility costs, the unpaid rents, and damages often left behind, and my average eviction has cost me personally over $6,000 in my units. Owning only a few units, that means that my rental profits for the entire year are eaten up by just one eviction. But I still have to pay the bank interest on the mortgage, so they're often the only ones profiting from my real estate investment holding. If a tenant under existing statute wishes to contest the repair, they certainly have that ability, and a judge could then seek additional information from the landlord if warranted. Under this bill, I would be required to submit specific evidence to the nature, cost, and time frame, even if there's no dispute as to the rationale that repairs are needed. In the new language on 542B, it states I will need to provide a sworn affidavit from the owner stating that the dwelling unit will remain off the market for not less than 1 year. What if I sell the property within 1 year and the new owner makes it available for residential purposes? This seems to indicate that I would still be liable even though I don't own the property currently. Additionally, I don't see where there's a statutory definition of remove the dwelling unit from the residential rental market in state statute.
You're kind of going over your time, sir, so can I just ask you to sort of sum
Sure.
up? Please?
Sure. So large scale landlords will probably have fewer issues with this bill than small landlords such as myself. We need more apartments in the state, and additional new governmental regulations may cause some to cease renting, and we feel that that would hurt everyone. And we feel that the real issue here is that there's a lack of housing, not a lack of protection for tenants from being evicted for necessary repairs.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Alexander.
Thank you. So, if I heard you correctly, would you say the housing crisis is more of a supply side issue and not a regulation issue?
Yes, absolutely.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Horgan.
Hope it's okay to ask a question. I am a co-sponsor of the bill, but something I'm wondering about, let's say I do buy an empty multifamily rental property, wishing to increase the supply of housing and possibly profit, hopefully more than $6,000 a year for the whole building. But how do I protect myself from what steps can I take to make sure that this building wasn't taken off the market in order to evict the tenants within that time frame? Would I have to go down to the courthouse and look through all the evictions to see if people have been evicted at that address, or is there some easier way to find out? Like, is this something that I could reasonably expect the seller to inform me of, along with, because I presume there's always, I'd have to ask about any other, I guess, liens or obligations on the building. So is that something that I should probably expect myself to ask him or her about it when I buy the property?
So I don't know that there are any statutory requirements for any disclosure related to this in place. I know that there are required disclosures which sometimes aren't observed. And personally dealt with one of those in a building that had insufficient electrical service, that if someone had used the 6-month stay, like let's say the last tenant out the door, I would have had 4 vacant units, and they would have been in a construction zone if we move forward with the others, and they would have had very unsafe electrical conditions persisting for those 6 months. So that it creates other challenges, and I don't know how to protect against that, because once title has transferred, a real estate attorney told me on that we had no recourse. We would have had to found the lack of disclosure prior to the date of closing, and once the date of closing had passed, we had no more recourse remaining.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Andrus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Are there any figures available as to what type of housing is needed in New Hampshire? Is it apartments? Is it individual housing? Is it low-income housing? I'm just trying to wrap my head around it all.
So actually, there's a wealth of information put out largely by New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. They're the quasi-governmental agency that distributes a substantial amount of housing data that is backed by substantial resource, and they receive the federal funds to then distribute through the LIHTC program, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, among many others. They also administer the federal funds for Section 8 housing choice vouchers. So they are a wealth of that information, and they're very helpful. So if you go to the nhhfa.org website, you'll be able to find some excellent statistics, and they break out the type of housing needed, as well as some of the challenges faced largely by local zoning and planning boards that are restricting the type of housing that we do need, and the density that could be available there.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Brendan LeMay.
All right. My name is Brandon LeMay, and I am speaking in favor of House Bill 401. And I just want to state right off the bat here, when we talk about, we view housing as a supply issue or a tenants' rights issue, I like to say that it's both. And I want to say that we need more supply, but also I think that tenants do need more rights in this current market. I like to say that the lack of supply exacerbates the lack of tenant rights that exist. So I want to say yes and to that question of whether or not it's a supply issue. So a big reason why I'm speaking in favor today is, again, I work with many low and moderate income tenants. And most commonly, the most common form of eviction that our membership deals with is rent eviction. And it is because this is a loophole around our just cause eviction laws. We have had landlords in this room admit on public record that they use renovation evictions when they can't find another type of eviction to remove a tenant from. So I feel that with the ease of an eviction that can come with a renovation eviction, given this market here, we need these protections for the tenants in place. And finally, I do have one problem because I feel like there's one section in the bill that could possibly cause a supply issue, and that is line 28. It says that the dwelling has to be off the market for 12 months. I think that's a little too long. I'm going to admit, you're not going to hear me say that when it comes to giving more rights to tenants, but I do feel like this could adversely affect the supply. So I would probably recommend either a shorter time, possibly 6 months, or even a time that's estimated that the renovations would take. Because we have seen cases where somebody has been evicted for a renovation. The landlord did a new countertop, and within 30 days, somebody else was in there. It was a renovation that the tenant could have stayed in for. So I just want to make sure that when a tenant is being evicted for renovations, that an actual renovation is happening, and it's not just being used to sidestep a just cause eviction that we have. And that's it. I'll take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Nick Norman, please.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So much has been said. So a couple points. There's a thought about 60 days notice. But you must remember that tenants are only required to give a 30-day notice. So think about it for just a quick minute. What's on the market is tenants giving 30-day notices. So what use is it for a person getting 60 days notice, looking at things on the market which are not on the market yet because they haven't given notice because they're giving a 30-day notice? It creates a false sense of decreased supply. So it actually exacerbates the problem. It's going to force more people looking for housing that doesn't yet exist, showing a higher demand, which is going to push the rents higher. So that's just one point in this. I want to reiterate that if we're looking to solve something related to the housing shortage and ease the shortage, and you're not looking at creating more housing, then you are looking in the wrong place. We need to create more housing, pure and simple, and that will solve all of these issues. It's hard to know how long the renovation is going to take. We have a lot of supply chain issues these days, especially with the pandemic. And when you have an eviction which already takes at least 2 months, but in this case 30 days, so add 21 days to that, and then you add 30 more days to that, it's a long time that you can have the apartment not producing money. The tenant can easily not be paying rent, and then the landlord goes through that longer and longer eviction process, and then all that money has to be made up. That's again pressure on increasing rents. I do want to say that we don't advocate to landlords to use a renovation eviction as a means of getting rid of a tenant. There are situations where you may be faced with a decision of living with a troublesome tenant or actually doing a renovation. And it makes sense as a business proposition for a property owner in some cases to do a renovation to significantly increase the value of that apartment and then get a higher rent. It's a good business proposal. And I personally think it's a shame that we should be setting up a system that incentivizes property owners into doing renovations that will further increase the rents and make the situation even worse. I do know of a very rare few cases where a landlord has chosen that option and they actually do the renovation. They do a significant renovation, and of course, they have a much higher rent. And you know what? Consequently, they have less troublesome tenants usually. And so,
Right?
there's a lot more to say, but I know that you're short on time. There is, I guess I'll stop with that. There's a lot more to say, and I would be really happy to take questions.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Norman. David Klein, please.
My name is David Klein, and I promise you this will be the last time you'll hear from me today. I want to go home too. I am against the bill because I have problems with it. Starting out with describe the specificity that what work is going to be done. I don't mind giving that, but understand every time we go into some of these projects, they expand on us. We always find something else wrong and it's more work. And we can't put it all down, and I don't want to be locked into that. But I have more problems with the proof that I have to give in order to evict a tenant. One, the work cannot be done safely. That's not a real clear term because safely varies from situation to situation. You have young children, but there are going to be splinters when you pull a window out. Is that safe for the child or not? It's very subjective. It's very difficult to work with that. Work being more than 30 days. Does that mean that you can't get the contractor in for 30 days, or does the contractor have to be physically in the apartment for 30 days? 30 days of people working in that apartment is a lot of work. We're supposed to tear these things down at the studs, re-sheetrock it, and then put up all new fixtures. It's not a clear term. It's not a fair term. Then the one that really gets me is having to find a unit with a similar rent. First of all, what happens if the tenant doesn't like the unit you find? Second, where does that unit have to be? Can I get one in Alabama for this tenant, or does it have to be in the same city or same state? Nothing is specified on this. It's very ambiguous. And would you like someone else finding a house for you or an apartment for you? Don't you want tenants to find their own and find something they're happy with? I think these qualifications are just ridiculous, should not be put through. And I'm going to ask that you not go through with this bill. I also agree that on the taking it off the market, why do we want to incentivize people to keep apartments when we're short of apartments off the market for a year? That's way too long. Business reasons, maybe you empty the building because the new owner wants it emptied, and the new owner wants to take it over within 6 months, which is not an absurd amount of time for a purchase and sale of a small building. A year is way too long. You're going to keep these 4 units off the market. That provision is unacceptable to me. And I also, finally, the 6-month rule. It's not easy to line up contractors today. You're telling a contractor, well, you might be able to start in 6 months, maybe 8 or 9, once I get this tenant out. The contractor is going to say, call me when you've got it empty, and I'll get to you when I can. That means that unit's going to be off the market even longer because you never know when those contractors are going to be available. And and for those of you who don't have property, try and get a plumber for a long term. There are a shortage of plumbers, shortage of electricians, shortage of carpenters. Why do you think the cost of construction is so high and the cost of building more housing is so high? So that's too long. You got to bring it back. I think the existing law with the 90 days plus all the time it takes to get through the eviction, which is another 30 to 60 days minimum, is more than adequate for protection for the tenants.
Right.
Thank you for listening to me, and I'll take
any
any questions.
Questions for this witness, Representative Horgan.
This is basically the same question I asked Mr. Bacon from the Realtors, but you're an attorney and you explain things pretty clearly. So hopefully I can ask it clearly. Let's say I'm in the situation where I buy, a renovated building that the previous owner assures me has been empty for 12 months. And So then I buy it, and then the previous tenants could theoretically then hit somebody up for $10,000, $10,000 each if what I was told wasn't true. So how do I protect myself? Do I have to sue the previous owner, or while I'm doing the sale, should I try to get an affidavit from the buyer, or or is it possible for me to even go down to the courthouse maybe and check to see if there's been any evictions at that address during the last year or so? So how do buyers protect themselves in that situation?
I'm going to start off with the courthouse. If you give notice to get out and the tenant moves out voluntarily without going through the eviction process, then there will be nothing in the courthouse. So that would not help unless there's an eviction filed because the tenant did not get out. I would get an affidavit from the seller that, similar to the affidavits we see with title insurance, that there are no encroachments or no tenants in possession of unrecorded leases of that type of nature, to protect yourself. And then you could sue based on fraud or something along that lines. That would be my suggestion. But I would do it at the time of the sale with the purchase and sale agreement.
Okay, good. Thanks. That
All right.
sounds good to me. Thanks.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And Sophia Hyatt.
Hi again.
Hi.
So as I said earlier, I'm a housing lawyer at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. I'm handing around letters from the owner of Stewart Property Management, which is a for-profit landlord who supports this bill. I believe they also submitted that online. I just want to start by clarifying some misinformation about the law that has been provided during testimony. So one thing that someone said earlier was that people can't be evicted for renovations during a lease term. That is absolutely not true. People are constantly evicted during lease terms for renovations. That's the whole reason why landlords use this as a loophole, because they don't have to prove anything at this point. A judge can ask questions, but they have no requirement to ask questions about what the renovation is, what the nature of the plan is. In 2022 compared to 2021 at New Hampshire Legal Assistance, we had a 43% increase in intakes for evictions for renovation from 2022 to 2021. And we weren't able to help 17 of the people that came to us for help because we just don't have capacity, which should hopefully show you that there's just not enough resources in the state to deal with this problem. Right now, I think, I forget which rep asked earlier, and I apologize, but someone said, why do we need this right now? The reason that we need this is because rental housing is extremely hard to find, and it's very unfortunate, but landlords are using this, the fact that you can evict to renovate, as a loophole, and it's a trend that we have seen through our numbers changing, increasing in these types of intakes. It's trending, it's becoming more commonly known about, and it's becoming more commonly abused. Representative Lynn said earlier when he was speaking about his bill that we should be looking out for laws that landlords can manipulate, and we don't want people doing that. Well, we're all talking to you, or those of us who support this bill are talking to you about a law right now that doesn't exist, that allows landlords to manipulate the law and kick people out in the middle of a lease term and not renovate. So you've heard a lot of people talk about legitimate renovations. I'm now going to tell you about clients that couldn't be here today because it's too expensive to get a cab here, who have been evicted for renovations and whose landlords don't actually renovate the property. One gentleman who was living in Exeter and was evicted for renovations, had always paid his rent on time. His name is Tilo Scheller. He wanted to be here, but he couldn't make it. He'd lived in his apartment for 5 years, paid rent every month on time. Landlord gave an eviction for renovations. We came to an agreement. He moved out. 3 days later, the apartment's on Craigslist, having just been painted. And this type of eviction is only supposed to be done for substantial renovation that can't happen when the tenant's living there. So codifying this at law would make it so that the court, every single judge would ask the questions about, what are you doing for this renovation? Right now, they don't have to, and the courts are very overburdened, so they're getting through cases as quickly as possible. When we go on a Wednesday to Manchester District Court, or a Thursday rather now, there will be 15 cases scheduled at 8:45 a.m., and they're all landlord-tenant evictions. they're not all getting the time to have these questions asked. And if these were required to be asked by the court, then the court would ask them. And I don't think that we should expect that each judge would individually put it upon themselves to inquire about things that aren't really required of them to be asked. The bill only applies to restricted housing. It's not applying to the mom and pop landlords. It's not applying to any renovations that are required to address code violations or affecting the lead laws. Evictions, you were given an eviction notice, and I'm sorry I'm rushing. I just know it's the end of the day, and I really want to make this all clear. Earlier today, during Representative Lynn's bill, you were handed out a copy of a blank eviction notice. I would love for you to take a look at that and get familiar with it, because I would assume that many people sitting up here do not rent apartments. I rent an apartment, but I had not seen an eviction notice till I became a housing lawyer. So look at it, get familiar with it. It's very clear when you look at that document that there's so many different ways that a landlord can evict a tenant during a lease term. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the end of a lease. During a lease term, if they materially violate the lease, they can evict with 30 days notice. If there's a behavior that is adversely affecting health or safety, they can give a 7-day notice for an eviction. If they stop paying rent during a discretionary stay, they would be kicked out. The 6-month period of discretionary stay, extending it from 3 months to 6 months, the tenant has to pay that entire time. And if they don't, they will be kicked out. And the same thing would happen in terms of at any time during a lease or during a stay or anything like that. This doesn't foreclose on the landlord's ability to file an eviction for any of those other very legitimate reasons. And the law exists for a reason. I have a client right now who's disabled, whose landlord is doing very legitimate renovations, and we've been working with them so that the client, he needs supportive housing. And so the landlord has been very accommodating. They've worked with us. They've given him plenty of time. I think the letter I handed out from Stewart Property Management says that they usually take about 6 to 9 months to figure out what units they're going to renovate, get the contractors. Someone was just saying how hard it is to get a plumber or something. You know, I've needed one in my apartment for like a month and a half, and I have a great landlord, and it's just scheduling, right? So if you're going to renovate your property, you probably know more than 30 days in advance. And so all we're asking is for people to give 60 days notice. Again, that just means I want to renovate in 60 days, so please leave then. And if you do, then I won't file an eviction. So everybody keeps talking about how they get all this extra time in the court process. If your goal is to have tenants avoid going through the court process, then give them more time so that they have more time to look for an apartment. And then if that's not enough, the judge would be able to give them up to 6 months of a discretionary stay. And again, the court process takes as long as the court process takes. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the timing of when an eviction notice expires. And again, I just want to reiterate that this is a trend that's happening, that, you know, you, I think, have a responsibility to look at the laws that are put in front of you and how you're hearing from all of us, or for many of us, that they're being manipulated. You can read articles about it in the paper. So I'm asking you to please do something about that so tenants can have more time when they've done nothing wrong and don't want to have to go through an eviction, or if they do have to go through an eviction, give them more time to find a place. And one more point of clarification, then I'll stop, is that the landlord does not have to find a new apartment for the tenant. There's absolutely no requirement for that. It says that line 15 says that the tenant has been offered a dwelling unit with the same number of bedrooms from which they're being evicted. Line 17 says this provision shall not apply if no such unit is available. What that's talking about is if you have a multi-unit property and there's a vacant unit and the tenant's unit is the one that's going to be renovated, we're saying if there's a vacant unit, offer the vacant unit to the tenant, because right now that's not required. So that's what that's addressing.
All right. Questions for this witness? Questions,
We'd be happy to amend it since that's not what it says.
Representative
Yeah,
Turner.
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
that one provision, the part about having to offer another unit, seems fairly open-ended in terms of the obligation that it's putting on the. So I didn't know whether that was something that could be amended.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. We're very happy to clarify things. The idea behind that is we're trying to use this to deal with pretextual evictions that aren't really about renovation. So the evictions I talked about, like Tilo Scheller, who his landlord evicted him and then didn't renovate the property. The idea would be that if it's really about renovating that specific unit and you have an empty unit, offer that unit to your tenant. If this is not about anything other than renovation, I think that that's just a logical way of doing it. So that we're happy to amend things, we're happy to talk it through, but please think about doing this.
Other questions for this witness? So I guess I really want to make sure that I'm understanding something. Are you saying that if I'm a landlord and I enter into a 1-year lease with you, and the lease agreement doesn't say anything about I can evict you because I want to renovate at the 6-month term, that the law allows me to break the contract?
Correct. It
says-
constitutes other good cause.
So wait, has that actually been decided by the Supreme Court has said, or a trial court has said, you can use this provision to break a lease?
Yes,
Could
sir.
you, and I guess, well, no, I
would
really want
stake my name and reputation on
Can
the
you-
fact that
can
I'm
you give
currently
us the
working on
case-
some of those
well,
right now.
You know what? Can you give us the cases that say? Because I'm just amazed at that.
There's not a specific case to my knowledge, but the law does say that if it's a legitimate business or economic reason, and I believe it's Section 2, and I have my book
right,
here,
but I guess what I'm really saying, I mean, I understand that, but doesn't that would allow you to invoke the landlord-tenant process? I would be amazed if you can use the landlord-tenant process to break a contract. Where does the
promise
law
that
say
you
that?
can. Think about if there's a material lease violation, right? So, or if there's behavior that affects the health or safety of another tenant, right? So that's not probably in the lease. Some specific random behavior that affects the health or safety. Every single thing can't be contemplated in a contract. Would you agree with that? I mean, there's going to be things that the tenant, like the guy who's leaving random harassing voicemails, for example, if that's not in the lease, that specific thing, there's steps that can be taken that you can file an eviction notice and you specify the behavior. I'm just using this as an example. Not everything's contemplated.
No,
in the
but I
eviction.
understand
I would
that, but
love for you to come to Manchester tomorrow and see it because I
but I
promise
guess-
you I'm not making this up.
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not suggesting that you're making something up, but I guess the thing I'm having real difficulty with is the other examples you gave. The tenant is being disruptive. I mean, it seems to me that it's easy to understand why you are not being, you're not carrying out your responsibilities as a tenant.
Right.
And I guess I could even see if a landlord were to say, look, if I don't make a renovation that somehow fixes the electrical system in your unit, it's going to put the whole place in danger. I could understand saying that's a basis to break the lease. But if the landlord just says, I want to upgrade the property at 6 months so I can get more money, that's the grounds for breaking a lease. I would really have to see a case that says that's okay.
Unfortunately, there's not a case, and that's why we're here trying to change the law at the legislature. So I think if you're outraged by that, I would really encourage you to talk to us during the executive session so we can talk more, because there's not case law, and oftentimes there's not case law to support a practice that's happening.
Well, so let me just ask you this: would it satisfy you then, to the extent that we're talking about would it satisfy you if we amended this bill to say, amended the appropriate section of the statute to say, renovation, but not during the lease term is okay?
I think that would sort of invoke me having to give a position on 117, and I don't know that. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I don't know that it's that simple. But what I do know is, I've only been doing this for a couple of years. And I think last year I testified that I had like 5 cases in 6 months for renovation. Like I just said, we've had a 43% increase between 2022 and 2021 for this. So I'm talking about this based on data from our nonprofit organization. And we keep lots of data because we get government money. So I promise we have good data. I understand that it seems ridiculous, and that's why we're sitting here trying to change it. So unfortunately, I can't point to a case, but I can point to the reality.
And have you or other people from legal assistance made the argument to a judge you can't you can't allow this renovation to be made during the middle of the term?
Yeah, so I mean, yes, and the response is this is a business economic reason, and it's a renovation that cannot be done while the person's in the property. I believe it's 540 section 2, and I don't know, I can look through and find it, but we could also chat after. But you know, this is a very, very, very common practice, and I think it was said earlier that it needs to be a practice, you know, by these landlords so that they can get people out when it's a problem. And yes, you know, we're not saying that that's always what happens, but it's what happens sometimes. And it only takes one person being evicted, like Tilo Scheller, and the many other clients that I have worked with who weren't comfortable having me share their names. But I really urge you to think about this. You're welcome to ask us questions. You know, come to a clinic with us if you really want to see this in action. Come see how many cases there are. Come see how often renovation is used as a loophole and how regularly it is allowed through as a good cause eviction. And yes, the court can give a discretionary stay of up to 90 days. I would say what I've observed, and again, I'm one person who's had limited experience, is it's more common to get about a 30-day stay.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we've managed to get through it. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 401? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on that. That's the last hearing we have. I want to thank not only my colleagues on the committee, but all of you in the audience who have been here for multiple times for your testimony, and it's certainly been helpful to us as we deliberate on what to do with these bills. So thank you. Oh, okay. Good point. No,
See you later. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
No, that sounds good. I will do it.
You want to go to 2 minutes tomorrow?
No.
Yeah. Let's
All right. Wow.
Check out.